guys. Is that the Diamond Ender Dragon? OMG, that is insane.
I've exposed hundreds of fake Minecraft speedruns this past year. So here are the funniest fake Minecraft speedruns of 2024. This first speedrun begins, but there's already something fake about it. No, it's not his game mode, as we can clearly see he's in survival. And it's also not his spawn, as the runner is facing completely straight. But take a closer look into the bottom corner of the screen, where we can clearly see the faintest message of a player changing their game mode to survival. This means that the speedrunner was in creative before he started recording, which will make more sense very soon. So the run begins with the speedrunner collecting some stone, crafting a few tools, and making their way to a nearby village. And while the village itself is completely normal, the speedrunner actually just cheated. Because let's rewind the footage to before the runner started searching for the village. If you look closely, you'll actually notice these strange white formations in the sky. And if we play the footage, notice how the speedrunner has been following them all the way to the village. It's pretty obvious the speedrunner built these formations to lead himself to the village, hoping we would think they were clouds. So the runner enters the village, and thankfully, things appear to be completely normal, as the runner starts off by collecting a handful of beds, and when killing the iron golem, he gets a normal amount of ingots. But things start to get suspicious when the runner enters this village house, because while the loot in this chest is completely normal, the chest itself is completely fake. Because let's rewind the footage and take a very close look at the specific village house he's in. This is an armor house. The problem is, chests only spawn in this type of village house in a snowy biome, which the runner clearly is not in. This means the runner placed this chest himself off camera, likely to get more iron so he could craft flint and steel. So the runner finishes gathering his loot before beginning to search for a nearby ruins portal. And giving him the benefit of the doubt, he locates one pretty normally. But after looting the ruins portal chest, he ends up being just one block short of completing the portal. Well, the runner decides to pull out his iron pickaxe, breaks the ruin portal chest, which reveals a ladder all the way down to another ruins portal that is already fully completed. I have no idea what just happened. So, the runner enters the second ruins portal room, lights the portal, and makes his way into the nether. And giving him the benefit of the doubt, his spawn is completely normal, and the runner begins to search for a nearby fortress. And the speedrunner quickly locates one, but there's just one slight issue. This fortress is located on the opposite side of this ginormous lava pool. And without any ender pearls or enough blocks in his inventory, it's pretty much impossible for the runner to get there. Well, the speedrunner pulls out a couple eggs from his inventory he collected earlier in the run, and randomly throws one in the direction of the fortress. Okay, this guy must be bored. I have no idea why he's doing this. Oh my gosh! He just used an egg as an ender pearl and teleported into the fortress. I don't even want to question it. So the runner enters the fortress, and like a normal speedrunner would, begins to search for a blaze spawner. But even though there is no blaze spawner at the end of this hallway, the speedrunner still decides to run towards it, which is extremely weird, as this is wasting incredibly valuable time in the speedrun. Well, the runner runs towards the end of the hallway before phasing through the wall, and he's greeted with a blaze spawner directly in his face. This guy is actually insane. So, after literally teleporting through a wall, the runner begins to fight the blazes at the blaze spawner. And after about a minute, the runner collects 7 blaze rods, the standard amount a speedrunner needs to continue the run. But let's rewind the footage and take a closer look, because the speedrunner actually just cheated. Because for the first blaze, the runner kills it and collects 1 rod. Legit. For the second blaze, the runner also kills it and gets another rod. Nothing wrong yet. But when fighting the third blaze, the runner actually collects 2 rods, which is literally impossible, as blazes can only drop a max of 1 rod per blaze. It's pretty obvious the runner messed with the game files and hoped we wouldn't notice him get an extra rod from this blaze. So, after collecting all the rods that he needs, a normal speedrunner would then begin to search for a bastion. But this speedrunner seems to have a slightly different plan, because the runner digs a couple blocks down before randomly starting to tunnel underground. And after only 10 seconds of digging, the runner breaks the block above him, and he's magically in a bastion. But hold on, rewind the footage to when the runner is digging underground. In this part of the clip, you can actually see that the pickaxe magically regained all its durability, which reveals there is a cut in the video to hide that the speedrunner likely went off camera, located the bastion, and pretended to dig up to it. So, the runner enters the bastion and starts looking for gold blocks to craft golden ingots and trade with piglins. And the runner manages to locate a vein of gold blocks pretty quickly. The problem is, it's literally impossible for gold blocks to spawn naturally in this part of the bastion, meaning the runner simply placed them here in creative mode to give himself an advantage. So, after mining the gold blocks and crafting all the gold ingots that he needs, the runner finds a group of nearby piglins and begins to trade with them. And in the beginning, things are completely normal, as all of the items he's collecting are standard items from a piglin trade. But let's watch this part of the footage very closely. Did you catch that? The runner clearly hit one of the piglins, but none of them attacked him back. This is only possible if the runner is in peaceful mode, something clearly not allowed during the speedrun. Well, if we rewind the footage and take a closer look at this frame, we can see the faintest message of the player switching his difficulty to peaceful. So, after a couple more trades with the piglins, the runner collects his ender pearls and needs to head back to the overworld. The only problem is, the runner only has 9 blocks of obsidian, which would make him just 1 block short of completing the portal. Well, the runner still starts to craft a nether portal and decides to use a hay bale as the final block in the portal. Okay, this guy has to be joking. This clearly isn't gonna work. Oh my gosh, the portal lighted. I'm just gonna be honest, I have no idea how that just worked. So, after entering a portal with a hay bale in it, the runner spawns back into the overworld. And right off the bat, the speedrunner cheats again, as we can clearly see the command of a player giving himself speed that he forgot to cut out. Either way, the runner starts throwing his eyes of ender and using triangulation locates the position of the strongholds. But as he's digging down from the surface, something incredibly suspicious happens. Because there's a clear cut in the video at this part of the footage as his eyes of ender jump from 8 pearls to 10 pearls. And when the runner finally enters the stronghold and locates the end portal room, he of course now has the exact amount of pearls needed to complete the portal. It's pretty obvious the runner cut the video, went off camera to see how many pearls he would need for the portal, and pretended that nothing happened. So, the runner completes the portal, jumps in, and enters into the end, where thankfully, things appear pretty normal at first, with the dragon still having full health and the runner spawning in a completely normal location. But, as the runner is innocently running on the surface, out from the sky drops a bow with literally every single enchantment in the game. And without breaking any of the crystals, the runner pulls out his bow and literally 2-shots the ender dragon. This next speedrun begins, but there's already something fake about it, because take a very close look into the top right corner of the screen where you can see a sign with the singular letter D on it. Not only was this clearly placed by the runner in creative mode, but remember it for later as it will become very important. Either way, besides this strange sign, the rest of his spawn is pretty normal. He's in survival mode, he's selecting the first slot of his inventory, and he's facing completely straight. But when the runner enters a nearby village, things start to get a little strange. No, it's not in this hay that the speedrunner gathers, as it's obviously legit. And it's not even in the chest that the speedrunner loots, as all the items here are pretty standard. But it actually has to do with this village's iron golem, because let's just say, it's not a normal iron golem. So, after seeing the obsidian golem, the runner starts to attack it in hopes of getting some loot. And what do you know? The obsidian golem drops obsidian for the speedrunner. That's actually kind of cool. So, after collecting obsidian from the obsidian golem, the runner begins to look for a nearby ruins portal. The issue is, even after looting the chest, the runner doesn't have any flint and steel to light the nether portal. So, in true speedrunner fashion, the speedrunner decides to cut his footage. Where at this part of the clip, you can actually see that this squid completely jumps forward in time. And when the runner goes to check his inventory, he magically finds a flint and steel ready for him to use. When literally seconds before, he clearly didn't have this anywhere in his inventory. inventory. These speedrunners never learn. So, the speedrunner lights the portal, enters it, and starts teleporting into the nether. But before he does that, take a very close look into the corner of the screen, where you can actually see this strange sand structure that clearly makes out the shape of an eye. Remember this letter along with the letter D we saw earlier in the run. So the runner enters the nether, and with a pretty legitimate spawn, starts his search for a nearby bastion. But the speedrunner does something incredibly suspicious during his search, because at this part of the footage, notice how the speedrunner has suddenly acquired a fire resistance potion in his inventory, when just seconds earlier, we clearly saw this exact same slot had hay. Well, if you take a closer look at this piglin, you'll actually notice that it jumped forward in time. And like just a few seconds ago, this means the speedrunner once again cut the footage, where the speedrunner likely went off camera, got the fire resistance potion, as he knew it would be important later in the run. So the speedrunner enters the bastion and starts searching for gold blocks to collect ingots to trade with piglins. But watch very closely to how many gold blocks the runner mines, which we can clearly see is 4. However, when the runner opens his inventory, it appears as though he has 7 blocks of gold, which is nearly double the 4 we saw him mine. Well, let's rewind the footage and take a closer look at this part of the speedrun. I'll play the clip. If you couldn't tell, the speedrunner actually stands on a pressure plate while mining the golds, which then causes 3 gold blocks to fall from the sky into his inventory. And at this frame, you can actually see the exact dropper these gold blocks are coming from. It's pretty obvious the runner set up this contraption to get more gold, increasing his odds of getting enough loot from the piglin trades. So, with all this gold, the runner locates a nearby group of piglins and starts to trade with them. And he actually gets some pretty lucky trades, collecting 12 ender pearls rather quickly. But he ends up only having 5 blocks of obsidian in his inventory, which will become very important later in the run. So, after collecting his pearls, a normal speedrunner would then make their way to a fortress to collect blaze rods. But this speedrunner has a slightly unusual method of locating a fortress, because instead of searching for one by scanning for entities, the runner instead places down a crafting table and crafts a waystone. Is this a real Minecraft item? Well, the runner places down the waystone, and after clicking it, teleports directly into the fortress. I'm not even gonna question it. So the runner enters the fortress where they begin to look for a blaze spawn, but on his way, take a very close look at this wall. Do you remember when we saw 2 letters earlier in the run, D and I? Well, there's actually another sign on this wall with the letter R. Strange, but remember it along with the other 2 letters, as they will be very important later. So the runner locates the blaze spawner, and immediately something suspicious happens. If you look closely into the very corner of the spawner, you can actually see there's already a handful of blaze rods on the floor. And while the runner is pretending to fight the blazes, he walks backwards and picks up all of these rods. And you can literally see the amount of blaze rods in his inventory jump up. So, after killing a few more blazes, the runner has 7 rods total and needs to think about heading back to the overworld. But like I mentioned earlier, he only has 5 total blocks of obsidian, so how is he supposed to build a portal and travel to the overworld? Well, the runner places down a crafting table and crafts a paintbrush. Is this a real Minecraft item? Well, the speedrunner takes the paintbrush, runs to a random wall in the nether, and starts painting out the design of a nether portal. Okay, this clearly won't work. There is no way a drawn nether portal actually works. That's actually the craziest thing I've ever seen. So, after literally painting an entire nether portal, the runner makes his way back to the overworld, where thankfully, things start to become normal again. As the runner crafts himself some eyes of ender, and using the technique known as triangulation, starts to search for the location of the strongholds. But in the process of looking for the strongholds, the runner comes across a fully built ruins portal. And for some odd reason, the runner decides to light it and travel to the nether. This may seem very bizarre considering he has all the materials he needs from the nether, but this will make more sense in a few seconds. So, the runner enters the portal and seems to be looking for something very specific in the nether. And during this weird searching process, we actually see one final letter in the wall, which appears to make the shape of a T. Remember these 4 letters, as they'll be extremely important very soon. So, after searching in the nether for quite some time, the runner comes across something absolutely insane. Is that a stronghold in the nether? What am I even looking at? Well, the runner enters the stronghold in the nether and actually finds the end portal room, which explains why he decided to enter the ruins portal a few minutes ago. ago. So the runner pulls out his Eyes of Ender, lights the portal, and makes his way into the end. And thankfully, when the speedrunner spawns in, everything is completely legit. The runner is still in survival mode, the dragon is still at full health, and he doesn't have any weird items in his inventory. But as the speedrunner makes his way to the surface, do you remember the 4 strange letters we saw throughout the speedrun? We first saw the letter D right when the speedrunner spawned in. We then saw the shape of the letter I in this weird sand structure. Next, we saw the letter R on a sign in the fortress. And finally, we saw the letter T in the nether. And when you put these 4 letters together, you spell out dirt. So when the runner goes to the surface, you know he's looking for one specific block. And after finding the dirt block, the runner breaks it, revealing a chest with some of the most overpowered items in all of Minecraft. And I'm not gonna lie, that's incredibly creative. So after collecting literally every single OP item in the game, the runner easily breaks the crystals and waits for the dragon to perch. But right as the speedrunner is about to kill the ender dragon, his game freezes, and he isn't able to complete the speedrun. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a shipwreck, where he's selecting the first slot in his inventory, he's in survival mode, and he doesn't have any strange item in his hotbar. All pretty legit. But let's take a very close look at the speedrunner's crosshair. In a real Minecraft speedrun, your crosshair will always face completely parallel with the surrounding blocks. However, in this speedrun, you can see that the crosshair is actually facing slightly down from the center. This means that the world generation was fake and the runner has already been on this world, which will make more sense in a few seconds. So, after collecting some wood from a tree and crafting a couple tools, the runner makes his way to the nearby shipwreck. Now, I want you to pay very close attention to how the speedrunner makes their way to the shipwreck. Did you catch it? Even though the speedrunner was underwater the entire time, he didn't lose a single tick of oxygen from his oxygen bar. But how is that possible? Well, move your focus to the very top right of the screen, where the runner has suddenly decided to add in a face cam. And it's no coincidence he placed this in the exact same spot that potion effects are shown in Minecraft. It's pretty obvious the runner got a water-breathing potion off camera to travel to the shipwreck much faster, and tried to add in a face cam to hide his potion, but failed miserably. So the runner reaches the shipwreck, where they go inside and begin to loot the chest. But before the speedrunner opens the chest, take a very close look at it. If you look extremely closely, you'll actually notice this red border around the lock of the chest, which means this chest is a trap chest, something that doesn't naturally spawn in a shipwreck. And the loot inside is also completely fake, as it's impossible for both obsidian and flint and steel to spawn in this chest. It's pretty obvious the runner placed this chest himself before recording, but accidentally placed a trapped one instead of a normal one. So after looting the shipwreck, the runner makes their way back to shore before beginning to search for a ruins portal. And they manage to find a ruins portal pretty quickly, but there's just one issue. It's extremely obvious that this isn't a naturally spawning ruins portal, but one that the runner made himself in creative. Because first, the runner clearly forgot to place a chest here, as there's none to be seen. Secondly, he accidentally built the ruins portal with nether brick instead of netherrack. And finally, he just so happens to have the perfect amount of obsidian left to complete the portal. This is just embarrassing. So after lighting the ruins portal, the runner spawns into the nether, and things finally appear to be normal. The runner is still in survival mode, they haven't gotten any strange items in their inventory, and they don't have any weird potion effects either. But things only get worse when the runner starts to search for a bastion, because as the runner is navigating through the nether, take a very close look at this ghast. To start, it's not even possible for this ghast to spawn here, as the runner is in a crimson forest, a biome that ghast can't naturally spawn in. Secondly, this ghast is moving incredibly suspiciously and doesn't throw any fireballs even after looking directly at the runner. And thirdly, this ghast actually leads the speedrunner straight to the location of a bastion. If you haven't caught on already, this clearly isn't a real ghast, but another player using a ghast morph mod to lead the speedrunner straight to the bastion. So the runner locates the bastion, crafts an iron pickaxe, before collecting some gold and starting to trade with piglins. Now, giving him the benefit of the doubt, 99% of the trades he makes with the piglins are perfectly legit, as the runner collects some ender pearls, gold, and even some obsidian. However, there is one singular trade that is completely fake, which is when the runner gets this piece of pink wool, which is an item that is impossible to receive from a piglin, so remember it for later. So after collecting all the items that he needs, the runner begins to search for a nearby fortress. And to my surprise, after following a very specific path, the runner is easily able to locate one. But hold on, let's rewind the footage and take a closer look. Remember when earlier in the speedrun, the runner was following this gas to the bastion? Well, take a closer look at this magma cube, where if you pay close attention, has been leading the speedrunner all the way to the fortress. This is clearly the same person who is pretending to be a ghast, using his morph mod to be a magma cube. So the runner finds the fortress, enters it, and starts looking for a blaze spawn. But this speedrunner simply can't seem to find a blaze spawner anywhere in the fortress. So the runner makes the decision to leave the fortress and heads toward this random wall, where he breaks 4 very specific blocks, revealing a hole with his own personal stash of blazes. I don't even know what's happening. So with all these blazes, it would be pretty easy for the runner to collect a ton of rods. But he only decides to collect 2 blaze rods, which is incredibly suspicious, but will make more sense later in the run. So after collecting his items, the runner uses the obsidian he got from the bastion and builds a nether portal. And unlike something we'll see later in the speedrun, he enters a pretty normal nether portal and makes his way into the overworld. But his spawn is awfully suspicious, because the runner spawns into a cave where he can literally see the strongholds. Well, let's rewind the footage and take a closer look at his spawn. If you play the footage frame by frame, you can actually see that the speedrunner spawned in a completely different location, and simply edited his video together to make it seem like he spawned directly in front of the strongholds. This guy is so bad at cheating. So the runner enters the strongholds and immediately starts to search for the end portal room. And surprisingly, he locates the end portal room extremely quickly, which is bizarre considering he didn't use any techniques to locate it like a real speedrunner would. Well, do you remember earlier in the run where he followed both a ghast and magma cube to different locations? Take a closer look at this spider he's been following all the way to the stronghold. It's clearly the same friend we've seen throughout the run, again using a morph mod. So the runner enters the end portal room, and here's where things get crazy. Do you remember when the runner only gathered 2 blaze rods from the nether? Well, that means he only has 4 eyes of ender, far less than the 12 he would need to complete an end portal. Well, the runner goes to the portal, and you've got to be kidding me. This is the goofiest end portal I've ever seen. Okay, there's no way this is actually going to light. Oh my gosh, it worked. You know what? I'm not even gonna question it. So the runner enters the smallest end portal in the world and makes his way into the end, where thankfully his spawn is completely normal. He's still in survival mode, the dragon doesn't have any health missing from his bar, and he doesn't have any strange items in his inventory. Well, not yet he does, because the runner places down a crafting table and starts to craft a very strange item. Now, do you remember when the speedrunner got this pink piece of wool from the piglin earlier in the run? Well, he uses that very block as the final item in crafting the violet demise. And with this insanely overpowered item, the runner makes quick work of the ender dragon. This next speedrun begins, and on the surface, things appear to be pretty normal. World generation? Check. Survival mode? Check. Selecting the first slot of his inventory? Check. But as the runner makes his way to a nearby village, he randomly decides to add in a hand cam. And while the hand cam itself is completely legit, he's actually using this to cheat. Because rewind the footage to right before the speedrunner added in his hand cam. At this frame, you can actually see the message of a player joining his worlds. This means the speedrunner is playing on a multiplayer server, something that's not only clearly banned from a solo speedrun, but will make more sense very soon. So the runner enters the village, and everything appears to be pretty normal at a first glance, as the runner begins to loot a chest and collect a few beds for later in the run. But as the speedrunner is collecting some hay, take a very close look into the corner of the screen, where it appears as though a ruins portal is being built out of thin air. This is clearly being built by the same player we saw join the world earlier in the run, who is simply using an invisibility potion. So after collecting all of his items from the village, the runner makes his way to the quote-unquote ruins portal. And if you weren't already convinced that it was fake, his friend literally forgot to place a chest for the runner. They are so bad at cheating. So without a chest at the ruins portal, the runner isn't able to get flint and steel, which means he's not able to light the ruins portal. But I guess I must have missed an update, because apparently flint and steel spawns below the blocks of a ruins portal. This is hilariously bad. So after collecting the flint and steel, the runner lights their portal and makes their way into the nether. And while the spawn itself is completely normal, take a very close look into the right side of the screen when the runner spawns in. It's his friend once again, using the exact same nether portal as the speedrunner. So once in the nether, the speedrunner decides to look for a bastion. Now I want you to take a very close look at this part of the nether where there is clearly not a single bastion in sight. Well, the speedrunner turns around for a brief second to switch a few items around in his inventory, and when he turns back around, he's face to face with a bastion. Now, I could just be saying things, but there's actually something that proves this is definitely fake. Because at this exact frame, we can see the speedrunner's camera angle turn slightly to the right. It's pretty obvious that the speedrunner cut his video, went off camera to find a bastion, and pretended it was there the entire time. So the runner enters into the bastion, and for the first time in the entire speedrun, things appear to be pretty normal. As the runner locates some gold blocks, crafts some ingots, and starts to trade with piglins. Now, on the surface, everything looks to be completely legit with these trades, but there's actually one singular piglin that is incredibly suspicious. Watch, for 4 straight trades, the piglin drops ender pearls every single time. And while technically it isn't impossible, after literally asking ChatGPT, this only has a 0.0000226% chance of happening. Now, I almost would have believed that this speedrunner has insane luck, until during this part of the footage, we can see the piglin scrolling through a bunch of random items. If you haven't caught on, this isn't actually a real piglin, but his friend using a morph mod, which explains how every single trade was ender pearls. So, after collecting all of the items that he needs, the runner leaves the bastion and starts to search for a fortress. And after running in a very clear specific path, the runner is easily able to find the nether fortress. But let's rewind the footage to before the speedrunner started taking this suspicious path. If you look closely, you'll actually see that these blocks of nether quartz actually form the shape of an arrow. And if you play the footage, it's pretty obvious the runner followed this exact arrow straight to the fortress. And if you weren't already convinced, at this exact frame, you can actually see the runner's friend holding a block of nether quartz, confirming he's the one who built it. So, after locating the fortress, the runner begins to search for a blaze spawner, and he actually manages to locate one pretty quickly. There's just one issue. This clearly isn't what a naturally spawning blaze spawner looks like. It's so obvious this wish.com version of a blaze spawner was built by his friend. Either way, giving him some credit, he handles the blazes pretty normally and gets the 7 rods that he needs fairly quickly. And when he turns around, he finds a fully lit nether portal already built, and I don't even have to explain how that got there. So, the runner enters the portal built clearly by his friend and spawns into the overworld. And for some reason, even though he's literally been cheating throughout the entire speedrun, he actually decides to find the location of the strongholds normally, by using the popular technique known as triangulation to find where it is. But that's the last normal thing that's going to occur in this speedrun, because as the speedrunner is digging down, he digs all the way into the end, even though we clearly never saw him enter an end portal at all, and he still has every single eye of ender in his inventory. While it's pretty obvious this is fake, I have no idea how that just happened. So, after digging straight into the end, the runner still has the task of defeating the ender dragon. And as the speedrunner is walking on the surface, he finds one enderman that isn't like the rest. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this is actually hilarious. It's so clearly fake that it's funny. So, the speedrunner approaches this quote-unquote enderman, and after staring into his eyes, the enderman casually drops the speedrunner an entire stack of golden apples, full netherite gear, an unnecessary amount of bows, and then has the audacity to place down a chest with an insane amount of arrows. So, with all of this extremely overpowered loot, you'd expect the speedrunner to have no problem defeating the ender dragon, but you'd be terribly mistaken, because after missing literally every single one of his shots for 1 minute straight, he actually gets killed by the Ender Dragon. I guess that's what he deserves for cheating so terribly. This next speedrun begins, and there's already something fake about it. No, it isn't his game mode, as we can clearly see the runner is in survival. And it's not even his experience bar, as he's clearly starting the run with 0 XP. But it actually has to do with the speedrunner's world generation, because take a very close look at this menu. We can clearly see that the runner set his world type to a super flat world. The problem is, when the runner spawns in, it's pretty obvious he's not in a super flat world. This means the footage of him generating his world and his spawn are two different clips edited together, and the speedrunner is likely using a set C, which will make more sense very soon. So, the speedrun begins with the runner gathering some wood from a tree, crafting some tools, and immediately locating a ruins portal. And giving the speedrunner the benefit of the doubt, the loot in this ruined portal chest contains all standard items that would spawn here. Some obsidian, some golden armor, and even flint and steel. But this part of the speedrun is when it's confirmed he's using a set seed. Because at this frame, the runner gets a Discord notification from his friend reading the message, "Did the seed work?" It's pretty obvious his friend is asking him if the set seed worked, which explains why he had to fake the world generation earlier in the run. So, after looting all the items in the ruined portal chest, the runner ends up being just one block short of completing the portal. So, the runner heads to a nearby village where he goes to loot the chest in this village house. And it would appear as though the runner gets incredibly lucky as he finds the piece of obsidian he needs to complete the portal. But hold on, rewind the footage and take a closer look at the specific village house he's looting. This type of village house is known as a medium house. The only problem is, obsidian can only spawn in one specific type of village house, and it's actually a weaponsmith, not a medium house. Which means the runner placed the obsidian in the chest before recording, meaning he cheated once again. So, after collecting the obsidian he needs, the runner gets a bit of loot from the village, completes the ruined portal, and makes his way into the nether. And thankfully, on the surface, his spawn seems pretty legit. The runner is still in survival mode, he doesn't have any strange potion effects in the corner of his screen, and his XP stayed the exact same. But let's take a closer look at a few items in his inventory. Before the runner entered the portal, these two items were directly next to each other. But when spawning into the nether, they have completely separated. This means that there was a cut in the recording, and this nether generation is completely fake. So when he finds a nether fortress 10 seconds after spawning in, we know he just cheated. So the runner enters the nether fortress, where immediately he doesn't even get the achievement for entering into it. And furthermore, when the runner goes to the blaze spawner, there's far more blazes that can naturally spawn there. Well, if you take a very close look at this block under the blaze spawner, you'll actually notice that a second blaze spawner has been placed. The runner clearly did this off camera, which explains why he didn't get the achievement for entering the fortress. So, with this many blazes, it's incredibly easy for the runner to collect 7 blaze rods. Now, a normal speedrunner would then make their way to a bastion, hoping to collect ender pearls, a crucial item in Minecraft speedrun. But this speedrunner instead decides to head straight back into the overworld, which is incredibly bizarre, but will make more sense in a few seconds. So the runner spawns back in before running in an extremely deliberate path until he reaches this specific block, and he starts digging down immediately, which seems incredibly bizarre. Well, after about 15 seconds, the runner digs down all the way to a bastion? Wait, what? Not only did the speedrunner find a bastion, he just teleported back into the nether without a portal. I'm so confused. So the runner enters the bastion, collects a few gold blocks, and starts to trade with a couple nearby piglins. And at a first glance, it would appear as though these trades are completely normal, as he's getting some pretty standard items. But there's one singular item he receives that isn't possible to be traded from a piglin, which is this potion of water breathing. Remember this for later, as it will be extremely important. So, after collecting all the pearls that's required, the runner needs to make his way back to the overworld. But instead of building another nether portal, he simply just starts building up through the same tunnel that he entered, and he builds up all the way to the overworld. I still have no idea how he did that. So, after entering the overworld, the runner starts throwing his eyes of ender, using a popular technique known as triangulation to locate the position of the stronghold. But if you watch closely, you'll notice that the runner isn't actually following any any of the eyes, and is literally running in a completely different direction. And he does this all the way until he reaches the edge of an ocean, where he pulls out the water-breathing potion he got from the piglin earlier in the run, drinks it, and starts swimming underwater, until he starts digging at this specific block, and after only 30 seconds, he lands straight in the end portal room. And I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea how he did that. So the runner enters the end portal room, pulls out his eyes of ender, and starts placing them in the portal. But after placing all of his eyes in the portal, the runner ends up being just one eye short. So the runner heads to this lava pool on the side of the stronghold, where they look under this exact block, revealing a chest with the last eye of ender needed to complete the portal. So the runner gathers the final eye he needs from the chest, places it in the end portal, and enters into the end, where he spawns in directly on top of an end pillar. And at this elevation, it's pretty easy for him to kill the ender dragon. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a shipwreck, where there's already something fake about the speedrun, because if you take a very close look at the speedrunner's hotbar, you can actually see that the speedrunner is missing the slightest amount of hunger. This proves that the speedrunner has already played on this world, which will make more sense very soon. So the speedrun begins with the runner mining some wood, crafting a few tools, and making their way to the nearby shipwreck. But as the speedrunner is swimming towards the shipwreck, something incredibly strange happens. At this part of the clip, you can actually see that the speedrunner randomly gets 3 iron ingots in their inventory. But how is that possible? Well, if we rewind the footage and slow it down, take a very close look into the corner of the screen, where you can clearly see another player holding iron ingots in their hands. And if you play the footage, you'll notice that this player threw the iron ingots towards the runner as soon as he swam by. It's pretty obvious this player is the speedrunner's friend, who is clearly helping him gain an advantage in the speedrun. So the runner enters the shipwreck and immediately starts to loot the shipwreck chests. And right off the bat, there's something very suspicious about the first chest, because in a real shipwreck, this chest is supposed to be on this block, but in this shipwreck, you can clearly see the chest is on this block. And while some of the loot inside the chest is fairly normal, a few items such as obsidian and flint and steel can't actually spawn here. It's pretty obvious the runner placed this chest here himself before recording, which is why he was missing a sliver of hunger earlier in the run. So after looting the chests in the shipwreck, the runner makes his way to a nearby village. And at the start, everything in this village appears to be pretty normal, as the first 2 houses that he enters contain completely normal village items. But the speedrunner then finds the ruins portal house? Did I miss an update? So after spotting the ruins portal house, the runner enters it and sees this strange lever on the wall. And after activating it, it reveals a ladder going all the way down to a ruins portal. And in perfect fake speedrun fashion, he has the exact amount of obsidian in his inventory to complete the portal. So after finding the ruined portal house, the runner lights the portal and makes his way into the nether. Now, a normal speedrunner would likely begin to search for either a bastion or a fortress, hoping to collect items for completing the speedrun. However, this speedrunner doesn't travel to either of them and instead finds Jackson's lucky loot compound. Did I miss an update? And if you look closely, this player head right in front of the house is the exact same player who gave the speedrunner iron earlier in the run. So the speedrunner enters Jackson's lucky loot compound, where he sees the message to enter his password. So the runner grabs the book and clearly has no idea what to type, until he gets a message in the chat reading its password. This is just hilarious at this point. So the speedrunner enters the password and a chest is then revealed. And this chest has some of the most overpowered loot in all of Minecraft. Full netherite armor, a power 5 bow, fire resistance, and 32 golden apples. I guess they don't call it Jackson's lucky loot compound for nothing. So after collecting some extremely overpowered gear, the runner finally makes his way to another fortress. Now, as the runner is seemingly running through the halls of the fortress innocently, he randomly gets a strength potion in his inventory, which is weird, considering we clearly saw he didn't have this just 10 seconds earlier. Well, if you rewind the footage to just a few seconds ago, you can actually see that the speedrunner passed over this tripwire. And at this exact frame, you can actually see the smallest bit of a dropper at the top of the fortress. And the cherry on top is at this frame, we can see the same friend we've seen throughout the run holding a redstone torch. It's pretty obvious his friend built this tripwire contraption to give the speedrunner strength and make fighting the blazes way easier. So, with the strength potion equipped, it's incredibly easy for the runner to fight blazes and kill them quickly. But the runner is still having trouble with them as he simply isn't getting many blaze rods from the blazes he kills. Well, at this part of the footage, we can actually notice that the speedrunner mysteriously collects 3 blaze rods. When first, that's way too many to drop from a single blaze, as the max is 1, and secondly, he doesn't even kill a blaze during this part of the speedrun, so how is that possible? Well, take a look at the right wall directly next to the blaze spawner. If you look extremely closely, you can actually make out the shape of a player standing in front of these blocks. It's pretty obvious the runner is wearing a netherrack skin to blend in with the wall, and he's the one who threw the blaze rods at the speedrunner. So, the runner kills a few more blazes and gets the 7 rods that he needs. As the speedrunner leaves the fortress and starts to search for a bastion, he finds the Nether tour guide? How many updates did I miss? So, the Nether tour guide starts typing in chat, explaining that he is going to give the speedrunner a free tour of the Nether, and the speedrunner responds, asking the tour guide to take him to the nearest bastion. And after the tour guide agrees, he starts walking in a very specific direction, of course, leading the speedrunner all the way to the bastion. No, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this tour guide is just the player's friend. So the runner enters the bastion and start collecting some gold. But this guy must be new to speedrun, because instead of trying to trade with piglins, he starts throwing his gold at a zombified pigman. You have to be joking. So, after trying to trade with the zombified pigman, the runner turns around to quickly check his inventory. But when he looks back, the zombified pigman has actually traded with him. I have no idea how that just happened. So, after trading with the zombified pigman, the runner collects all the pearls that he needs and starts to craft another portal. The only problem is, he ends up being just short of completing the portal. But after the speedrunner checks his inventory for any possible pieces of obsidian, when he returns to the game, the portal has been magically completed. But hold on, that's literally impossible, as just seconds before we saw it was missing 2 blocks. Well, if you play this part of the footage in very slow motion, you can actually see his friend holding obsidian in his hands and flying away. And at this part of the footage, we can actually see his friend placing blocks. These players are so bad at hiding their cheats. So, with a completed nether portal, the runner lights it and makes their way into the overworld, where the runner gets a pretty interesting spawn as he is teleported in the direct center of a village. And after collecting a few beds to help with the Ender Dragon fight, the runner decides he needs some extra iron and starts looking for the iron golem. And he actually finds one, but he looks slightly different than a normal iron golem. This might actually be the funniest cheat I've seen in a speedrun because it's so unbelievable. So, even though this is the most obviously fake iron golem ever, the runner still goes through the effort of trying to kill it, but because this is clearly a player, he not only drops iron ingots, but literally everything in his inventory. This is just getting out of control. So, after looting the village, the runner uses his Eyes of Ender to locate the position of the stronghold using triangulation, and the speedrunner eventually finds the stronghold, where he digs down, enters in, and locates the end portal room, where out of nowhere comes his friend, killing the speedrunner. I guess he wasn't happy getting killed earlier in the run. So, after the speedrunner gets killed, I guess he doesn't want to waste more time looking for the stronghold again, so he literally just uses a teleport command and goes back to the end portal room. So, the speedrunner finishes the portal, spawns in the end, and thankfully, things finally appear normal. The runner is still in survival mode, he doesn't have any strange items in his hotbar, and the dragon is still at full health. Well, do you remember when earlier in the run, the speedrunner found Jackson's Lucky Loot Compound? When he goes to the surface, he finds Jackson's Lucky Loot Compound End Edition. And to nobody's surprise, it's equipped with every single item that you would need to defeat the Ender Dragon. And with all of this insanely overpowered loot, the runner destroys the Ender Dragon. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a desert pyramid, where he starts off the run by mining some wood, crafting a few tools, and heading inside the temple. And surprisingly, all of the loot and the desert pyramid chests are completely normal, so everything seems legit so far. But when the speedrunner builds back up to the surface, you'll notice that this chest has been mysteriously added to the pyramid. When first, we clearly saw this wasn't here before the speedrunner dug down, and secondly, it's literally impossible for a chest to spawn in this location in a pyramid. Well, the runner goes to loot the chest, and when he opens it, he finds some pretty standard stuff. Gold, flint and steel, the true Valoran. Wait, what? That thing is insanely powerful. So, after destroying an entire ecosystem of animals, the speedrunner makes their way to a nearby village. But let's take a very close look to what happens when the runner kills the iron golem. It would appear as though the runner gets pretty lucky, as the iron golem drops 5 ingots, the max amount that he can drop. But if we rewind the footage and slow it down, you'll actually notice that the speedrunner cheated. Because at this frame, we can clearly see that the iron golem only drops 2 ingots. But there's actually a slight cut in the footage to where it appears as though the golem drops 5 ingots. It's pretty obvious the runner cut the footage to get an advantage by having more iron. So, with 5 iron, the runner is able to craft an iron bucket, to which he makes his way to a nearby lava pool. And this guy must be new to Minecraft, because he clearly built the nether portal completely wrong. He built it horizontal when it clearly needs to be vertical. Well, the runner still pulls out his flint and steel. Okay, there's no way this is gonna work. Oh my gosh, that just worked. And just to make sure I wasn't dreaming, I built this same nether portal in my own world, and it clearly doesn't work. So I have no idea how the runner just did that. So the runner enters the horizontal nether portal and makes his way into the nether. And it would appear as though the runner gets extremely lucky, as he immediately finds the location of a nether fortress. So the runner enters the fortress and begins to search for a blaze spawner. And he actually manages to find one pretty quickly, which is incredibly suspicious, as he would have no way of knowing where it was located. Well, rewind the footage to when the speedrunner first started looking for the blaze spawner. If you look closely, you'll actually notice these pieces of nether gold ore in the wall of the fortress. And if you play the clip, you can clearly see the runner has been following these blocks all the way to the blaze spawner. It's pretty obvious he placed these here before recording as a way to remember which direction the spawner was located. So the runner locates the spawner, starts to fight a few blazes, and starts collecting some blaze rods. All pretty normal. Until, out of nowhere, spawns a blue blaze? Is that even a real type of blaze? Well, without waiting, the runner immediately starts attacking this strangely colored blaze. And instead of dropping a blaze rod, this blaze actually drops an ender pearl. I'm so confused. So, after collecting 7 blaze rods and his 1 ender pearl from the blue blaze, the runner needs to make his way to a bastion. Well, the runner pulls out his 1 ender pearl that he got and seemingly throws it in a random direction. But it actually teleports him straight in front of a bastion. But hold on, that's literally impossible, as we can clearly see that the ender pearl was thrown in a direction without a single bastion in sight. Well, if we slow down the footage and watch it frame by frame, there's actually a single frame where the runner teleports to a completely different location. It's pretty obvious the runner edited his video to make it look like he teleported to a bastion, but forgot to edit out just 1 single frame. So, after quote-unquote teleporting to a bastion, the runner starts to look for some gold blocks. But he seems to be having a lot of trouble finding them, so the speedrunner instead decides to loot a nearby chest, where he finds some pretty standard items that would spawn here. A golden axe, magma cream, mining goggles. Wait, what? Is that a real Minecraft item? Well, the runner grabs the mining goggles from the chest and decides to put them on, and immediately, he can now see where every single gold block is located in the bastion. These goggles are very overpowered. So, with the mining goggles, the runner easily locates multiple blocks of gold and crafts ingots to trade with piglins. But I guess the runner isn't happy with the trades he's getting, because he decides to pull out the true Valoran sword he got earlier in the run and literally kills every single piglin he can find, which is a terrible idea because he now can't even trade with them, meaning he won't be able to get any ender pearls. And this is where things get hilarious.
Dude, are you dumb? Why would you kill those piglins?
They were giving me terrible items. I'm done with them.
Dude, you can't get any pearls now.
Bro, I have an idea. Don't worry.
Tension seems to be slightly high. Well, like the speedrunner said, he did have an idea on how he was going to get the ender pearls, but I don't think he thought through how obvious it was he was cheating, because his quote-unquote idea includes going into creative mode, grabbing an entire stack of ender pearls, placing them in a random bastion chest, and pretending like he got extremely lucky finding them. And the worst part is, he didn't cut out any of this in his speedrun, so it's just hilariously obvious that he's cheating. So, after claiming to find an entire stack of pearls from a bastion chest, the runner then needs to travel back to the overworld so he can locate the end portal room. The only problem is, the runner doesn't have quite enough obsidian to build another portal, meaning he can't travel to the overworld. Well, the speedrunner decides to pull out some dirt he randomly collected earlier in the run and starts making the shape of a nether portal. Okay, there's no way this works. Yeah, I can't believe he actually tried that. Well, the runner still seems to believe this dirt portal will actually work, so he attempts to light it one more time, and oh my gosh! Wait, how did he just create a dirt nether portal? Even his friend is confused.
How did you just do that?
So, after literally creating a nether portal out of dirt, the runner makes their way back to the overworld. But instead of using their eyes of ender for triangulation like a normal speedrunner would, this runner instead decides to travel to a nearby village, and decides to enter this specific village house, where he makes one of the funniest claims I've ever heard.
Dude, did you know that if the bed in the village is orange, that a stronghold will always spawn under it?
Okay, I know for a fact this isn't true, but let's just see what he does. Well, the runner enters the village house, sees the orange bed, and starts to dig under it. And after about a minute of digging, he actually spawns directly into a stronghold. At this point, I'm just impressed on how the runner is pulling this stuff off. So, the runner enters the stronghold, and to nobody's surprise, the craziness just continues. Because instead of simply running throughout the stronghold like a normal speedrunner would, this guy of course has his own idea.
Dude, I saw something on YouTube Shorts that said if you always turn right in a stronghold, you'll eventually enter the portal room.
Honestly, I don't even know if that's true, but let's see what the speedrunner does. And I can't believe it, but following this method, the runner actually located the end portal room. At this point, I'm so confused, I don't even know what to believe. So the runner enters the end portal room, crosses his eyes of ender, and starts placing them into the portal. And in true fake speedrun fashion, he ends up being just one eye short of completing the portal. And this must have angered the speedrunner so much because he claims he's gonna finish the speedrun later.
Dude, I'm done with this. I'm just gonna finish this later.
And I kid you not, he starts playing Fall Guys. This is the funniest speedrun I've ever seen. So, after literally playing Fall Guys for 30 minutes, the runner finally decides to return to the speedrun. And when he opens his inventory, he magically finds the last Eye of Ender he needs to complete the portal. Even though, if we rewind the footage to before the runner started playing Fall Guys, we can clearly see that this Eye of Ender was nowhere in his inventory. It's pretty obvious the runner used Fall Guys as a distraction to get the last Eye of Ender he needs off camera. So, with the final Eye of Ender, the runner completes the end portal and makes his way into the end. And luckily, his spawn seems to be completely normal at a first glance. As the dragon still has full health, the runner doesn't have any strange items in his inventory, and he spawns on an obsidian platform like a real speedrunner would. Well, do you remember when earlier in the run, the speedrunner found the true Valorian? Well, he equips it and makes very quick work of the Ender Dragon. This guy isn't fooling anyone. This next speedrun begins, and there's already something fake about it. Like we've seen many times before, there's a message about a player joining the world, which reveals this speedrun is on a multiplayer server, something clearly not allowed during a solo speedrun. Remember this for later, as it will become a hilarious part of the speedrun. So the speedrun begins, and honestly, it looks pretty normal. The runner goes to mine a few trees, crafts a few tools, and the runner starts to look for a village. And he actually manages to find one pretty quickly, which is bizarre considering he would have no way to know its location. Well, let's rewind the footage to right before the speedrunner started looking for the village. If you look closely into the sky, you'll actually notice these strange particles floating around. These particles actually come from a player using an invisibility potion, which is clearly being used by the friend we saw join the world. And if you play the footage, you'll notice the speedrunner has been following these invisibility particles all the way to the village. So, after locating the village, the runner begins to search for some valuable loot. And after collecting some beds and some hay, the runner goes to loot the chest in this village house, where he finds some pretty standard loot. Some potatoes, bread, the Mortooth. Wait, what? I feel bad for this village. So, after destroying an entire village, the runner begins to search for a nearby ruined portal. And this is when the speedrunner thinks it's the perfect time to advertise his YouTube channel, where he adds in a subscribe logo in the bottom left corner of the screen. But right after he does this, he immediately seems to know the exact location of a ruined portal. Well, let's rewind the footage to right before the speedrunner added in the subscribe logo. You can actually see the faintest message of the speedrunner using a /locate command for the ruined portal, but added in the subscribe logo just one frame too late. It's pretty obvious he was trying to hide the fact that he was cheating with this logo. So the runner arrives at the ruined portal, loots the chest, but unfortunately doesn't have enough obsidian to complete the portal. But as the runner is mining this gold block, you can actually hear the sound of a chest opening. And when the speedrunner returns, there's magically 2 more obsidian that's been added to the chest, the exact amount he needs to complete the portal. It's pretty obvious his friend put these pieces of obsidian in the chest while the speedrunner was looking away and mining this gold block. So the runner grabs the obsidian from the chest, completes the portal, and makes his way into the nether, where he spawns in a very interesting place. A singular block in the middle of a lava pool. But when the speedrunner turns around, he's greeted with a literal parkour course all the way to a fortress. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this can't spawn naturally. So the speedrunner starts doing parkour during a speedrun, and he's actually doing pretty well until he misses a jump and starts falling towards the lava. So he's clearly going to die, right? Wrong, because the speedrunner changes his game mode to creative, flies back up, and pretends like nothing even happened, typing in the chat that is computer glitch. I guess a computer glitch is the new term for being terrible at parkour. So on his second attempt, the runner does much better, making it all the way to his final jump. But when he tries to jump in the fortress, he gets completely denied by a barrier block.
Dude, stop trolling.
And he's clearly talking to his friend, because if you look into the corner of the screen, you can see the same friend we've seen throughout the run holding a barrier block. This guy just got trolled in a speedrun. So after respawning, the runner collects some loot from the village and makes his way back to the nether, where he finally enters the fortress, where thankfully things are pretty normal as the runner fights a couple of blazes. But the runner only decides to get 3 blaze rods, which is far less than the usual a normal speedrunner would collect. But don't worry, this will make more sense very soon. So after collecting the rods that he needs, the runner begins to search for a nearby bastion, where he uses a pretty common technique of scanning the amount of entities to lead him to a possible bastion. But if you actually watch what he's doing, he doesn't actually travel in the direction with the most entities, but travels in a completely different direction. Well, after only about 30 seconds of running in the wrong direction, the runner finds something pretty strange. Is that a roller coaster? You have to be kidding me. Well, the runner enters the minecart in the nether roller coaster, and after a quick ride, he is dropped off directly in front of a bastion. And I'm pretty sure we all know who built this roller coaster. So the runner enters the bastion, collects some gold, and starts to trade with some piglins. And for the first few trades, things appear to be pretty normal as the runner is getting pretty standard loot. But the runner then gets a blaze rod from a piglin trade, which is not only an impossible item to receive from a piglin, but now it makes sense why he got so few in the fortress. So after collecting all the pearls and rods that he needs, a normal speedrunner would make their way back to the overworld to look for a stronghold and enter the end. The only problem is, the speedrunner doesn't have quite enough obsidian to build a portal, so how will he teleport to the overworld? Well, out of nowhere, his friend flies into the screen and starts to type in the chat, where he types the message, "I'll build the portal for you if you buy me 1,000 V-Bucks. You've got to be kidding me. Well, the runner types in chat that he agrees, and the friend starts to build the nether portal. But right before the speedrunner enters the portal, he types in chat, "Scammer get scammed," and travels to the overworld. I guess that means his friend won't be getting those V-Bucks. So the runner enters the overworld, and using his Eyes of Ender, starts to throw them in hopes of locating the strongholds. And after finding the correct location, he digs down to enter the stronghold, where he starts to search for the end portal room, which he seems to locate incredibly quickly, which is bizarre considering he would have no way of knowing its location. Well, let's rewind the footage and take a closer look at what happened. If you look closely, you'll notice these random blocks of cobblestone scattered throughout the strongholds. And if you pay close attention, you'll notice the runner has been following these cobblestone blocks all the way to the end portal room. It's pretty obvious he placed them here before recording to lead him in the correct direction. So the runner enters the room and using his Eyes of Ender successfully completes the end portal, where he spawns into the end with everything looking pretty legit, with no strange items in his inventory and a dragon at full health. But as the speedrunner is casually walking on the surface, take a closer look at this end pillar, where if you look very closely, you can actually see a player wearing an obsidian skin trying to blend in, which is clearly the same player we've seen throughout the speedrun. Well, I guess this player wasn't too happy about not getting his V-Bucks because he pulls out a diamond sword and starts chasing the speedrunner, and actually manages to kill him before the runner even got a chance to fight the dragon. And the speedrun just ends there. This next speedrun begins, and right away, there's something completely fake about the speedrun. Surprisingly, it doesn't have anything to do with the spawn, as the world generation looks completely legit. And it also doesn't have anything to do with this game mode, as we can clearly see he's in survival with 0 XP. But let's take a closer look at this speedrunner's keyboard cam. If you look closely, even though the runner's hands are clearly off the keyboard, the speedrunner's character starts to move. And on top of this, when the runner goes to collect wood from this tree, we can also see that his hand is literally off the mouse. This actually proves that this footage is pre-recorded and the runner's keyboard cam is completely fake. Either way, the run starts off fairly normally as the runner locates a shipwreck, loots a couple of chests, and makes his way to a nearby village. And while both the chests in the village and the iron golem are completely normal, the runner finds a floating ruined portal. Now, while this technically is possible to spawn naturally, after literally asking ChatGPT, the odds of this happening is 1 in every 2 million chunks, which basically means this is clearly fake. So, after collecting all the loot from the village that the speedrunner needs, the runner makes his way to the floating ruined portal. We're giving him the benefit of the doubt. All the items in this ruined portal chest contain completely normal items. But while the speedrunner is literally placing obsidian on the ruined portal, move your focus towards his keyboard cam, where we can literally see the speedrunner scrolling on TikTok. This guy is so bad at cheating. So, the runner gathers the materials from the chest, completes the portal, and prepares to spawn into the nether, where he spawns in the direct middle of this giant lava pool. But without any ender pearls or enough blocks in his inventory, how is the runner supposed to make his way to the surface? Well, without hesitation, the runner literally starts walking forward, where it looks as though he's walking on air. And after following a very specific path, the runner actually walks on air all the way to safety. But let's rewind the footage and take a closer look at what really happened. Because as soon as the runner spawned in, take a closer look at this ceiling, where you can see this very specific set of glowstone that clearly can't spawn naturally. And if you play the footage, you'll actually notice the speedrunner is following the exact same path these glowstone blocks are going. If you couldn't already tell, this runner was walking on invisible barrier blocks. But to make sure he didn't fall in the lava, he placed the exact same path with glowstone directly above him. And while that's very smart, this is clearly fake. So the runner makes his way to the surface, where he almost immediately locates a nether bastion. And after collecting an iron pickaxe, the runner mines some gold and starts to trade with a group of nearby piglins. But as the runner is clearly in the middle of trading with these piglins, you can literally see the speedrunner leave his desk and keyboard. Seriously, who is actually doing this speedrun? So the runner continues to trade with the piglins, but he seems to be getting slightly more loot than normal. Well, at this part of the footage, take a very close look into the right side of the screen, where you can actually see another set of golden ingots being thrown at the piglins. And when the runner turns around to check his inventory, at this exact frame, we can see the slightest portion of an arm that is clearly coming from another player. This other player is clearly also trading with the exact same piglins, so the speedrunner can get far more loot. So, with 2 people people trading at the same time, the runner quickly collects all the ender pearls that he needs. But make note of the fact that the runner only has 8 blocks of obsidian, which will become very important very soon. So the runner leaves the bastion, where he begins to search for a nether fortress. And while he locates one without any suspicious activity, he actually reveals something else that's completely fake. Because when the runner goes to the blaze spawner, he finds far more blazes than possible to spawn here. Well, if you rewind the footage to just 20 seconds earlier and take a closer look at this wall, you'll actually notice 2 extra blaze spawners have been placed before recording. The runner obviously tried to place them in a spot that we couldn't see, but he just got caught cheating. So, with this insane amount of blazes at the blaze spawner, it's pretty easy for the runner to collect 7 blaze rods. And with 7 blaze rods and 12 ender pearls, a normal speedrunner would then start heading back towards the overworld. The only problem is, the runner only has 8 blocks of obsidian in their inventory, meaning they don't have enough to craft another portal. Well, the runner turns around and sees an obsidian blaze? How did that spawn in vanilla Minecraft? Well, the runner starts attacking the obsidian blaze, and when he kills it, this blaze drops the final 2 pieces of obsidian he needs to complete the portal. What is even happening? So, the runner crafts another portal, lights it, where they finally spawn back into the overworld. But this is when the speedrunner decides it's the perfect time to start playing games on his phone. Is he even trying to hide that he's cheating? Well, the runner crafts his Eyes of Ender and starts throwing them in the air, using a popular technique known as triangulation to locate the position of the strongholds. But this is when the funniest thing I've ever seen in a Minecraft speedrun happens. Because after the runner throws his eye, look at what he sees in the sky. It's another player wearing a skin with an Eye of Ender on it and a background of a sky. And this player is literally pretending that he's a real Eye of Ender and starts flying around in the sky. This is too much to handle. Well, the speedrunner follows this quote-unquote Eye of Ender, where it happens to fly all the way to the exact position of the strongholds. And the best part is, during all of this, the runner is literally eating food during the speedrun. This is out of control. So, the runner locates the position of the strongholds, where they start digging down in hopes of locating the end portal room. But as they're digging down, take a closer look into the top right corner of the screen, where the speedrunner randomly gets a fire resistance effect. Not only does this reveal there was a cut in the recording, but this will make more sense very soon. So, the runner continues digging down, where they finally enter the stronghold and begin searching for the end portal room. But they just can't seem to find it after wasting a ton of time looking for it. Well, the runner decides to travel to a nearby cave, where they find this pretty standard looking lava pool, where they suddenly jump in the lava pool without hesitation. And because the runner just got a fire resistance potion, he doesn't take any damage. Well, after about 30 seconds in this random lava pool, when the runner goes back up to the surface, he's somehow in the end portal room. I don't even want to question it. So, the runner goes to the portal, places his Eyes of Ender, and successfully enters the end. And giving the speedrunner the benefit of the doubt, absolutely nothing seems weird about his spawn into the end, as the runner makes his way to the surface and starts to fight the Ender Dragon pretty normally. The only issue is, when the runner is literally killing the Ender Dragon, you can clearly see that the speedrunner is on his phone texting. And when the runner actually kills the Ender Dragon, his hand isn't even on the mouse. We're just gonna move on. This next speedrun begins, and at a first glance, everything appears to be pretty normal. The runner is selecting the first slot of their inventory, they're in survival mode with 0 XP, and they're also facing completely straight. However, did you notice that when the runner spawned in, his game menu was actually open? This is something that's impossible, as in a real Minecraft speedrun, you can never spawn in with your menu open. This proves that the world generation was completely fake, and the runner is playing on a world he's likely already been on, which makes even more sense when you notice the runner not only spawns in front of a village, but there's also a ruined portal extremely close to his spawn. Either way, the run begins with the runner mining some wood, crafting himself a couple tools, and entering the nearby village, where the runner actually comes across 3 iron golems in one single village. And while it's technically possible that these spawn naturally, there's one small detail which reveals reveals 2 of them are completely fake. Because notice how when the runner hits the first golem, it immediately starts to attack. However, when the runner hits the other 2 golems, neither of them act hostile towards the speedrunner. This is only possible if the speedrunner built these 2 iron golems off camera, as iron golems you build yourself will never attack back no matter how many times you hit it. So, the runner kills all 3 iron golems where they collect a ton of iron, gather a couple beds and hay from the village, and make their way to the nearby ruins portal. Now, I want you to take a mental image of this nether portal at this frame. Got it? Well, the runner moves towards it, where they gather a little extra wood on the way, where it seems as though they get extremely lucky, as they find the exact amount of obsidian they need in the ruins portal chest. But let's rewind the footage to just a few seconds ago, because this is actually completely fake. Because look, at this frame, we can clearly see the ruins portal looks like this. However, after the runner went to collect wood from this tree, one more piece of obsidian has been placed in the top left corner. This proves there was a cut in the recording where the runner likely went off camera and placed an extra piece of obsidian on the portal. So the runner loots the ruin portal chest, completes the portal, and spawns into the nether, where they actually spawn in a pretty terrible location as they're enclosed by blocks all around them. Well, while this may appear to be unlucky, this is actually yet another way the speedrunner has cheated, because it's actually impossible for a nether portal to spawn you completely enclosed in blocks. Because when the runner starts destroying the blocks around them, he breaks directly into a fortress. This guy is terrible at cheating. So, the runner enters the fortress, where they begin their search for a nearby blaze spawner, and they actually locate one fairly quickly, where they start fighting blazes and collecting blaze rods. Now, you probably missed it, but this part of the speedrun is actually completely fake. Because, in a nether fortress, blazes can only start spawning when a player is within 16 blocks of the spawner. However, at this frame, we can clearly see a handful of blazes have already spawned in, even though the runner is clearly farther than 16 blocks away. This means that the runner spawned in these blazes himself off camera, likely to have a better chance at collecting blaze rods. So, the runner makes their way to the spawner, where they kill a few blazes and start collecting blaze rods pretty quickly. But the runner actually starts to leave the fortress after they only collect 5 blaze rods, which is far less than the 7 a normal speedrunner would collect. And while this may seem odd, this will make more sense later in the run. So, after collecting the rods the speedrunner needs, they begin their search for a nearby bastion. But out of nowhere, the speedrunner randomly decides to start digging down at this exact block. And after only a few seconds of digging, the runner drops down into a bastion. But hold on, that's literally impossible. There's no way the runner could have known the bastion was under this random block. Well, let's actually rewind the footage and take a closer look at what happened. Do you notice this group of fossils that is located directly next to where the speedrunner dug down from? Well, the fossils themselves are actually completely legitimate. However, where they spawn in are completely fake, because nether fossils can only spawn in one specific biome, a soul sand valley. But if we look at the footage, we can clearly see this is not a soul sand valley. This actually means the runner built these fossils himself in creative mode to remind him that a bastion was located under these blocks. So, the runner enters the bastion, where they collect a few gold blocks, craft some ingots, and starts to trade with the piglins. But these are some of the goofiest piglins I've ever seen in Minecraft, because they start dropping some of the most random items I've ever seen. Pink wool, music discs, oak planks. What is wrong with these piglins? Well, among all of the really weird trades that the piglins are making, there's one specific item that's extremely important for the speedrun, which is when the runner gets this redstone torch. Remember this item for later in the run. So, after a handful of terrible items, the runner finally gets the ender pearls that he needs. But once again, the runner collects far less ender pearls than a normal speedrunner would collect, as he only gathers 10. Remember, these 10 pearls along with the 5 blaze rods rods for later in the run. So after collecting his loot, the runner uses the obsidian he got from the piglins to craft a nether portal and head back to the overworld, where they start throwing their eyes of ender in hopes of locating a stronghold. But they seem to be having a lot of trouble with this process, as they simply can't seem to find the right location. Well, the runner pulls out the redstone torch he received from the piglin trade, where he places it on this random block, which actually opens up a hole in the ground, revealing a ladder all the way down to the stronghold. What just happened? So, the runner enters the stronghold, or like a normal speedrunner would, they begin to search for the end portal room, and the runner actually manages to locate it pretty quickly. There's just one slight issue. What kind of cursed end portal is that? It's literally vertical and shaped like a nether portal. Is this a new feature? Well, do you remember when the speedrunner only collected 5 blaze rods and 10 pearls earlier in the run? That means the runner can only craft 10 eyes of ender, which is actually the perfect amount that he needs to light this vertical end portal. But come on, there's actually no way this portal lights. It's not even possible. Oh my god, it actually worked. What am I even looking at right now? So, the runner enters the vertical end portal, where they actually spawn into the end. And thankfully, their spawn is pretty legit, as the runner is still in survival mode, the dragon has full health, and he doesn't have any strange potion effects in the corner of the screen. But when the runner goes to the surface, is that a creeper ender dragon? How many updates did I miss? Well, when the creeper ender dragon finally perches, the runner immediately heads towards it to attack. But the creeper dragon actually explodes, completely killing the speedrunner. I guess the runner should have known that would come from the creeper dragon. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a mansion. And while there's technically nothing fake about this spawn, the odds of spawning in directly next to a woodland mansion are over 1 in 10 million. So while technically possible, it's definitely something to keep our eye on. Anyway, giving him the benefit of the doubt, the run begins with the speedrunner mining some wood, crafting a few tools, and entering the mansion. All completely legit. But let's take a closer look at this chest that the speedrunner loots. In a real mansion, this chest is supposed to be located on this block. However, in this mansion, we can clearly see the chest was placed 1 block to the left. And when the speedrunner goes to loot this mansion chest, you'll actually notice that he finds diamonds and an iron pickaxe inside, which are both items that can't naturally spawn in a mansion chest. It's pretty obvious this chest was tampered with by the speedrunner before recording. But there's also something in the mansion that proves his spawn was fake, because as the speedrunner is running through the mansion, have you noticed he hasn't come across a single mob? Well, the only possible explanation for this is that the runner is playing in peaceful mode. The problem is, if we take a closer look at the speedrunner's world generation, we clearly saw he had his game mode set to normal. This actually proves that the world generation and his spawn are 2 different clips edited together, and the runner is actually using a set seed, which explains how he got an incredibly lucky spawn right next to a mansion. So, the runner finishes looting the mansion, where to nobody's surprise, they immediately find a village next door. But giving him the benefit of the doubt, the speedrunner starts killing the iron golem, looting a few chests, and collecting beds. Nothing out of the ordinary. However, let's take a very close look at what happens when the runner goes to farm these hay bales. I'll play the clip. Did you catch that? While the runner was innocently mining the hay, they randomly received an iron ingot in their inventory. And if you play the footage, you'll actually notice this iron ingot came from in between this stack of hay. It's pretty obvious the runner placed this here before recording to gain an advantage. So, with this extra piece of iron, the runner can craft both an iron bucket and flint and steel, where they start to search for a lava pool in hopes of crafting a nether portal. The only problem is, when the runner locates a lava pool, they realize they've accidentally filled their bucket with milk instead of water. And with no water sources nearby, it would waste way too much time for the speedrunner to go find water. Well, the speedrunner still decides to pull out the milk bucket, where he places it into the lava and what? Actually creates obsidian with a milk bucket. What did I just witness? So, after creating a nether portal with milk, the runner lights the portal portal and makes their way into the nether, where the runner gets incredibly lucky, spawning directly next to a bastion. But there's actually something about his spawn that proves the speedrunner is cheating, because if we rewind the footage to before the runner entered the portal, we can clearly see that the speedrunner is holding a wooden axe in their hands. However, after entering into the nether, the runner is clearly holding an iron pickaxe. This proves there was a cut in the recording where the speedrunner likely went off camera, located a bastion, and pretended like nothing happened. So, the runner spawns in, enters the bastion, and immediately starts looking for gold blocks to collect. But after searching for over 5 minutes, the runner simply can't seem to find a single gold block anywhere in the bastion. And without any gold blocks, the runner can't craft gold ingots, meaning he won't be able to make any trades with piglins. Well, the runner decides to pull out some redstone he got from the mansion chest earlier in the run and starts throwing it at the piglins. Okay, they're clearly not gonna make any trades with redstone. Oh my gosh, they're trading with redstone. How is this possible? So, not only do the piglins start trading with literal redstone, they actually start giving the speedrunner some of the most overpowered trades in Minecraft. Ender pearls, obsidian, and even fire resistance. But there's actually one single item the runner receives from the piglins that's completely fake, which is this stone button. And while it may appear to be unimportant, remember this button for later in the run. So, with all the pearls and obsidian the runner needs, he begins his search for a fortress, where he actually locates one pretty quickly, where they head straight towards the blaze spawner. And giving the runner credit, he actually does a pretty good job at fighting the blazes, collecting 3 rods almost immediately. But when the runner opens their inventory for just a split second, take a look into the top corner, where you can clearly see that the runner has a blaze spawner egg in their inventory. It's pretty obvious the runner used this egg to spawn in way more blazes than could spawn naturally, but forgot to clear it from their inventory before recording. So, with a good amount of blazes, the runner's able to collect 7 blaze rods pretty quickly. But the runner then makes an incredibly terrible mistake, because when the runner goes to leave the fortress, they accidentally waste 4 blocks of their obsidian building out of it, which means the runner now doesn't have enough obsidian to build a portal. So how are they supposed to travel to the overworld? Well, the runner pulls out his pickaxe and they start to dig in this random nether wall, where they have clearly carved out the shape of a nether portal. And I have no idea how, but the runner pulls out his flint and steel and actually creates a nether portal. How is that possible? Well, the runner enters the portal and somehow is actually teleported into the overworld. But instead of crafting Eyes of Ender and looking for the strongholds like a real speedrunner would, this speedrunner instead decides to pull out a bed and place it on the ground. Okay, I guess this isn't too weird. He probably just wants to get some rest. Oh my gosh. When the runner wakes up, he has literally spawned directly into the strongholds. How is that possible? So, after waking up in the stronghold, the runner begins their search for the end's portal. But after literally 10 minutes of searching, the runner simply can't seem to locate it. Well, the speedrunner decides they've had enough, so they go to loot this stronghold chest, where they find some pretty normal loot. Iron boots, apples, 12 end portal frames. Wait, what? Well, the runner grabs the 12 end portal frames, builds their very own end portal, and it actually lights. This is so obviously fake, I don't even care anymore. So, the runner builds the portal, places his eyes, and spawns into the end, where right off the bat, the Ender Dragon is somehow at half health. And when the runner goes to the surface, every single crystal has already been destroyed. And with all of that, it's incredibly easy for the runner to kill the Ender Dragon. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning next to both a desert pyramid and a village. And while the spawn is incredibly lucky, there's technically nothing fake about it so far. As the runner is in survival mode, he's selecting the first slot of his inventory, and he starts off the run by mining some wood, crafting some tools, and moving towards the desert pyramid. All completely legit, but let's watch closely to what happens when the runner goes to loot the desert pyramid. Did you catch that? When the runner dug down into the pyramid, he clearly touched the pressure plate on the floor. However, not a single piece of TNT went off, which means the runner removed all of the TNT in the desert pyramid before recording. But that's not all, because the runner also finds some pretty strange items in the pyramid chests. In the first chest, he finds flint and steel, an item that can't naturally spawn there. In the second chest, the runner finds 8 gold ingots, even though the max per chest is only 7. And in the fourth chest, the runner finds a netherite axe, an item that he clearly placed himself in creative mode before recording. This cheating is so obvious. So, after collecting a couple of overpowered items, the speedrunner continues with the runner making his way to the nearby village, where to my surprise, every single chest that he loots contains completely normal items. And the runner starts collecting beds and mining some hay, both pretty normal things you do in a speedrun. But things start to get weird when the runner goes to kill the village's iron golem, because the runner finds the dirt golem? You have to be kidding me. Well, instead of dropping iron like a normal iron golem, the dirt golem actually drops dirt. What is happening? So, after looting the rest of the village, the runner begins to search for a lava pool. The only problem is, without the iron golem, the runner doesn't have any iron to craft a bucket. So how is he supposed to build a nether portal? Well, as the speedrunner is traveling towards the nearby lava pool, he magically collects 6 iron ingots out of thin air. But let's rewind the footage and take a closer look at what really happened. If you slow down this clip and look into the top corner of the screen, you'll actually notice there's another player in the speedrun who's wearing a skin he thinks blends in with the sky. And if you play the clip, you can clearly see this player drop the iron ingots for the speedrunner as soon as he passes by. Not only is this clearly fake, but this proves the runner is on a multiplayer server, something that's clearly not allowed during a solo speedrun. So, with 6 iron ingots, the runner now has enough iron to craft a bucket and starts creating the shape of a nether portal. But this guy must be new to speedrunning because the runner actually creates a square nether portal. But the runner still pulls out the flint and steel from their inventory. There is no way this works. Oh my gosh, the portal lit. I am not going to question it. So, the runner enters the square portal, spawns into the nether, and begins their search for a nether fortress. But on the way, the runner notices something incredibly strange. This ghast, which at a first glance appears to be way smaller than what a normal ghast is supposed to look like. And secondly, the runner is currently in a crimson forest, a biome that ghasts can't naturally spawn in. Well, the runner starts getting closer to this weird ghast, where all of a sudden, he mounts onto the ghast and starts flying on the ghast all the way around the nether, while he's still in survival mode. I think I've seen it all. So, after hopping onto a flying ghast, the runner quickly travels throughout the nether and locates a fortress, where the runner not only finds 1, but 2, 3, 4, and 5 blaze spawners in a single blaze spawner room. While this is clearly impossible and was definitely placed by the runner before recording, come on, 5 blaze spawners is just unnecessary. Either way, with 5 spawners, there's far more blazes than normal, and the runner easily collects 7 blaze rods, where a normal speedrunner would then make their way to a bastion to collect both ender pearls and obsidian. But this is when the speedrunner decides it's the perfect time to quit his game, go to multiplayer, and start playing Bed Wars during the speedrun. You have to be kidding me. Well, after the speedrunner literally plays Bed Wars during the run, he finally returns to the game. But the runner is now somehow directly in front of a bastion, which he was clearly not anywhere near before he started playing Bed Wars. If you haven't caught on, the runner clearly used Bed Wars as a distraction from locating a bastion off camera and pretending it was there the entire time. So, the runner enters the bastion, where they need to start collecting gold so they can trade with piglins. The only problem is, the runner doesn't have enough sticks in their their inventory to craft an iron pickaxe, meaning they can't collect gold blocks and won't be able to trade with piglins. Well, the runner decides to head to this chest and starts looting it, where he happens to find the exact iron pickaxe that he needs. The only problem is, it's literally impossible for an iron pickaxe to spawn naturally in this chest. So how is this possible? Well, if we rewind the footage to about 10 seconds earlier, we can clearly see the same player we saw give the runner iron earlier in the run, open the chest, and place an iron pickaxe inside. These guys are terrible at cheating. So, with an iron pickaxe equipped, the runner easily mines gold blocks and starts to trade with the piglins, where the runner actually gets pretty lucky as he manages to get a full stack of ender pearls pretty quickly. But what kind of cursed ender pearls are those? They're literally bright red when everybody knows they're supposed to be green. Let's just ignore it for now. So, after collecting 16 red ender pearls and enough obsidian, the runner builds another portal and travels back to the overworld. And when the runner goes to craft his Eyes of Ender, they look extremely cursed. But if we ignore the strange Eyes of Ender, the runner actually locates the strongholds pretty quickly using a popular technique known as triangulation, where they dig down, fall into the stronghold, and begin their search for the end portal room. And on their way, the runner comes across this stronghold chest, which appears to contain some pretty normal items. Gold ingots, iron ingots, a spectator potion. Wait, what? Is this a real Minecraft item? Well, the runner grabs the spectator potion from the chest, and after they drink it, their game mode literally changes to spectator mode, where they can easily fly around the stronghold and locate the end portal room. I don't even know what to think anymore. So, the runner locates the end portal room, where they thankfully have enough eyes to finish the portal. The only problem is, these Eyes of Ender are extremely cursed. So, when the runner places his final eye in the portal turns red? That looks pretty scary. Well, the runner jumps into the red end portal, but when they spawn into the end, everything looks like the nether. Well, the runner enters the nether end, where after they destroy the crystals, they actually make pretty quick work of the ender dragon. This next speedrun begins with the runner immediately locating both a village and ruined portal at spawn, where they start off the run by mining some wood, crafting some tools, and entering the nearby village. But let's actually rewind the footage because his spawn is completely fake. If you look closely, you'll actually notice that when the speedrun begins, the runner is selecting the second slot in their inventory. The problem is, in a real Minecraft speedrun, you'll always spawn in selecting the first slot of your inventory. This proves that his world generation was completely fake, and the speedrunner is likely using a set seed. And to confirm this even further, after the runner loots a few chests and collects some beds, they accidentally reveal all the tabs they have open, and one of the tabs is literally a YouTube video titled Ruined Portal Village Island Seed. This proves the runner is using a set seed to gain an advantage in the speedrun, which explains why they had to fake their world generation. Anyway, the runner collects a few more beds and gathers some hay before they go to loot their final village chest. And inside, they find some pretty standard items. Some apples, a few iron ingots, a banana. Wait, what? That's the scariest banana I've literally ever seen. So, after destroying an entire family of villagers, the runner makes their way to a nearby ruined portal. And they actually get incredibly lucky, as they get the exact amount of obsidian they need from the chest to complete the portal. However, after I loaded in this exact same Minecraft seed for myself and went to the exact same ruined portal chest, you'll actually notice that no obsidian spawns here, meaning the runner placed the obsidian in the chest off camera. So, after getting the obsidian from the chest, the runner completes the nether portal and spawns into the nether, where right off the bat, the runner can see a nether fortress directly next to their spawn. But let's slow down the footage and see what really happened. If you play this clip frame by frame, you'll actually notice the runner spawns in a completely different location, but edited their video together to make it seem like they spawn directly next to a fortress. This cheating is too obvious. So, the runner makes his way towards the fortress, but there's one slight issue. This fortress is extremely high up, and the runner doesn't have enough blocks in their inventory to build up to it. But out of nowhere, the runner approaches the wall and literally starts climbing up it while they are still in survival mode. And I have literally no idea how the runner is doing this. So, the runner climbs all the way up to the fortress, where they quickly locate the blaze spawner. But is it just me, or are there far more blazes than are supposed to naturally spawn here? Well, for a split second when the speedrunner looks up, if you look into the corner of the screen, you can actually see a second blaze spawner hidden in the roof, which was clearly placed by the speedrunner off camera so he'd have more blazes to fight. But that isn't the only fake thing about this part of the speedrun, because if you look into the top corner of the screen, you'll notice the speedrunner has magically equipped a fire resistance potion, even though we clearly saw the runner never collected this anywhere in the speedrun. Well, if you look at this part of the footage, when the runner appears to check his inventory, there's a very obvious cut in the recording when the runner suddenly gets a fire resistance potion. This is too obvious. So, with a fire resistance potion and 2 blaze spawners, the runner easily collects 7 blaze rods, where a normal speedrunner would then make their way towards a bastion to collect ender pearls. But this speedrunner seems to have a trick up their sleeve, because instead of traveling towards a bastion, they go back to their portal and spawn into the overworld. Interesting. Well, once back in the overworld, the runner starts frantically searching around this village, and that's when they come across the Bastion House? Is this a new Minecraft update? Well, the runner enters the Bastion House, where they find one singular thing: a pressure plate in the middle of the floor. And of course, when the runner steps on it, they're teleported directly into a bastion. This cheating is out of control. So, once in the bastion, the runner loots a few chests, collects a couple gold blocks, and finds a group of nearby piglins to trade with. Now, almost every single one of these trades with the piglins is completely normal, as the runner collects some pearls, obsidian, and even a potion of fire resistance. However, the runner also collects this emerald block, which is not only impossible to receive from a piglin trade, but remember this block for later. So, after collecting all the items he needs from the bastion, the runner crafts another portal and makes his way back to the overworld. But instead of using the process of triangulation like a real speedrunner would, he seems to have a slightly different idea, because the runner makes his way to this seemingly random water pool, and once he gets a little closer, you can literally see there's a hole in this pool that goes all the way down to the strongholds, which the runner clearly created himself before recording. So, the runner enters the strongholds, where they quickly locate the end portal room. But when the runner enters the room, take a closer look at these 2 corners. In a real end portal room, these corners are supposed to contain lava. However, in this speedrun, these 2 corners have been completely filled in with stone. So, when the runner goes to dig at these blocks, he of course finds a chest with some of the most overpowered items in all of Minecraft. This is so clearly fake. So, the runner places his eyes of ender, lights the end portal, and spawns into the end. And immediately, when the runner travels to the surface, why are all the end pillars extremely small? They're far shorter than the normal height of an end pillar. Not to mention, the ender dragon has somehow already lost a ton of health. Well, do you remember when earlier in the speedrun, the runner got this emerald block from a piglin trade? Well, he uses that very block to craft the soul sword, which destroys the ender dragon. This next speedrun begins with the runner literally spawning in a village house, which right off the bat proves this speedrun is fake, as it's obviously impossible for this to happen naturally. But giving the runner the benefit of the doubt, he's in survival mode, he doesn't have any XP, and he's selecting the first slot of his inventory, so this must just be a glitch, right? Well, literally 15 seconds later, the speedrunner cheats once again, because when he leaves the village house, he's greeted with a bonus chest, which is something clearly not allowed in a Minecraft speedrun. I don't think this guy knows the rules. Well, putting aside his weird spawn and the bonus chest, the rest of the speedrun starts off fairly normally, as the runner collects some wood, crafts a couple tools, and starts attacking the iron golem. But when the runner kills it, the golem literally drops iron blocks instead of iron ingots, which clearly means the runner messed with the game files before recording. So, with an absurd amount of iron, the runner collects a couple of beds, gathers some hay, and starts to search for a ruined portal. But on his way, he comes across a shipwreck on land? You have to be kidding me. I think it's pretty obvious it's impossible for a shipwreck to spawn in a plains biome, which means the runner must have built this shipwreck himself off camera. And when the runner opens his inventory just a few seconds later, you can literally see he still has some of the blocks he used to rebuild this shipwreck. This guy is terrible at cheating. So, the runner enters the shipwreck where they start to loot the shipwreck chests. And while the first chest contains some pretty standard items, the second chest literally contains everything you need to enter the nether. Enough obsidian to build a portal, a flint and steel to light the portal, and even a fire resistance potion to help in the nether. This guy is so lucky. So, after collecting all the items from the shipwreck chest, you'd expect the speedrunner to immediately use these resources to craft a portal and head to the nether. But instead of doing this right away, the runner starts to travel in a very specific direction, where after only about 30 seconds of running, the speedrunner stops at this patch of dirt, where if you look closely, has been marked out with a very specific spot to build a nether portal. So of course, after building the nether portal in this exact location, the runner spawns into the nether directly next to a fortress. I don't even know what to say. So, the runner enters the fortress, where they immediately start looking for the blaze spawner room. But instead of a blaze spawner, the runner finds the sheep spawner? You have to be kidding me. Not only was this clearly built by the runner off camera, but why would anyone need a sheep spawner in a speedrun? Well, the runner starts attacking the sheep from the sheep spawner, and somehow, when he kills one of the sheep, it actually drops a blaze rod. What is happening? So, the runner continues to kill sheep, where he somehow collects 7 blaze rods, where the runner immediately starts to search for a bastion. But when the runner manages to locate one, he has one slight issue. This bastion is located on the opposite side of this giant lava pool. And without any ender pearls in their inventory, how is the runner supposed to travel to this bastion? Well, the runner places down a crafting table where they craft a singular wooden boat, where they decide to place it on the very edge of this block. But out of nowhere, the boat literally starts floating, and the runner gets in the floating boat where he actually flies all the way to the bastion. Since when could boats fly in Minecraft? So, the runner exits the flying boat, where they enter the bastion, craft an iron pickaxe, and start collecting gold blocks. But after the runner collects his gold, there's something completely fake about this speedrun. Because in this clip, you'll actually notice the runner hits one of the piglins. But instead of fighting back, this piglin does nothing. This is only possible if the runner is in peaceful mode, something that's clearly not allowed during a speedrun. So, after collecting his gold blocks and crafting some ingots, the runner starts to trade with a group of nearby piglins, where thankfully, nothing suspicious happens, and the runner collects 12 ender pearls fairly quickly. However, the runner isn't getting as much luck with obsidian, as he doesn't get a single single piece from the piglin trades. And this is a massive problem, because without obsidian, the runner can't craft another portal and can't head back to the overworld. But the runner still decides to leave the bastion without any obsidian, where they seem to be traveling in a very specific direction, until just 30 seconds later, they locate a ruined portal. But hold on, let's rewind the footage, because how did the runner know there was a ruined portal at this location? Well, if you take a closer look at these mushrooms on the floor, you'll actually notice that they form the shape of an arrow. And if you play the footage, the runner clearly followed the direction of the arrow all the way to the ruins portal. This mushroom arrow was clearly built by the speedrunner before recording to give himself an advantage. So, after following the mushroom arrow, the runner locates the ruins portal, where they go to loot the ruins portal chests. But unfortunately, they only get 2 pieces of obsidian in the chests, which means they are just 1 block short of completing the portal. Well, the runner turns around for a brief second to organize a few items in their inventory, but when the runner turns back around and opens this exact same chest, a singular piece of obsidian has magically appeared, even though literally just seconds earlier, we clearly saw this chest had no obsidian left. Well, if we play this part of the footage back in slow motion, notice how this strider jumps completely forward in time. This reveals there was a cut in the recording where the runner likely went off camera and placed the last piece of obsidian in the chest so he could finish the portal. So, the runner grabs the obsidian, completes the ruined portal, and finally spawns back into the overworld. But, without warning, the runner starts digging down directly where they spawned in and actually manages to dig straight into a stronghold. However, if we rewind the footage and play it frame by frame, we can actually see the runner spawns in a completely different location, but edited his video together to make it seem like he spawned directly on top of a stronghold. So the runner enters the stronghold, where he uses his Eyes of Ender to quickly locate the end's portal room. But this is when, out of nowhere, an animation of Steve holding a subscribe logo starts playing on the screen, in the middle of the speedrun. That was kind of weird. Well, after that random interruption, the runner enters the end portal room, where he has the exact amount of eyes he needs to complete the portal. But hold on, you likely didn't even notice it, but the runner just cheated, because let's rewind the footage to before the runner played the random subscribe animation. If you look closely at his inventory, you'll notice the runner has 10 Eyes of Ender. However, after the animation played, the run resumes with him having 11 Eyes of Ender. This animation was clearly a way for the speedrunner to get the last Eye of Ender he needed off camera. So, the runner completes the end portal, spawns into the end, where thankfully, everything is pretty legit. The runner is still in survival mode, he doesn't have any strange items in his inventory, and the dragon is still at completely full health. But when the runner travels to the surface, what am I looking at? The runner is literally in the overworld while in the end. And when the dragon appears, it's literally a wooden ender dragon. You have to be kidding. Luckily, being a wood ender dragon, the runner makes pretty quick work of it and finishes the run. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a village, where he's selecting the first slot of his inventory, he's in survival mode, and he's also facing completely straight. Everything seems legit. But as the runner makes his way towards the village, take a closer look into the bottom left corner of the screen, where we can clearly see the message of a player joining the world. Not only does this prove the runner is on a multiplayer server, which is something obviously not allowed during a speedrun, but remember this player who joined the world for later in the run. So the runner enters the village, where they loot a few chests, collect a couple beds, and gather some hay, where they then decide they want to trade with a couple villagers to get some loot. But let's just say he finds a strange looking villager, who, if you couldn't already tell, is clearly the same player we saw join the world a few minutes ago, wearing a villager skin. So the runner goes up to this quote-unquote villager and throws him a few wood planks, which is an item that real villagers can't even trade with in Minecraft. However, for these planks, this villager decides to give the speedrunner an entire stack of iron ingots in return. These guys aren't fooling anyone. So, with a stack of iron ingots, the runner crafts both an iron bucket and flint and steel, where they make their way to a nearby lava pool. But this speedrunner must be new to Minecraft because they can't seem to figure out how to craft a nether portal. Well, let's take a listen into his audio to figure out what's going on.
How to build a speedrunner's nether portal in less than a minute. For this, you'll need to find yourself a lava pool, and you'll also...
If you couldn't tell, this speedrunner is literally watching a tutorial on how to build another portal during a speedrun. You have to be kidding me. So, the runner finally completes the nether portal and lights it using their flint and steel. And when he spawns into the nether, the runner gets incredibly lucky as he literally spawns directly next to a fortress. But this part of the speedrun is actually completely fake. Because look, before the runner entered the nether, notice how he is standing on the right side of the portal. However, when he spawns into the nether, he's suddenly now on the left side of the portal. This reveals there was a cut in the recording where the runner easily located the nether fortress off camera. So, the runner enters the fortress where they immediately start to search for a blaze spawner room. And on their way, the speedrunner comes across a nether fortress chest. However, while the loot in this chest may appear to be innocent, it's actually impossible for both fire resistance and an iron pickaxe to spawn here, meaning the runner placed them in the chest before recording. So, with a fire resistance potion, it's pretty easy for the runner to fight the blazes without much trouble. And on the surface, it would appear as though the runner gets extremely lucky as he collects 7 blaze rods almost instantly. However, let's rewind the footage and see what really happened. If you look closely into the very corner of the spawner, you'll actually notice these particles in the air. And just a few seconds later, blaze rods magically seem to be coming from where these particles are. It's pretty obvious these particles are coming from an invisibility potion, and the same player we've seen throughout the speedrun is using the potion to give the runner extra blaze rods without us noticing. So, the runner collects his 7 blaze rods, where a normal speedrunner would begin a search for a nearby bastion. But on his way, the runner comes across the Bastion Prep House? Is this a new Minecraft feature? Well, the runner enters the Bastion Prep House, where of course, he finds the exact same player we've seen throughout the run inside. And he also finds a chest with almost everything you need for a bastion. A bunch of gold blocks, an iron pickaxe, and a bunch of god apples. And on top of all of this, in the very corner of the Bastion Prep House is a lever, and when the runner flips it, he's immediately teleported directly into a bastion. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. So, the runner enters the bastion, where using his loot from the prep house, easily crafts gold ingots and starts to trade with the piglins. However, for literally 3 minutes straight, the runner does not get a single ender pearl from any of the piglins, which is terrible luck as the runner needs ender pearls to continue the speedrun. Well, the runner turns around when they go to loot this bastion chest, where inside they literally find every single ender pearl that they need. However, this is clearly impossible, as ender pearls can't even spawn in bastion chests. And to further confirm this is fake, at this part of the footage, we can literally see his friend filling this chest with ender pearls. They're so bad at cheating. So, the runner collects all the pearls and rods that he needs. There's just one slight issue. The runner only has 6 obsidian in his inventory, so how is he supposed to craft a portal and head back to the overworld? Well, the runner decides to run all the way back to his original nether portal, but when he spawns back into the overworld, he spawns directly next to the strongholds, which is literally impossible, as we clearly saw this nether portal was located at a lava pool earlier in the run. So the runner enters the strongholds, where it seems as though he immediately knows the location of the end portal room. But let's rewind the footage to see what really happens. If you look closely at the walls of this strongholds, you'll notice a very unusual amount of torches. And if you play the clip, you'll notice the runner actually followed these strange torches all the way to the end portal room. It's pretty obvious the runner placed these torches here before recording to remind him which direction to go for the end portal room. So the runner enters the end portal room, lights the portal, and makes his way into the end. And thankfully, his spawn appears to be pretty normal. As the dragon has full health, the runner is still in survival mode, and he doesn't have any weird items in his inventory. But when the runner makes his way to the surface, is that Notch? This is the world's luckiest speedrun. Well, the runner goes up to Notch, where he immediately starts throwing stacks and stacks of god apples at the runner. But that isn't all, because Notch actually types in the chat reading the message, "Follow me for a surprise." And after the runner follows Notch throughout the entire end, he leads the speedrunner to this lever. And when the runner flips the lever, it reveals one of the most overpowered loot rooms I've seen in Minecraft. Full netherite armor, a chest with literally every overpowered item in Minecraft, and even a commands block waiting for the speedrunner. Well, taking advantage of this overpowered room, the runner opens the command block where they start typing a command to kill the ender dragon. And after the press of one singular button, the dragon actually dies. Notch just made that speedrun so overpowered. This next speedrun begins with the runner mining some wood, crafting a few tools, and locating a nearby village, where right off the bat, there's already something fake about this speedrun. Because when the runner goes to loot this village chest, he finds this potion of fire resistance, which is an item that can't spawn naturally in a village chest, so remember it for later. The run continues with the speedrunner collecting a few beds, gathering some hay, before they start searching for the iron golem. But before the runner goes to kill it, he starts acting incredibly weird. Take a listen.
Iron Golem and your friends fly high into the sky on my command.
Is he trying to put the mobs in a trance? Well, after only a few seconds go by, the mobs in the village start magically floating in the air. What am I watching? So, after hypnotizing the mobs in the village, the runner kills the iron golem, collects his iron, and makes his way to a nearby ruined portal. And while it looks like the runner gets lucky, as they get the exact amount of obsidian they need to complete the portal, the problem is, 2 of the blocks in the portal are crying obsidian, which means this portal won't be able to light. However, the runner still decides to pull out his flint and steel, and what? How did the portal just light? I am so confused. So, the runner lights the portal, enters it, and they spawn into the nether. And at a first glance, it would appear as though the runner gets incredibly lucky, spawning directly next to a fortress. However, there's something about this spawn that's completely fake, because if you look closely, you'll actually notice this lava has already flowed towards the ground. In a real speedrun, lava can't start flowing until you spawn into the nether. So, this flowing lava means the runner has already been in the nether, which explains why he spawned directly next to a fortress. So, the runner enters a nearby fortress, where they immediately start to look for the blaze spawner room. But as he's doing this, let's take a closer look at the fortress. Do you notice how there doesn't seem to be a single mob anywhere in the fortress? Well, when the runner goes to change his FOV, he accidentally reveals that his game mode is set to peaceful, which means hostile mobs can't spawn. Not to mention, peaceful mode is obviously not allowed during a speedrun. However, when the runner finally locates the blaze spawner room, blazes actually start to spawn while the runner is in peaceful mode. This is literally impossible, because after I tested this out for myself, you can't even manually spawn blazes while in peaceful mode. So not only is the runner cheating, but I have no idea how the blazes have spawned in. So the runner starts fighting the blazes, where he's getting incredibly lucky with his drops. And the runner actually manages to collect 7 rods pretty quickly. However, instead of leaving the fortress as soon as he has 7 rods, the runner continues to fight blazes, which is incredibly incredibly bizarre, as 7 is more than enough to continue the run. But the runner continues to fight blazes until he has 12 blaze rods, which has not only wasted a ton of time, but will make more sense very soon. So after collecting his rods, a normal speedrunner would then make their way to a bastion. But on his way, the runner comes across a Ferrari in Minecraft? How many updates did I miss? Well, the runner actually hops into the Ferrari and starts driving around the nether. I've seen it all in Minecraft speedruns. So the runner drives the Ferrari all the way to the bastion, where thankfully things seem pretty normal, as the runner collects gold blocks, crafts a few ingots, and starts to trade with some nearby piglins. But this is when the strangest thing starts to happen, because after the runner throws his gold, take a very close look at these piglins, where we can clearly see that some of them are making trades without any gold ingots in their hands. And I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea how that's possible. So the runner finishes trading with the piglins, where he gets some pretty standard loot. But instead of leaving the bastion after collecting 12 ender pearls, he waits until he receives 16 pearls, which, like the blaze rods, is far more than a normal speedrunner would collect, so remember this for later. So after collecting his items, the runner grabs his obsidian and starts to craft a nether portal. But if you look closely, you'll actually notice he seemed to build this portal in a very specific location. And to nobody's surprise, the runner spawns in directly into a stronghold. So the runner enters the strongholds, we're giving them credit, they find the end portal room very quickly. But let's actually take a closer look at this part of the speedrun, because the speedrunner actually just cheated. Because take a closer look at the roof in the strongholds. If you look closely, you'll notice a very obvious line of cobblestone in the middle of the roof. The issue is, in a real strongholds, cobblestone does not naturally spawn here at all. And if you play the footage, the runner actually follows this cobblestone line all the way to the end portal room. It's pretty obvious the runner built this here before recording, so he remembered which direction to travel in. So the runner quickly enters the end portal room, but this is where things get absolutely crazy. Do you remember how the runner collected 12 blaze rods from the fortress and 16 ender pearls from the bastion? Well, this means the runner has 16 eyes of ender, which is far more than you need to light an end portal. Until when the runner enters the room, what? This is the biggest end portal I've ever seen. And if you look closely, you'll notice this giant end portal actually has 16 slots for eyes of ender. And it now makes sense why the runner collected extra rods and pearls in the nether. So the runner lights the portal, spawns into the ends, where thankfully things appear to be pretty normal. The dragon's at full health, the runner is still in survival mode, and he doesn't have any strange items in his inventory. But when the runner goes to the surface, there is not a single end pillar in sight. And without any end crystals to heal the ender dragon, the runner pretty easily destroys him. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a pillager outpost. And while there's technically nothing fake about the spawn, the odds of spawning directly next to a pillager outpost are between 1 and 5%, so it is something to look out for. Either way, the run begins with the speedrunner collecting some wood, crafting a few tools, and moving towards the outpost. There's just one slight issue. He doesn't see a single pillager anywhere around the outpost, which is something that's literally impossible, as a pillager outpost will always spawn with pillagers in it. Well, when the speedrunner makes their way up the stairs, they accidentally open their chat, which actually reveals that the speedrunner used some sort of command to spawn in the pillager outpost himself, which not only means his spawn was completely fake, but now it makes sense as to why there's no pillagers. So the runner makes their way to the top, where they go to loot the pillager chest. And on the surface, it may appear as though all the items in this chest are completely normal. However, there's one single item that actually can't spawn in a pillager outpost, which is this singular piece of blackstone. Remember this block for later in the run, as it will become extremely important. So, after looting the rest of the pillager outpost, the runner makes his way to a nearby village. However, if we watch the footage closely, we can clearly see the runner only collects 4 beds. blaze, which is far less than the 5 to 7 a normal speedrunner would collect. However, when the runner opens their inventory, they somehow have 8 beds. How did their beds duplicate? I have literally no idea. Well, besides the bed duplication, the rest of the time in the village is fairly normal, as he gathers some hay and kills the iron golem, collecting a bit of iron. However, instead of searching for a lava pool or ruined portal like a normal speedrunner would, this runner decides to head towards this village's water well. And all of a sudden, the runner jumps in, revealing a path all the way to a ruined portal. But hold on, let's rewind the footage and take a closer look. In a real village, the water well always has 4 torches, one on each corner. However, in this village, you can clearly see one of the torches is missing. This was clearly removed by the runner as a way to remember a ruined portal was located under this well. So the runner goes down, enters the ruined portal room, and goes to loot the chest inside. But before he opens the chest, take a very close look at the ruined portal. Got it? Well, the runner opens the chest, and thankfully, all the items inside are completely normal. However, when the runner closes the chest and goes to complete the portal, you'll actually notice that 2 pieces of obsidian have been mysteriously added. Look, just 10 seconds ago before he opened the chest, we can clearly see these 2 blocks were not there. So somehow, when the runner was looting this chest, 2 pieces of obsidian got added to the portal. But how is that possible? Well, if you take an extremely close look into the top corner of the cave, you'll actually notice these strange particles floating in the air. And if you didn't already know, these particles are clearly coming from somebody using an invisibility potion. Which means, while the runner was innocently looting the chest, somebody else placed the extra blocks on the portal. So, with 2 extra pieces of obsidian in the portal, the runner easily completes it, crafts flint and steel, and enters the portal. But when the runner spawns in, he literally spawns in the middle of a lava pool? Is that even possible? Well, without hesitation, the runner exits the portal and starts swimming in the lava. And even though he clearly doesn't have a fire resistance potion, he doesn't take a single bit of damage. I'm so confused, we're just gonna ignore it. So, the runner leaves the lava pool completely unharmed, where they start searching for a nearby bastion. But on the way, the runner comes across a chest sitting in the middle of nowhere. However, this chest does not contain a bunch of overpowered items like you'd probably expect, but it does contain one single block called quote-unquote magic dirt. Well, the runner grabs the magic dirt from the chest where he travels to a pretty flat area. But when the runner places the piece of magic dirt on the ground, an entire bastion spawns out of thin air. What? I'm not gonna ask any questions. So, the runner enters a bastion he just spawned in with dirt, where he mines gold blocks, collects some ingots, and starts to look for any piglins to trade with. The problem is, after scanning the entire bastion, he doesn't find a single piglin anywhere. So, how is the runner supposed to make trades and get important items for the speedrun? Well, the runner searches for just a bit more until they find one of the strangest things I've ever seen. It's a block with a super small piglin trapped inside. And when he clicks on the block, he's given an entire menu to trade with. This can't be a real feature. Well, the runner places his gold in this trading menu, and after only 30 seconds, he receives 4 stacks of ender pearls from this piglin. Seriously, what is going on? So, after collecting all the pearls that he needs, the runner makes his way to a fortress. But the runner finds something incredibly hilarious in the fortress. Is that a chicken spawner? That's right. Instead of finding a blaze spawner, this speedrunner literally finds a chicken spawner. You have to be kidding. Well, the runner starts killing the chickens from the chicken spawner, but somehow they actually drop blaze rods. And not only that, but some of the other chickens actually drop obsidian for the runner. I'm at a loss for words. So, after he collects 7 blaze rods and 16 pieces of obsidian, a normal speedrunner would then build a portal and head back towards the overworld. overworlds. But this speedrunner starts to make one of the goofiest looking nether portals I've literally ever seen. Okay, this guy has to be joking. Well, the runner still decides to pull out his flint and steel. There's no way this lights. Oh my gosh, it actually worked. This has to go down as the goofiest nether portal of all time. So, the runner enters this goofy portal and somehow spawns back into the overworlds, where they immediately craft Eyes of Ender and start using a popular technique known as triangulation to locate the position of the strongholds. But only about 30 seconds later, the runner comes across an above ground stronghold. And it's literally not even possible for a stronghold to spawn above ground, so I don't even know what I'm looking at. So the runner enters the above ground strongholds, where they begin their search for the Ends portal room. And giving the runner credit, he finds the End portal room pretty quickly without cheating or any suspicious activity. But this End portal is nothing close to being normal. What? What is it with this speedrunner and goofy portals? Well, he still decides to place his eyes in this strange looking portal, and somehow it actually lights. And when the runner jumps in, he actually spawns into the End. Thankfully, when he spawns in, things seem to be back to normal. He spawns on an obsidian platform, all the pillars still have End crystals on them, and the dragon is still at full health. Well, the runner starts off by breaking all the crystals, where they then decide to make a crafting table. Now, do you remember at the very beginning of the run when the speedrunner got this piece of blackstone from the pillager outpost? Well, the runner uses that very piece of blackstone as the final item in crafting the Dark Star Mace, which is so powerful that it literally one-shots the Ender Dragon. This next speedrun begins, and based on his spawn, everything looks pretty legit. The speedrunner is facing completely straight, he doesn't have any strange items in his inventory, and he's also in survival mode with 0 XP. But there's actually something completely fake about this spawn you probably missed. In a real Minecraft speedrun, when you spawn in, it takes multiple seconds for every chunk to load in, like this. However, in this speedrun, the millisecond the runner is spawned into his world, hundreds of chunks are already completely loaded in. The only possible explanation for this is that there was a cut in his recording, which means his world generation was completely fake, and the runner is likely using a set seed, which will make more sense very soon. So, the speedrun begins with the runner collecting some stone, crafting a couple of tools, and making their way to a nearby village. And not only does the speedrunner come across one blacksmith, he finds 2, 3, 4, and 5 blacksmiths in a single village. And while technically this isn't impossible, after literally asking ChatGPT, the probability of 5 blacksmiths spawning in a single village is over 1 in 3 million. However, for now, let's give the speedrunner the benefit of the doubt, as he collects a few beds, kills the iron golem, and loots a few chests. All completely normal. But when the speedrunner is about to loot this chest, he receives a phone call. You have to be kidding me. So, the runner answers the phone mid-speedrun, but I think he forgot that his mic was unmuted, because on the phone, we can clearly hear his friend reveal he's been cheating this entire speedrun. Take a listen.
The seed works, right? I give you the best seed ever. It's so overpowered, man.
If you haven't caught on, his friend just proved the runner has been using a set seed the entire time, which is not only clearly not allowed in a speedrun, but reveals why the runner edited his world generation earlier in the run. So, after revealing the speedrunner is literally on a set seed, it's no surprise that he easily knows the location of a ruins portal. But when the speedrunner goes to loot this ruins portal chest, he finds some pretty interesting items. Some golden boots, a block of obsidian, and glowstone? Not only is it impossible for glowstone to spawn in a ruins portal chest, but how could that even be helpful in this speedrun? Well, the runner grabs the glowstone from the chest, You have to be kidding me. There's no way he's actually trying to build an aether portal. Everyone knows it's not real. Well, the runner still decides to pull out a water bucket from his inventory and... What? Did he just craft an aether portal in vanilla Minecraft? What am I looking at? Well, the runner enters the aether portal and actually spawns in the aether. I'm not even going to question it. So, the runner spawns into the aether, and after the speedrunner gathers some more wood and does some exploring, he finds this strange chest in the middle of nowhere. And while none of the items here seem to be overpowered, one item is actually extremely important for the speedrun, which is this singular saddle. Because the runner grabs the saddle, equips it, and... Is that a majestic cow? Well, the runner pulls out the saddle he just got from this random chest, places it on this majestic cow, and starts flying around the aether. What is even happening anymore? Well, after flying around for just a couple seconds, the runner comes across a fully built nether portal on a random cloud. This is getting out of control. So, after flying on a literal cow to a nether portal, the runner finally enters the nether, and as the runner starts searching in the nether, he actually manages to locate a fortress pretty quickly. The only problem is, it's on the complete opposite side of this lava pool. And without enough blocks in his inventory, how is the runner supposed to travel to the fortress? Well, the runner turns around and finds a random chest on the ground, even though just seconds earlier, we clearly saw this chest wasn't here at all. Well, when the speedrunner opens the chest, he finds 5 wood boats. Please don't tell me he's gonna start dream boat clutching in a speedrun. Oh my gosh, that was actually insane. So, after pulling off the craziest stunt in speedrunning history, the runner enters the nether fortress. And in the process of looking for the blaze spawner, the runner actually comes across a fortress chest, where a normal speedrunner would likely find some pretty decent loot, including iron and gold ingots. But when the runner tries to open it, it turns into a monster that literally starts attacking the speedrunner. What is even happening anymore? Well, after almost dying to a chest monster, the runner finally locates the blaze spawner room. The only problem is, if you look closely, you'll actually notice the blaze spawner has completely vanished. But even though there is clearly no blaze spawner anywhere, blazes actually start to spawn out of thin air. And I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea how the speedrunner is doing this. So, after blazes spawn out of thin air, the runner starts to fight one and collects a few blaze rods. And while nearly all of the blazes he fights drop completely normal blaze rods, there's one blaze that drops something incredibly strange, which is when this blaze actually drops a map for the speedrunner. While this is not only impossible to drop from a blaze, remember this map for later in the speedrun. So, after collecting the 7 blaze rods that the speedrunner needs, he begins his search for a nearby bastion. And on the surface, it would appear as though he gets incredibly lucky, as he's able to locate the bastion extremely quickly. However, let's rewind the footage and take a closer look at what really happened. If you pay very close attention, you'll actually notice that the speedrunner has been following these blue flames all the way to the bastion. The problem is, blue fire can only spawn naturally on one single block, soul sand. However, if we play the footage, it's very clear that this blue fire is not on soul sand. So not only were these clearly placed by the speedrunner as a way to direct him straight to the bastion, but also I have no idea how blue fire is spawning on netherrack blocks. So after locating the bastion, the runner enters it, collects some gold blocks, and starts to trade with a group of nearby piglins. And thankfully, most of the trades the runner gets look to be pretty normal, as the runner collects some ender pearls, obsidian, and even some netherite ingots. But there's one singular trade where the runner gets a very strange item, which is this bronze key. Not only is it obvious this isn't a real Minecraft item, remember this specific bronze key for later in the run. So, after collecting all the items that he needs, you'd expect the speedrunner to use the obsidian in his inventory to craft a portal and head to the overworld. But instead, the runner places down a crafting table and crafts an obsidian chest plate. Is that even a real item? Well, not only does he craft an obsidian obsidian chest plate, he crafts an entire set of obsidian armor. The only problem is, he now has 0 blocks of obsidian to build a nether portal. So how is he supposed to head back to the overworld? Well, the runner decides to drink a potion of fire resistance where they travel to a nearby lava pool. And without any hesitation, the runner jumps straight into the lava. And after only a few seconds, when the runner returns to the surface, he is now somehow in the overworld. What did I just watch? So, after the runner somehow teleported to the overworld without a portal, the runner now needs to locate a stronghold. But instead of using the process of triangulation like a real speedrunner would, the runner grabs the map he got from a blaze earlier in the run, and when he opens it, sees a large X that is obviously the location of a stronghold. So, using his map, the runner travels to the red X and of course locates the stronghold, where he quickly finds the end portal room, finishes the portal, and spawns into the end where things thankfully appear pretty normal, as the ender dragon has full health and the runner spawns on an obsidian platform like normal. But as the speedrunner makes his way to the surface, he finds an interesting looking chest on the ground, and when the speedrunner tries to open the chest, it says that it can't be unlocked without a bronze key. Well, do you remember when earlier in the speedrun, the runner got this key from a piglin trade? Well, he pulls it out, opens the chest, and finds some of the most overpowered items I've ever seen. Full netherite gear, multiple stacks of god apples, and a lightning sword. Well, the runner equips the lightning sword, which starts summoning lightning out of thin air. So, when the dragon perches, it's pretty obvious that the runner absolutely destroys it. This next speedrun begins, and right away, there's something incredibly fake about it. No, it's not his spawn, as we can clearly see the runner is facing straight. And it also isn't his game mode, as it's in survival with 0 XP. But let's take a very close look at this tree, where we can clearly see multiple bees flying around it. Now, bees were introduced into Minecraft in one specific version, 1.15. The problem is, if we rewind the footage, we can actually see the runner is playing in Minecraft 1.12. This actually proves his world generation was completely fake, as it's literally impossible for a bee to spawn in 1.12. This will make more sense very soon. So the run begins with the runner collecting some wood, crafting a couple tools, and locating a nearby village. And to my surprise, everything about this village is completely perfect. All the chesty loots contain completely normal items, the iron golem drops a normal amount of ingots, and the runner collects beds and mines some hay. However, this village almost seems too perfect, as if the runner is trying to pretend there's nothing fake about the run to trick us. Well, when the runner leaves the village, he reveals something absolutely hilarious. Because if you pause at this frame, you can clearly see how unnatural this village looks. And it's pretty obvious the speedrunner pasted it in himself off camera, which also explains why he had to fake his world generation. So the run continues with the speedrunner leaving the village and searching for a ruined portal, where he actually manages to locate one fairly quickly, where he opens the chest, loots it, and starts to complete the nether portal, all completely legit. But there's actually one small detail about this ruins portal that's completely fake, because in Minecraft, there's actually 12 different types of ruined portals that can spawn, with this ruins portal being known as portal_3. Well, of the 12 ruins portals, there's actually only 2 that spawn without a gold block, one of them being portal_3. The problem is, if we look at the footage, we can clearly see the runner finds a gold block at this ruined portal. The only possible explanation for this is the runner placed this himself off camera, which likely reveals why he edited his world generation earlier in the run. So the run continues with him completing the portal, lighting it, and spawning into the nether. And to the normal person, his spawn may seem pretty normal, as he doesn't spawn in front of any overpowered structures. However, if you look into the left corner of the screen, you'll actually notice he doesn't get the achievement for entering the nether, which reveals the runner has already traveled to the nether before recording, which will make more sense very soon. So the runner spawns in, where he immediately begins to search for enter a bastion. But on his way, the runner comes across this strange group of soul sand on the ground. To start, it spawns in a very suspicious pattern in a perfect 3x3 square. And secondly, it isn't even possible for soul sand to spawn above Y34 in this biome. Well, the runner decides to break the soul sand, which reveals a group of stairs. And when the runner travels down, he locates a door that goes straight into the bastion. I think everyone knows this is fake. So, the runner enters the bastion, where he collects a bit of extra gold and starts to trade with a group of piglins. But this is when the speedrunner actually gets extremely unlucky, because after throwing a huge stack of gold at the piglins, literally none of them want to trade with him. And karma must have caught up to the speedrunner, because I have no idea how that's possible. Well, after literally getting denied from trading with piglins, the runner makes his way to this nearby chest. But let me play the clip and let me know if you see what's wrong with it. Did you catch that? At this part of the footage, there's a very subtle cut in the recording, as the textures in the lava actually switch. And when the runner goes to the chest, he of course finds all 16 ender pearls that he needs. If you couldn't tell, it's pretty obvious the runner cut his recording to fill this chest with ender pearls off camera. So the runner collects his pearls before starting to search for a nearby fortress. But on his way, the runner finds this strange chest sitting in the middle of nowhere. And inside, he finds the magic pearl? Is this a new feature? Well, the runner takes the magic pearl from the chest, where he throws it in a completely random direction. And when it lands, he spawns directly into a fortress. I don't even want to try to explain how this worked. So the runner enters the fortress, where they begin their search for the blaze spawner room. But on his way, the runner comes across this fortress chest that contains some pretty standard items. Gold ingots, iron ingots, the jackhammer. Wait, what? Those blazes just got destroyed. So, after collecting 7 blaze rods with the jackhammer, a normal speedrunner would build a nether portal and head back towards the overworld. The problem is, the runner did not collect any obsidian from the bastion earlier in the run, so how are they supposed to build a portal and make their way back towards the overworld? Well, the runner pulls out some leftover wood from their inventory, where they start crafting fences and actually start making the shape of a nether portal. Okay, there's no way this is gonna work. Oh my gosh, it actually worked. The runner just built a nether portal out of fences. This has simply gone too far. So, the runner lights the portal, enters it, where they spawn back into the overworld. And his spawn back into the overworld appears to be pretty normal. As he's still in survival mode, he has the exact same items he had in the nether, and he doesn't spawn directly into a stronghold like we've seen with other runs. But, do you notice how it's actually daytime when the runner spawns in? In Minecraft, it will turn from day to night after 10 minutes has elapsed. The problem is, if we look at the speedrunner's file, we can clearly see his speedrun is at 14 minutes, which means it should be night for him, but it's actually day, which proves his spawn into the overworld is actually fake. So when the runner goes to this nearby tree and breaks it, it's no surprise he finds a ladder going all the way to the stronghold. This is out of control. So the runner enters the stronghold, where they begin their search for the end portal room. But as they're looking through the stronghold, did you catch that? At this exact frame, if you look into the left corner of the screen, you can see the faintest message of a player changing his game mode to survival, which actually proves there was a cut in the recording. So when he enters the end portal room and has the exact amount of eyes to complete it, it's pretty obvious the runner cut the footage so they could go off camera and place extra eyes in the portal. So the runner enters the portal room, lights it, and spawns into the end. But when the runner spawns in, where is the surface? He literally spawns in a floating end dimension. And when the runner tries to bridge over the center, he literally gets killed by the dragon. I guess that's what he deserves for cheating so terribly. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a village, where he's in survival mode with 0 XP, his loading screen looked to be pretty normal, and he doesn't have any overpowered items in his inventory. However, you probably didn't even notice it, but his spawn is completely fake. In a real Minecraft speedrun, when you spawn in, you'll always be facing straight. However, in this speedrun, we can actually see the runner's crosshair facing down to the left. This means his world generation and spawn are two different clips edited together, which will make more sense very soon. So, the run continues with the speedrunner making his way to a nearby village. We're giving him credit, he does some fairly normal things, such as collecting beds, looting a few chests, and even gathering hay. But things get weird when he goes up to this village's iron golem, because instead of starting to attack it to collect its iron, he mounts onto the golem and starts riding it all the way around the village. I'm so confused. So, after having some fun on the golem, he eventually kills it and makes his way to a nearby ruins portal. Now, I'm just gonna play this part of the footage and let me know if you caught what just happened. Did you see it? When the runner first locates the ruins portal, it's very clear there's only one chest. However, after the runner loots the first one, when he turns to the right, another chest has magically appeared, even though we clearly saw this exact same area had 0 chests just a few seconds ago. But how is that possible? Well, let's rewind the footage and take a closer look at this zombie. To start, how is this zombie even alive? It's daytime, and everyone knows zombies burn from the sun. And secondly, at this exact frame, we can actually see this zombie holding a chest. If you haven't caught on, this zombie is actually another player using a morph mod, and he's the one who placed this second chest. So, the runner loots the second chest, where to nobody's surprise, they find the exact amount of obsidian they need to complete the portal. But after the runner completes the portal, when he goes to light it, something incredibly strange happens. When he places his flint and steel, only half the portal lights. I'm not sure if this is a glitch, but what am I looking at? Well, the runner still decides to enter this cursed looking portal, and somehow it actually teleports him into the nether. That's absolutely insane. So, the runner enters the nether, and thankfully, things look pretty normal, as the runner starts running throughout the nether in hopes of locating either a bastion or a fortress. But instead of finding a normal fortress, they locate a gold fortress? Is this a new update? Well, the runner goes inside the gold fortress, but instead of finding normal blazes, they literally find gold blazes. And when the runner goes to kill some of the blazes, instead of dropping blaze rods, they instead drop gold ingots. You have to be kidding me. So, after wasting a ton of time in the gold fortress, the runner makes his way to a different fortress, where he luckily finds some pretty normal blazes who actually drop blaze rods, where, after collecting 7 rods, the runner makes his way to a nearby bastion. But the gold he got from the gold blazes must be glitched, because after he throws them at the piglins, literally none of them want to trade with it. This run is so confusing. So, with faulty gold, the runner is left with no choice but to mine gold blocks in the bastion. The only problem is, he doesn't have an iron pickaxe in his inventory, so how is he supposed to mine the gold blocks? Well, as the runner is casually running throughout the bastion, we see that he randomly acquires an iron pickaxe in his inventory, even though we clearly saw he didn't craft it anywhere in the speedrun. Well, let's rewind the footage to just a few frames earlier, where, if you look closely, you can actually see another player holding an iron pickaxe in their hand. And when the runner goes by, you can actually see this iron pickaxe being dropped from the sky. This is clearly the same player who was pretending to be a zombie earlier, helping the speedrunner gain an advantage. So, with an iron pickaxe, the runner mines some gold blocks, crafts some normal ingots, and starts to trade with some nearby piglins. And his trades seem to be going fairly well until the runner finds a pig? Okay, first off, it's not even possible for a pig to spawn naturally in the nether. And secondly, this pig must be magical because he actually gives the runner an entire stack of ender pearls. pigs. Now, I was almost fooled into thinking this pig was actually magical until I remembered this runner's friend morphed into a zombie earlier in the run, and this magical pig is likely the same friend again using a morph mod. So, after collecting 16 pearls from the magical pig, the runner needs to head back towards the overworlds. However, the runner only has 2 pieces of obsidian in their inventory, so how are they supposed to craft a nether portal? Well, the runner leaves the bastion, where they immediately head towards this wall. But after the runner turns around, he magically finds a fully built nether portal. But hold on, let's rewind the footage, because this is literally impossible. If you look closely to before the runner heads towards this wall, you can actually see the slightest portion of an arm holding obsidian, which is clearly the same arm of this player's friend who we've seen help the runner throughout the speedrun. So, the runner enters the fully built nether portal and spawns back into the overworlds. But instead of using the process of triangulation like a normal speedrunner would, he seems to have a slightly different idea, because he starts running in a very specific direction where he reaches the stronghold house. This can't be a real feature. Well, the runner enters the stronghold house where he finds literally everything he needs for the strongholds. Extra eyes of ender, a sword to fight off silverfish, and even extra end portal frames. But the runner also finds this singular pressure plate, and when he steps on it, he's teleported straight into the strongholds. So, the runner teleports to the strongholds, where a normal speedrunner would then search for the end portal room. But brace yourself, because this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. The runner literally finds his friend wearing a skin with an arrow on it that directs the runner all the way to the end portal room. They are even hiding their cheating anymore. So, the runner enters the end portal room, where they light the portal and spawn into the end. But right off the bat, there's something incredibly suspicious about his spawn. To start, he doesn't even get an achievement, which reveals he's already been in the end. And secondly, the ender dragon is actually missing a sliver of health, even though the runner clearly hasn't touched it. Well, when the runner breaks out, what am I looking at? This is the most overpowered end I've literally ever seen. Not to mention, the runner finds a random chest on the ground that literally contains every single overpowered item in Minecraft history. And with this super overpowered loot, the runner quickly defeats the ender dragon. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning inside a desert temple. And while technically I guess this isn't impossible, after literally asking ChatGPT, this has less than a 0.01% chance of happening. Either way, the speedrun begins with the runner collecting some wood nearby, crafting himself a couple of tools, and entering the desert pyramid. But as the runner is digging down, did you catch that? At this part of the footage, there's a very subtle cut where 2 items in the runner's inventory switch places. So, when the runner finds obsidian in the very first pyramid chest, an item that can't naturally spawn there, it's pretty obvious the runner cut the footage so he could go off camera and place it in this chest. So, after collecting some suspicious loot from the first chests, the other 3 chests luckily seem fairly normal. However, instead of leaving the pyramid after looting his 4th chest, he instead decides to start digging in a random tunnel, where he then finds a second desert pyramid. But hold on, let's rewind the footage to earlier in the run, where we can clearly see there's only 1 desert pyramid in this entire area. So I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea how that just happened. So, the runner enters the second desert pyramid, where he starts looting the chests inside. And thankfully, the first 3 chests that he loots contain completely normal stuff. And in the 4th chest, on the surface, it also appears as though it's completely normal. However, it's actually impossible for a redstone torch to spawn here. So not only is this chest completely fake, but remember this redstone torch for later in the run. So, after looting 2 desert pyramids, the runner makes his way out towards a nearby village. And at a first glance, surface, this village thankfully looks to be pretty normal. He loots a few chests, kills the iron golem, and collects a couple of beds. All very normal things in a speedrun. However, the runner then comes across a very strange looking village house, which looks to be slightly different than the rest of the village. If you couldn't tell, this is actually a village house from a taiga, when the runner is clearly in a plains biome village, which means the runner pasted this structure himself off camera. So, the runner enters this misplaced house, and to nobody's surprise, finds some of the strangest items I've ever seen. 47 pieces of bread, some cherry doors, a full set of leather armor, a pufferfish thrower. Wait, what? That is the goofiest weapon I've ever seen. So, after destroying an entire village with a pufferfish thrower, a normal speedrunner would then start searching for a ruins portal to make their way into the nether. But during his search, the runner comes across this strange pattern on this mountain wall, where if you look very closely, you'll actually notice it makes out the shape of an arrow that's clearly pointing at this block. Well, the runner pulls out the redstone torch he got from earlier in the run, and when he places it on this very block, a secret tunnel is revealed with a ladder going all the way down to a ruins portal. What is it with this guy and tunnels? Well, the runner enters the ruins portal room, where he of course has the exact amount of obsidian he needs to complete the portal, which now reveals why there was an obsidian in the chest earlier in the run. So the runner completes the ruined portal, but he's made one critical mistake. Throughout the entire speedrun, he didn't collect a single piece of flint. So how is he supposed to light the portal and head into the nether? Well, out of nowhere, the portal actually lights, even though we clearly saw the speedrunner didn't touch it at all. Well, let's actually take a closer look at this part of the footage. If you look into the corner of the screen, take a closer look at this wall, where if you look carefully, you can actually see there's another player wearing a skin he thinks blends in with the wall. And just a few seconds later, we can see this very player holding a flint and steel in their hands. These guys aren't fooling anyone. So, the runner goes towards the portal, enters it, and prepares to spawn into the nether. But when they spawn in, they literally spawn in mid-air. Wait, the portal is literally floating. There's not a single piece of obsidian to be found. But that's not all, because the runner jumps from this floating portal directly into a bastion. I'm just not gonna question it. So, the runner enters the bastion, where they locate an iron pickaxe, mine some gold, and start to trade with a group of piglins. However, do you notice that even though the runner doesn't have any gold armor on, the piglins still don't attack back when he breaks the gold blocks? Well, this is only possible if the runner is playing in peaceful mode, a game mode that's clearly not allowed during a competitive speedrun. Well, when the runner goes to change his render distance, he accidentally reveals he's been playing in peaceful mode this entire speedrun. This cheating has gone too far. So, the runner collects his gold blocks, throws them at the piglins, where they start to trade with the speedrunner. And at a first glance, the runner gets some pretty standard items, including ender pearls, obsidian, and even some iron nuggets. But the runner also gets one single item that's incredibly fake. A blaze sword? Is this a new Minecraft feature? This will make more sense very soon. So, the runner continues to trade with piglins, where he eventually collects 16 ender pearls and 12 obsidian, where they then make their way towards a nearby fortress. However, when they enter the fortress, you'll notice they seem to locate the blaze spawner suspiciously quickly. Well, if you look extremely closely, you'll actually notice this strange path of string on the floor. And if you play the footage, the runner followed this string all the way to the blaze spawner room. The problem is, it's pretty obvious string doesn't spawn naturally in a fortress. So, the runner locates the blaze spawner room, and this is when things get crazy. Do you remember when the runner got a blaze sword from this piglin trade? Well, the runner equips it and starts one-shotting every single blaze. That thing is insane. So, with this extremely overpowered blaze sword, the runner pretty quickly collects 7 blaze rods. house, where they build another portal, light it, and spawn into the overworld, where the runner starts using triangulation, a very popular method of locating the strongholds. But during his search, the runner makes a pit stop at these oak trees, where he starts to mine some of the leaves, likely to collect a couple of apples to help with his hunger. However, instead of normal apples dropping from this tree, out drops a golden apple, which first off isn't even possible to spawn naturally from a tree, and secondly, I have no idea how the runner just did that. So, with a couple of extra golden apples to help with the ender dragon later, the runner finally locates the stronghold, where he digs down and enters into it. But at this part of the footage, if you look closely into the bottom corner of the screen, you can actually see the faintest message of a player changing their game mode to survival. And suddenly, right after this message, the runner seems to know the exact path to the end portal room. If you couldn't tell, this message clearly revealed there was a cut in the recording where the runner went off camera in spectator mode to locate the end portal room. So, the runner enters the end portal room, but there's just one slight problem. The runner notices he only has 6 eyes of ender after wasting too many looking for the stronghold earlier in the run. And because the end portal requires 12 to be completed, how is the runner supposed to enter into the end? Well, the runner has the strategy of placing an eye of ender in every other frame. And when he places the last eye, what? He creates the most cursed end portal I've ever seen. And somehow, when the runner jumps in, he's actually teleported straight into the end. I'm at a loss for words. So, the runner enters the end, where thankfully, things look normal. He spawns on an obsidian platform, he's still in survival mode, and the dragon is still at full health. However, when the runner travels to the surface, every single end pillar is at ground level, which makes it incredibly easy for the runner to break the crystals. And on top of this, instead of finding a crystal at the last pillar, he instead finds a chest with an enchanted bow and arrows that could last a lifetime. And with this loot, the runner makes pretty quick work of the dragon. This next speedrun begins, and you have to be kidding me. We can clearly see the runner already has a bunch of items in their inventory before the run even started. Is this guy seriously this bad at cheating? Well, giving the runner the benefit of the doubt, the rest of his spawn is fairly normal, as the runner collects some wood, gathers some stone, and crafts a few extra tools. But let's watch closely to what happens when the runner mines this tree. I'll play the clip.
Oh my gosh, it's the magical tree chest.
You have to be kidding me. Well, the runner moves towards this magical tree chest, and inside is some of the best gear for a Minecraft speedrun. An iron pickaxe, fire resistance, some obsidian, even flint and steel. This is out of control. So, after looting the magical tree chest, the runner makes his way to a nearby village. Now, you may not have caught it at a first glance, but this is one of the goofiest villages I've ever seen. Because if you look closely, you'll actually notice every single house in this village is the exact same. Which, first off, I'm not even sure that's possible. And secondly, what purpose does that serve? So, after looting 10 of the exact same village house, the runner kills the iron golem and begins his search for a nearby ruined portal. But on his way, the runner comes across the magician's house? This can't be a real Minecraft structure. Well, the runner enters the magician's house and inside finds an actual magician who starts typing in chat asking if the runner wants to see a magic trick. I'm so confused. Well, the runner responds telling the magician he would love to see the trick, where the magician then asks the runner for his flint and steel to perform the trick. But after the runner gives him the item, the magician types in chat, "You just got scammed," and leaves the house through a secret tunnel. And the speedrunner is not happy at all.
Are you kidding me? That's the dumbest trick I've ever seen.
What is going on in this speedrun? So, after getting his flint and steel taken by a random Minecraft magician, the runner is left with no way to light his nether portal at the lava pool. Well, that's until the runner seemingly opens his inventory and flint and steel magically appears. But if you play the footage frame by frame, you can clearly see there was a cut in the recording where the runner obviously got the flint and steel off camera. So, with his flint and steel equipped, the runner lights his nether portal and spawns into the nether, where thankfully, for the first time all speedrun, things seem pretty normal. The runner is still in survival mode, he doesn't have any weird items in his inventory, and he makes his way to a nearby fortress. But this is when things just get even more cursed, because as the runner is searching throughout the fortress for a blaze spawner, he comes face to face with a wither skeleton. The only problem is, this wither skeleton looks slightly different than normal, and this strange looking skeleton literally drops 64 blaze spawner eggs for the runner to use. And I'm pretty sure anyone with a brain knows this quote-unquote wither skeleton is just another player with a wither skeleton skin. So, with 64 spawner eggs, the runner starts spawning in blazes and quickly collects blaze rods. But these blaze rods look slightly different than normal. Are those pink blaze rods? I don't even know what to say. So, after defeating a few more blazes, he collects 7 pink blaze rods, where a normal runner would then start searching for a bastion. But on his way, the runner literally comes across a creeper in the nether. Okay, first off, how did a creeper spawn in the nether? That's literally impossible. And secondly, when the runner goes to kill this creeper, it literally drops every overpowered item in Minecraft history. I don't even know what to say. So, with some pretty overpowered loot, the runner finally locates a bastion, where after mining some gold and crafting some ingots, he starts to trade with piglins. And on the surface, it would appear as though the runner gets insanely lucky, collecting 16 ender pearls almost immediately. However, if you actually pay attention to what's happening, you can clearly see these pearls aren't coming from the piglins, but coming from the sky. And just a few seconds later, when the runner looks up for just a brief second, we can literally see another player above him holding ender pearls. This cheating is out of control. So, with 16 ender pearls and 7 pink blaze rods, I guess a normal speedrunner would build a portal and head back to the overworld. The only issue is, the runner does not have enough obsidian in their inventory to do this, and he literally starts raging at his friend.
Did you forget what you were doing, you noob?
This is actually hilarious. Well, I guess his friend must have gotten the message, because suddenly, pieces of obsidian start falling from the sky right into the runner's inventory. So, the runner builds another portal, lights it, and spawns back into the overworld. But tell me why the runner literally spawns in above the clouds. Well, luckily for the speedrunner, he happens to have a spare water bucket in his inventory, so he immediately pulls it out and goes to attempt a water bucket clutch. But unfortunately, the runner doesn't succeed and literally dies, and he is not happy.
Bro!
Well, the runner respawns, where just a few seconds later, there's an obvious cut and the runner now has all of his items back. Not to mention, he immediately digs straight down, leading him straight into a stronghold. So, the runner enters the stronghold, where they almost immediately locate the end portal room. But, do you remember when the runner got pink blaze rods earlier in the run? Well, when the runner goes to craft his eyes of ender, they're literally pink. And when he lights the end portal, this just looks cursed.
Guys, I think there's a new update. The portal turns pink in Minecraft.
What is this guy even talking about? So, the runner lights the portal, but when he jumps in, what am I looking at? This is the funniest looking end I've ever seen. And why is the ender dragon literally pink? Well, the runner pretty quickly destroys the crystals, where he moves towards the ender dragon. But unfortunately, this pink ender dragon actually destroys the speedrunner, and the video just cuts off there. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a village, where right away, there's already something completely fake about the speedrun. Because if you take a very close look into the bottom corner of the screen, you can see the faintest message of a player changing his game mode to survival. This actually reveals that this speedrunner has already been on the world, which will make more sense very soon. So, the speedrun continues with the runner mining some wood, crafting a few tools, and entering the nearby village. However, take a very close look at this village's iron golem. If you've been paying attention, you've likely noticed that this iron golem has stayed still the entire speedrun. And when the runner goes to attack it, even though it's clearly angry, it doesn't move a single inch. this iron golem being completely frozen in place is something that's only possible if spawned in using a command, which means the runner likely spawned this golem in before recording, which explains why he changed his game mode back to survival at the start of the run. So, after destroying the iron golem, the run continues with the runner collecting some beds and gathering some hay, where a normal speedrunner would then leave the village and start their search for either a lava pool or a ruined portal. However, this speedrunner has a completely different idea and literally starts building up towards the sky. What is this guy doing? Well, after building up way into the clouds, the runner does something absolutely mind-blowing as they pull out a pickaxe from their inventory and start mining in the air, and somehow they break through the sky, revealing a cave with a full ruined portal inside. Hold on, we have to replay that. Yes, this guy just broke through the sky into a completely different world. I am so confused right now, I don't even know what to say. So, the runner enters the ruined portal room in the sky and goes to loot the ruined portal chest. However, the runner finds some pretty suspicious items in this chest, including a diamond sword, a golden apple, and even a potion of fire resistance, which clearly means the runner placed these items here before recording. However, that is not the only fake thing about this part of the speedrun, because when the runner goes to light the nether portal, it turns green? That doesn't look normal. Well, it doesn't even stop there, because when the runner enters the nether, all of the colors look absolutely crazy. There's something very cursed about this nether portal. Thankfully, after a while, the colors return back to normal, where the runner starts his search for a nearby bastion. But as the speedrunner is casually running throughout the nether, he suddenly falls to the ground, landing directly into a bastion. Hold on, let's rewind the footage and watch that back. Are you seeing this? The runner just phased through the floor. I don't even know what to say. So, the runner enters the bastion, where they have one slight issue. The runner doesn't have a single iron pickaxe anywhere in their inventory. And without an iron pickaxe, they can't collect any gold, so how are they supposed to trade with piglins? Well, the runner pulls out his diamond sword he got from the ruined portal chest and actually starts mining gold blocks, which, for those of you who don't know, is literally impossible, as it's not even possible to mine blocks with any type of sword. So I literally have no idea how the runner just did that. So, after collecting gold with a literal diamond sword, he crafts a couple of ingots and starts to trade with the piglins. But these are some of the worst piglins I've ever seen, because they start giving the speedrunners saplings, cobblestone, and even dirt, which are all three items that can't even be traded with from a piglin. Well, the runner seems to be annoyed at these absolutely terrible trades, so he starts searching throughout the bastion until he finds this strange lever that has a sign above it saying the OP lever. And this lever must actually work, because after the runner flips it, when he goes back to the very same piglins who gave him terrible items, they literally start giving the speedrunner Minecraft's most overpowered items. Ender pearls, god apples, even diamond armor. I don't know what's happening. So, after the runner collects 2 stacks of ender pearls and 12 obsidian from these super overpowered piglins, the runner makes his way to a nearby fortress, where he not only finds 1, but 2, 3, and 4 blaze spawner rooms in one single fortress, which is literally double the max amount of blaze spawners that can spawn in a fortress. But my question is, even though this is clearly fake, what's the point of having 4 blaze spawners in one single fortress? Well, these 4 spawners allow the runner to get an insane amount of blaze rods, which will become very clear later in the run. So, after collecting far more blaze rods than any normal speedrunner would need, the runner builds a nether portal and heads back towards the overworld, where after crafting his eyes of ender, the speedrunner pretends that he's using triangulation. But almost everyone can tell that this runner is literally just throwing eyes in random directions. But somehow, despite this terrible attempt at triangulation, the runner seems to know the exact location of the strongholds. Well, let's actually rewind the footage and see what really happened. Because if you look extremely closely at this speedrunner's hotbar, at this part of the footage, you can actually see 2 items swap places, which reveals there was was a cut in the recording. And in the very next frame after this obvious cut, you can actually see the faintest message of a player using a /locate command. And it's pretty obvious this command is how he found the stronghold, not this terrible attempt at triangulation. So the runner digs down, enters the stronghold, and starts searching for the end portal room. And giving him credit, he actually locates the end portal room pretty quickly. However, when the runner goes to look at the portal, what? This is literally the world's biggest end portal. Well, do you remember when the speedrunner collected an insane amount of blaze rods earlier in the run? Well, it's pretty obvious he did that so he could get a bunch of Eyes of Ender, enough to complete this huge end portal. So the runner lights this giant portal, and somehow it actually works, so the runner spawns into the end. And to his credit, his spawn does look pretty normal. As he's still in survival mode, he doesn't get any strange potion effects, and the dragon is still at full health. However, when he goes to the surface, he literally can't find the Ender Dragon, and the portal has already been filled, even though we can clearly see the dragon still has health. Well, even though it shows the dragon still has full health, the runner simply jumps in the portal and finishes the speedrun. This next speedrun begins, and honestly, everything appears to be pretty normal. He doesn't have any strange items in his inventory, he's in survival mode with 0 XP, and he's also facing completely straight. There's just one small issue. When the runner opens his chat, he can see multiple messages about a player leaving and joining the game, which means he's on a world with another player, something clearly not allowed during a solo speedrun. This will make more sense in a few seconds. So the runner starts off by mining some wood, crafting some tools, and locating a nearby village. But let's watch closely to what happens when the runner loots this village chest. I'll play the clip. Did you catch that? Even though there were clearly 0 netherite ingots in the chest, the runner somehow acquired 3 in his inventory. But how is that possible? Well, if we slow down the footage and look extremely closely into the corner of the screen, we can actually spot another player. And we can actually see that this player threw the netherite ingots at the exact same time the player was looting the chest. It's pretty obvious this player is the one we saw leaving and joining the world earlier in the run. So the runner gathers the netherite ingots from his friend and places down a crafting table. Now you're probably expecting him to craft an axe or maybe even a sword, but he instead crafts Thor's hammer. That thing is crazy. So, after destroying an entire village with this new item, the runner begins his search for a ruins portal. And everything appears to go pretty smoothly, as the runner finds the exact amount of obsidian he needs to finish the portal in the chest. There's just one issue. The runner doesn't have a flint and steel in their inventory, or enough iron to craft one. So how are they supposed to light the ruins portal? Well, the runner turns to the side and randomly starts mining some sand. And when he turns back around, he reopens the chest and magically finds the exact flint and steel that he needs. But hold on, just a few seconds ago, we saw the speedrunner completely clear out the chest and there were 0 items left in it. Now, I would be suspicious of his friend we saw earlier, but he's nowhere to be found. Well, until you look a little closer at these blocks of obsidian, where you can actually see his friend wearing an obsidian skin. And now it's obvious how the flint and steel ended up in the chest. So, using the flint and steel from his friend, the runner makes his way into the nether. So the run continues with the runner attempting to find a nearby fortress. And he seems to locate it pretty quickly, which is bizarre considering he didn't use the common technique of scanning for entities like a real speedrunner would. Well, let's take a closer look at this zombie pigman. For some reason, he's been walking in the exact direction as the speedrunner the entire time he was looking for the fortress. But that's not all, because at this frame when he turns around, we can actually see that this isn't a zombie pigman at all, but a player wearing a zombie pigman's skin. Because look at the sword he's holding. A real zombie pigman holds it up, while his is held facing down. It's pretty obvious this is the same friend we've seen throughout the run, pretending to be a zombie pigman to lead him straight to the fortress. So the runner locates the blaze spawner and all appears to be normal. He kills a few blazes and gets the normal 1 rod per blaze that he kills. But notice how the runner magically seems to get a fire resistance effect at this frame, which is bizarre considering he didn't have a potion in his inventory and we never saw him drink one himself. Well, let's take a closer look at this specific blaze, where if you look closely, you can tell this blaze is not like the rest. And at this part of the footage, we can actually see this quote-unquote blaze is the one who threw a potion onto the runner. If you haven't caught on, this clearly isn't a blaze, but his friend simply wearing a blaze skin. So with a fire resistance potion, it's pretty easy for the runner to collect 7 blaze rods, where he makes his way to a nearby bastion. And in the beginning, everything he's doing is completely normal. He's throwing golds, his trades are 100% normal, and he isn't getting any strange potion effects. Until the runner turns around and finds a genie, and he's so excited.
Oh my gosh, guys, it's the magical Minecraft genie!
Did I miss an update? So the genie types in chat, granting the runner 3 wishes he can use.
Genie, may I please use my first wish on a stack of ender pearls?
And is this actually gonna work? Oh my gosh, he actually got them.
Oh my gosh, guys, he actually gave me the ender pearls. It works!
For the second wish, the runner decides to ask for some obsidian, most likely to build a nether portal.
It worked again! Oh my gosh, guys, the magical Minecraft genie!
And for his third wish, the runner decides to ask for a girlfriend.
Genie, may I please wish for a girlfriend?
But unfortunately, his third wish isn't granted. So after getting the pearls he needs, he uses the obsidian he got from the genie to craft himself a nether portal and head back to the overworld. And as soon as he spawns in, the runner sees the magical Minecraft genie once again.
Please, just give me one more wish.
Well, the genie actually gives the speedrunner a book, and when the runner opens it, it reads the exact coordinates of the strongholds.
Thank you, Genie. Oh my gosh, I love you, Genie.
This genie is so overpowered, so the runner finds the coordinates and digs down straight into the strongholds, where he's easily able to locate the end portal. And once again, he sees the magical Minecraft genie, who gives the speedrunner a chest with the most overpowered items in all of Minecraft. This genie is so overpowered, so the runner enters the portal and spawns into the end. And this is where things get weird, because it appears as though the ender dragon is dead, as he doesn't have a health bar at the top of the screen. And when the runner goes to the surface, the portal is already filled, but he still sees an ender dragon. Well, if you watch closely, doesn't he seem to be moving slightly different than normal? Dude, this is literally the goofiest ender dragon I've ever seen. And since when does he drop golden apples? Well, if you couldn't already tell, this ender dragon is actually a player's friend we've seen throughout the run, who is actually using a morph mod, because at the end of the run, he actually transfers back to his normal form. This next speedrun begins, and at a first glance, it appears fairly normal. He's selecting the first slot of his inventory, he's in survival mode, and his hunger bar is completely full. But take a closer look at this speedrunner's crosshair. In a real Minecraft speedrun, your crosshair will always be parallel to the surrounding blocks. But in this speedrun, we can actually see that the crosshair is angled slightly to the left of this tree, which means this world generation is completely fake, and the runner has already been on this world. So the runner starts off by mining some wood, crafting some tools, and locating a nearby village. And while the village itself is completely normal, the speedrunner actually just cheated, because let's rewind the footage to when the runner first started searching for the village. Notice how he seems to run in a very specific direction, which is odd considering he had no way of knowing the location of the village. Well, if you look a little closer, you can actually spot these strange pieces of dirt on the ground. And if we play the entire clip, you'll actually notice the runner has been following these dirt blocks all the way to the village. It's pretty obvious he placed the dirt blocks himself before recording, and now it's clear why he had to fake the world generation. So the runner enters the village, and after collecting some beds and gathering some hay, he goes to loot the chest in this village house. And on the surface, this loot would appear to be pretty normal, with the runner finding feathers, flint, and even an emerald. And to further prove his innocence, he finds the exact loot that would normally spawn in a Fletcher house, the exact house that he's located in. So what could possibly be fake about this part of the speedrun? Well, the problem comes from the biome that this village is located in, because a Fletcher house can only spawn with a chest in one specific village, a Taiga village. The problem is, if we rewind the footage, we can clearly see this isn't a Taiga village, which means the runner actually placed this chest himself off camera to gain an advantage. So after gathering his loot, the runner makes his way to a nearby ruins portal, and at a first glance, the loot in the chest seems completely normal, as all the items are ones that can naturally spawn here. But the chest is not what's fake about this part of the speedrun, because let's play this clip back in slow motion and tell me if you noticed what just happened. Look, there's actually a secret pressure plate on this piece of stone right in front of the chest. And if you move your focus to the right of the screen, you can actually see this pressure plate moving a piece of obsidian in place to complete the portal. Clearly, the pressure plate was placed by the speedrunner off camera. And secondly, it's not even possible for pistons to move obsidian, so I don't even know how he pulled that off. So the runner finishes looting the chest, lights the portal, and makes his way into the nether. And giving him the benefit of the doubt, his spawn seems fairly normal. He's still in survival mode, he gets the advancement for entering the nether, and he doesn't have any strange potion effects. But despite all of this, the runner still manages to locate the fortress extremely quickly. Very bizarre considering he didn't use any speedrun techniques to locate it like a real speedrunner would. Well, let's pause the footage at this specific frame, where if you look extremely closely into the top of the screen, you can make out the shape of an arrow from this glowstone. And if you play the footage, notice how the speedrunner runs in the exact same direction as this glowstone arrow points. It's pretty clear he placed this himself off camera to remind him which direction the fortress was located. So the runner enters the fortress, and for the first time in the entire speedrun, he does something pretty normally, as the runner fights the blazes and starts collecting rods without any suspicious activity, until when he kills this specific blaze, he drops the Balrog? That thing is so powerful. So, after destroying an entire population of blazes and collecting 7 rods, it's now time for the runner to locate a bastion. But he locates the bastion in a way you're probably not expecting, because the runner pulls out his pickaxe, randomly starts digging straight down, and falls right into the heart of a bastion. The problem is, it's literally impossible for a fortress and bastion to spawn in the same region. So I have literally no idea how this runner pulled that off. So the runner enters the bastion, but there's just one slight problem. The runner doesn't have a single iron pickaxe in his inventory. And without an iron pickaxe, there's no possible way for him to mine gold, and he can't trade with piglins. Well, let's watch this clip in slow motion, because as the speedrunner is casually walking throughout the bastion, an iron pickaxe seemingly drops from the sky. But let's rewind the footage to see what really happened. Because remember when the speedrunner used a pressure plate earlier in the run to gain an advantage? Well, if you look closely at this piece of blackstone, you can actually spot another pressure plate. And if we listen to the speedrunner's audio, we can actually hear the sound of a dropper being activated, meaning this pressure plate was placed on purpose for the runner to get an iron pickaxe, hoping we wouldn't notice. And to prove this even further, at this frame, we can actually see the exact position the dropper was located. So, using the iron pickaxe, the runner can easily collect golden ingots, and he starts making trade with with the piglins. But throughout the handful of completely normal trades is a single trade that raises suspicion, which is when the runner gets this singular piece of redstone. And while it may appear innocent, it's impossible for redstone to be traded from a piglin, and this will make more sense later in the run. Now, after collecting 16 ender pearls, a normal Minecraft speedrunner would build a nether portal and head back to the overworld in hopes of locating the strongholds. The problem is, the runner doesn't have enough obsidian to build a portal, so how is he gonna get to the overworld? Well, the runner randomly decides to run to this wall and starts digging, until after only a few seconds, he stumbles across the overworld? In the nether? What am I even looking at? Well, the runner walks through, and I guess he's actually in the overworld. I'm so confused on what just happened. So once in the overworld, the speedrunner then throws his eyes of ender, using a technique known as triangulation to locate the strongholds. But if you pay close attention, you'll actually notice that the runner isn't following any of the eyes of ender he's throwing, and actually traveling in a completely different direction. Let's take a listen into his audio to figure out what's going on.
Yo, Brandon, what were the coordinates for the stronghold again? I forgot, bro.
Well, he's literally talking to a friend, asking him the exact coordinates for the strongholds. How is he gonna play this off?
Guys, we're at the stronghold. I just used a secret technique I can't reveal.
I'm pretty sure we all know his secret technique is called cheating. So the runner enters the stronghold and ends up locating the end's portal room. There's just one problem. The runner only has 4 eyes of ender left after he wasted too many earlier in the run, meaning he doesn't have enough to complete the portal and travel to the end, until the runner makes this announcement.
Alright guys, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back in a sec.
And the runner turns off his speedrun. There's just one problem. He didn't turn off his audio, and we can actually hear the sound of eyes of ender being placed into a portal.
Guys, I'm back. Let's continue the run.
And to nobody's surprise, the portal now has 8 eyes of ender, leaving him with the perfect amount to finish the portal. So the runner enters the end, and this is where things get crazy. Do you remember when earlier in the run, the speedrunner got this piece of redstone from a piglin? Well, he uses that very piece as the last item in crafting a shrinking device. Is that even a real Minecraft item? Well, instead of shrinking the player, it actually turns him into a giant, and he's literally as tall as the end crystals. And being this size, the fight with the ender dragon is fairly easy. The only problem is, he's just slightly too big to enter the portal. This next speedrun begins, and on the surface, it appears fairly normal. Survival mode? Check. First slot of the inventory selected? Check. And he's facing straight. So what could possibly be fake about this speedrun? Well, if you look extremely closely into the top corner of the screen, you can spot a parrot. And while the parrot itself is completely normal, this actually proves that the spawn is completely fake. Because rewind the footage to the loading screen before the runner generated his world. This is the loading screen for the Minecraft version 1.8.9. The problem is, parrots were not introduced into Minecraft until 1.12. This means that the footage of him loading into the game and his spawn are actually 2 different Minecraft versions and clips edited together. And the speedrunner is likely using a set seed. So, the runner gathers some wood, crafts some tools, and finds a nearby village. Now, right off the bat, there's already something wrong, because take a very close look at the loot in this village chest. While it may seem fairly innocent on the surface, one item is completely fake, and that's this bucket. Buckets can only spawn in one specific village house, a savannah house. But if we rewind the footage, we can clearly see this isn't a savannah house, meaning the runner placed the bucket in the chest himself off camera. But that isn't all that's fake with this part of the speedrun, because when the speedrunner leaves the village house, he's suddenly greeted with a ruins portal right in front of him. The problem is, there was clearly no ruins portal anywhere anywhere in this village before he entered the house. So how is this possible? Well, if we take a closer look at the speedrunner's audio when he's in the village house, we can actually see that there is a clear cut in the recording. Listen, I'll play the audio for you where the cut is pretty obvious. Most likely, the speedrunner cut the footage, went to a completely different village that contained a ruined portal, and pretended it was there the entire time. So the runner goes to the ruins portal, but there's a bit of a problem. The runner is left just 1 block short of completing the ruins portal. So how is he gonna go to the nether without a completed ruins portal? Well, he decides to pull out his iron pickaxe and starts mining this block of obsidian. Okay, is this guy new to Minecraft? Everyone knows you need a diamond pickaxe to collect the obsidian. Oh my gosh, it actually worked. I honestly have no idea how he did that, and I don't even want to question it. So the runner places the final piece of obsidian, lights the portal, and makes his way into the nether. Now, on the surface, nothing suspicious seemed to have happened. He's still in survival mode, he doesn't have any strange potion effects, and everything appears to be completely legit. But take a very close look at the speedrunner's armor bar. Before the runner entered the nether, the bar was only at half a tick. But when the speedrunner spawned into the nether, the bar has mysteriously jumped to 1.5 ticks. And when the speedrunner opens his inventory, we can actually see that he has mysteriously acquired a gold helmet, even though we clearly didn't see him have this before he spawned into the nether. Well, if we rewind the footage, we can actually spot the exact moment where the speedrunner cheated, because at this frame, we can actually see the loading screen cut. It's pretty obvious the runner cut the video and got the gold helmet off camera, as he knew it would make trading with piglins much easier. So the runner finds the nearby bastion, and with his gold helmet, collecting 16 ender pearls is pretty easy. Now, looting the bastion was completely normal. However, the fortress is a completely different story, because let's take a very close look at the loot drops when the runner fights the blazes. He kills the first blaze and gets 1 rod. Completely normal. And when he kills the second blaze, he again only gets 1 rod. But the issue arises on his third blaze, because when he kills it, he somehow has 2 blaze rods drop in front of him. This is clearly impossible, as blazes can only drop a max of 1 rod per blaze. Well, let's rewind the footage and look a little bit closer. If we slow the footage down, notice that at this frame, we can actually spot another player standing right above him. And notice how the blaze rods drop right under where he's standing. It's pretty obvious this second blaze rod was thrown by the player's friend. So, after collecting all the rods and pearls he needs, a normal speedrunner would build a nether portal and head back to the overworld. But this guy seems to have a slightly different plan, because he drinks a potion of fire resistance, jumps in this huge lava pool, and ends up falling directly into the strongholds. How is that even possible? So the runner enters the stronghold, and this is where things get straight embarrassing, because it would appear as though the runner gets super lucky and finds the end portal room very quickly. But one listen to his audio reveals how bad he is at cheating. Let's take a listen.
Yo, go up those stairs. All right, left. Go left. Yeah, down, down. Okay, right. Go right. Yeah, door right there.
His friend is literally directing him straight to the end portal room. I don't think this guy realizes his mic was unmuted the entire speedrun. So, the runner finishes the portal and heads into the end, where the speedrunner finds Mr. Beast? Is that the real one or just his friend we saw a couple minutes ago? Well, Mr. Beast types in the chat that he'll give the speedrunner $10,000 if he jumps into the void. And he must have taken the offer because the run just ends there. This next speedrun begins, but there's already something fake about it. No, it's not his game mode, as we can clearly see he's in survival. And it's not even his spawn, as he's facing completely straight. But it actually has to do with his hotbar, because he's selecting the 5th slot in his inventory. The problem is, when a real speedrun begins, you're supposed to be selecting the 1st slot of your inventory, meaning this world generation is completely fake. But But giving him the benefit of the doubt, he starts off by mining some wood, crafting some tools, and locating a nearby village. All pretty legit, but the loot in this village chest is a completely different story, because the runner finds bread, an iron sword, obsidian, a bazooka. Wait, what? It's pretty obvious he faked his world generation to put this bazooka in the chest off camera. So the runner gathers some hay, kills the iron golem, and searches for a nearby lava pool. Now, a normal speedrunner would likely use a water bucket to begin crafting the nether portal. The problem is, this speedrunner doesn't have a water bucket in his inventory or enough iron to craft one. So how is he gonna get the obsidian for the nether portal? Well, the runner pulls out the flint and steel from his inventory and wait, what? He just created a nether portal with literally no obsidian. I honestly have no idea how that's even possible. So the runner enters the floating nether portal and makes his way into the nether. Now, when the runner spawns in, watch how the speedrunner starts to run in a very specific direction, which actually leads him straight to the location of the fortress. But how is it possible he knew the location of the fortress without using any speedrun techniques to locate it? Well, let's rewind the footage to when the runner first spawned into the nether. Take a closer look at this magma cube. Seems to be pretty normal, right? Well, this is actually where things get extremely fake, because this isn't actually a real magma cube, but actually a player head. Because at this frame, when the runner opens his chat, we can see the command where he gets the player head from the user KPN1909. And if we look at this player's profile, the head of his skin is a magma cube. And now, if we go back to the footage, notice how the runner has been following these magma heads all the way to the fortress. It's pretty obvious he placed the heads himself to remind him which direction to travel, hoping we would think they were magma cubes and wouldn't suspect him. Now, giving him the benefit of the doubt, the fight with the blazes in the fortress seems fairly normal, and the runner collects 7 rods pretty quickly. But when the runner travels to the bastion, it's a completely different story, because when he enters the bastion, he searches for a gold block in hopes of mining it to trade with piglins. The problem is, the runner doesn't have an iron pickaxe, meaning he can't mine this block and can't collect any gold. Well, he locates a nearby chest, and to nobody's surprise, he finds the exact iron pickaxe that he needs. The only issue is that it's impossible for an iron pickaxe to spawn in a bastion chest. And the runner doesn't even get the achievement when he equips the iron pickaxe. This all points to the runner placing the iron pickaxe in the chest himself in creative mode off camera. So using the iron pickaxe, the runner collects some gold and starts trading with piglins. Now, on the surface, this trading looks completely legit, but hidden through the handful of normal trades is a single trade that's actually fake, because the speedrunner gets a single piece of cyan wool from the piglin, an item that isn't possible to be traded from a piglin. And while that may seem innocent, this one block will be crucial later in the speedrun. So the runner collects his ender pearls and builds a portal heading back to the overworld. And using the process known as triangulation, the runner locates the strongholds completely normally. So the runner completes the end portal and spawns into the end, and here's where things get crazy. Do you remember when the speedrunner got this strange piece of cyan wool from a piglin trade in the nether? Well, he uses this piece of wool to craft a weapon called the Earth's Corpse. That thing is incredibly powerful. This next run begins with the runner spawning directly next to a pillager outpost, and everything appears to look normal at first, as the runner is in survival mode, has no XP, and he's selecting the first slot of his inventory. But move your focus to the speedrunner's hunger bar. If you look very precisely, you can actually see that a sliver of hunger is actually missing, meaning the runner has already played on this world before starting recording, and this will make sense in a few seconds. So the runner travels to the pillager outpost and goes to loot the chest. And at a first look, it would appear that this chest contains completely normal loot. I mean, there's no overpowered items like diamond blocks or netherite swords, so what's the issue here? Well, among all of the completely normal items is one item that actually can't spawn in a pillager outpost chest, which happens to be this chain, which will not only be extremely important for later in the run, but now it's obvious that the runner placed the chain in the chest himself before recording, which is what caused him to lose that hunger. So the runner leaves the outpost and locates a nearby village, where, giving them the benefit of the doubt, they do some pretty normal things like mining some wood, getting some hay, and killing the iron golem. But let's take a closer look at what happens when the speedrunner loots this chest. Before he enters, take a look at the surrounding area. Got it? So he enters the house, loots the chest, but when he leaves, it's literally nighttime, when just 5 seconds beforehand, it was completely bright and fully daytime. And if you look even closer, the runner has somehow acquired an iron bucket when he clearly didn't have that before he entered the village house. The only possible explanation is that there was a cut in the recording, but where? Well, let's watch this part of the footage in slow motion. Notice how when he stares at this cobblestone wall, he actually moves slightly to the left, and that's where he cut the video. And it's pretty obvious he did that to get the iron bucket off camera, which must have taken a while because the time of day completely changed. So using the iron bucket, the runner finds a nearby lava pool and starts crafting the portal. But watch this part of the footage very closely. Did you catch that? The runner literally fell in the lava pool for a split second, caught on fire, but did not take any damage. And it's very clear he doesn't have a potion effect because the top right corner is completely empty. So how exactly did that happen? Well, take a closer look at the speedrunner's heart and hunger bar. If you look closely, doesn't it appear as though the hearts and hunger bar are edited in? It almost looks like it's a screenshot because there's a border around the heart and hunger bar that is a completely different background from the rest of the screen. And to prove this even further, I actually managed to find the exact frame where the screenshot was taken. What does this all mean? When the speedrunner fell in the lava, they were actually in creative mode, which explains why they took no damage. But they put in a screenshot of their hearts and hunger bar to make us think they were in survival. So the runner finishes building the portal and heads into the nether. Now, a normal speedrunner would likely make his way to either a bastion or a fortress to either collect blaze rods or pearls, crucial items for completing a speedrun. But this speedrunner seems to have a slightly different idea. Let's take a listen.
Alright guys, there's basically a new method where you get pearls and blaze rods for completely free.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty skeptical, but I guess let's hear him out.
Okay, just find the nearest wall and count 4 blocks to the right, and 3 blocks up. There's an invisible chest located at that point that has everything you need.
Okay, let's all be honest here, there is absolutely no way this actually works. This guy has to be joking.
Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, go up 3 and boom! Guys, there's a chest with all the stuff that you need.
I've watched hundreds of speedruns, and let me be clear, I have never seen something so crazy, and I don't even want to know how this guy just pulled that off. So after collecting blaze rods and pearls from an invisible chest, the runner makes his way back to the overworld. And this is where the runner decides it's the perfect time to advertise his YouTube channel, where he puts this obnoxiously large subscribe logo in the bottom left corner of the screen. And following this decision, the runner runs in a very deliberate direction, leading him straight into the strongholds. But how is it possible he knew this location without throwing any Eyes of Ender or using any techniques to locate it? Well, while putting in the subscribe button seems pretty innocent, this was done completely on purpose to cheat in the speedrun, because he puts this logo in the exact same area where commands and chat are located in Minecraft. And if you go to this frame in the speedrun, right after the runner removes the subscribe subscribe logo, you can actually see the faint message of a /locate command being used. It's pretty obvious he put the subscribe logo in that specific position to hide the fact he used a /locate command for the strongholds. So the runner enters the stronghold, locates the portal, and enters into the end. But without any bows or beds, how is the runner supposed to kill the ender dragon? Well, do you remember earlier in the run when the speedrunner got this chain from the pillager outposts? Well, he uses that very chain to craft himself something called the punt gun. That thing is literally bigger than the runner himself, and with this weapon, the dragon doesn't last very long. This next speedrun begins, and there's already something fake about it. No, it's not his inventory, as it's completely empty with the first slot selected, and it's not even his game mode, as he's in survival with 0 XP. But look at the speedrunner's difficulty when he opens his menu. It's set to normal. The problem is, we clearly saw the speedrunner had his difficulty set to easy when generating his worlds. This means that the footage of him loading into the game and his spawn are actually two different clips edited together, and the runner is using a set seed, which will make more sense very soon. So the run begins with the runner mining some wood, crafting some tools, and entering the nearby village. And the loot in this village chest is completely normal, as all are completely legitimate items that can spawn here. But hold on, did you catch that? At this frame, while the runner was looting the chest, he gets a Discord notification containing a link to a YouTube video. And while that may appear innocent, let's take a closer look. If we copy that exact same link down and search it on YouTube, we're led to a video titled "The Top 5 Speedrunning Seeds for Minecraft." And let's take a closer look at the first seed mentioned in the video. Look, the spawn is the exact same, with a village and cherry blossom biome. And the loot in this village chest is also completely identical. It's pretty obvious the runner is using this set seed to gain an advantage, which is why he faked his world generation earlier in the run. So the runner continues by breaking some beds, gathering some hay, and beginning to search for a nearby ruins portal. And without using any speedrun techniques, he seems to think the ruins portal is under this random block. Okay, there's no way it's actually located here. Oh my gosh, it actually worked. But how is that possible? Well, let's rewind the footage to right before the speedrunners started to dig down. In this entire patch of completely normal flowers is one flower that reveals this is completely fake, which is this blue orchid, because this specific flower can only spawn in a certain biome, a swamp biome. But as we can clearly see, this is not a swamp biome, which means the only way it could be here is if the runner placed it himself off camera, likely to remind him the ruins portal was under this patch of grass. So the runner digs down to the portal and begins to loot the chest, and luckily he finds all the normal items that you'd usually see here, which actually allows him to use the obsidian to complete the nether portal. The only issue is he didn't remove the blocks of crying obsidian, and with crying obsidian in a portal, it's impossible for it to light. Well, the runner pulls out his flint and steel anyway, please don't tell me this works, and he actually lights it. I don't even want to know how he pulled that off. So the runner lights his portal, spawns into the nether, and thankfully everything looks normal. He's still in survival mode with the same items in his inventory, and he doesn't have any strange potion effects. Well, let's actually see if that's true, because let's play this part of the footage and tell me if you notice what just happened. Did you catch that? The runner clearly touched this lava, but didn't take any damage at all. And he clearly doesn't have a fire resistance effect, as the top right corner of his screen is completely empty. So I'm just gonna be honest, I have no idea how that just happened. Either way, the runner eventually locates the fortress and starts to fight some blazes. But now the runner has suddenly acquired a fire resistance effect. But first, we clearly never saw him drink one, and secondly, he never even had one in his inventory. Well, let's slow down this part of the footage and look a little closer, as when the runner is seemingly staring at this wall, you can actually notice the slightest cut in his recording. And at this exact frame, we we can see the faintest message of a command giving the player a fire resistance effect. It's pretty obvious he gave himself the fire resistance with a command and tried cutting it out so we wouldn't notice. So with the fire resistance effect, it's pretty easy for the runner to collect 7 blaze rods, when he then makes his way to a nearby bastion, where thankfully, when trading with piglins, every one of his trades is completely legitimate. But I think the runner got tired of the trades taking too long because he randomly decides to grab a piglin, and now it's in his inventory? What did the piglin do to deserve that? So after literally stealing a piglin, the runner collects his pearls and needs to head back to the overworld. The only problem is he doesn't have enough obsidian to build a nether portal. Well, the runner pulls out some extra wool from his inventory and starts making the shape of a portal. Alright, this has to be a joke, right? What am I looking at? No way that actually just worked. So the runner makes his way back to the overworld, where a normal speedrunner would begin searching for the stronghold using his eyes of Ender. But this speedrunner has a slightly different idea, because he instead heads for a nearby village, specifically this village house. And on the surface, this house would appear to be pretty normal. But boy, would you be wrong, because the speedrunner looks at this completely normal wooden plank and opens it, revealing a ladder all the way down to the stronghold. I'm not even gonna question it anymore. So after somehow making their way to the stronghold, the runner finds the end portal room and spawns into the end, where they find something incredibly strange. A pig with a saddle on it? Well, the runner must think this is some sort of magic pig because he starts talking to it.
Pig, may you fly high in the sky.
Okay, if that actually works, oh my gosh! He's on a flying pig and literally flying all around the end. That's actually so cool. Well, the runner flies straight towards the Ender Dragon, but his pig dies, and he falls all the way to his death. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly in front of a village, where he's in survival mode, he has no items in his inventory, and he's facing completely straight. But take a closer look into the corner of the screen, where you can spot a singular piece of wool. This reveals he's already been playing on the world, and he forgot to pick up the item after killing a sheep. But giving him the benefit of the doubt, the run begins with him gathering materials for some tools, collecting beds, and getting some hay. All completely legit, until the runner stumbles across the dream house. Did I miss an update?
No way, guys. Oh my gosh, we found the super ultra rare dream house.
So the runner enters the dream house, and inside, is that the real dream?
Guys, oh my gosh, I'm so lucky.
Well, right next to dream is a chest with all of the items you would need to enter the nether. But I think the speedrunner is more focused on the fact that he found dream in his world.
OMG dream, can I please get an autograph? I love you.
This guy is out of control. So after collecting all of the items from the dream house, the runner crafts his nether portal and makes his way into the nether. Now, it would appear as though the runner gets extremely lucky and spawned directly in front of a fortress. But let's rewind the footage to see what really happened. If we play the clip frame by frame, we can actually see that the runner spawned in a completely different location, but edited his recording to make it look like he spawned in front of a fortress. So the runner enters the fortress and goes to loot this fortress chest. And inside is all of the normal items you'd expect to spawn here. A saddle, nether warts, iron ingots, a gold chestplate, Big Bertha. Wait, what? This guy is starting to scare me. So, after destroying an entire family tree of blazes, the runner collects 7 rods and begins to search for a bastion. But on his way, he once again spots Dream.
Dream, oh my gosh, you're back.
Well, Dream actually starts to lead the speedrunner to this strange wall.
Dream, where are you taking me, dude?
Well, he pulls out a torch from his inventory and places it on this specific block. And when he clicks the torch, it reveals a secret passageway all the way to the bastion. what? So, after summoning a secret tunnel, the runner makes his way into the bastion. But let's take a very close look at the loot in this bastion chest. He finds some gold, obsidian, and even a few arrows. But he also finds this potion of slow falling. And while it may appear innocent, this item can't spawn in a bastion chest. Remember this for later. So the runner locates some gold, crafts some ingots, and starts to trade with the nearby piglins. And while all of the items he's getting from the trades are completely normal, the amount of each item he gets are completely fake. Because first, he gets 3 blocks of obsidian, even though the max per drop is only 1. He also gets 6 ender pearls from a single trade, even though the maximum is 4. And he even gets 2 potions of fire resistance, even though there's a max of 1. The runner clearly messed with the loot drops for the piglins to give himself an advantage. So, after collecting all the pearls he needs, the runner builds a portal and heads back to the overworld. Now, like previous runners, this speedrunner completely ignores throwing his eyes of ender like a real speedrunner would. Interesting. Well, do you remember when the speedrunner found a potion of slow falling from the bastion chest? He drinks it, and just watch what happens. He just phased through the floor and fell directly into the stronghold. This guy is crazy. So the runner enters the stronghold, and using a common speedrun technique, he easily locates the end portal room. But there's just one slight issue. After placing all of his eyes in the portal, he ends up being just 1 eye short. So how is the runner supposed to light the portal and head into the end?
Dream, save me, please.
Okay, no way this is gonna work. Oh my gosh, it's Dream. So Dream comes out of the floor and looks at the speedrunner, giving him the final eye of ender that he needs. And then he disappears. So after collecting the last eye of ender he needs, the runner can enter the end. Now, when the runner spawns in, there's already a few problems. First, he doesn't get the achievement for entering into the end. Secondly, he spawns directly onto the surface instead of an obsidian platform. And lastly, he finds a chest with some extremely overpowered items. And with all of this overpowered loot, the ender dragon doesn't last long at all. This next speedrun begins with the runner mining some wood, crafting a few tools, and locating a nearby village, where he's selecting the first lot of his inventory, he's in survival mode, and he's facing completely straight. But let's take a look at this specific blacksmith. On the surface, it may appear to be pretty normal, but take a closer look at this specific torch. In a real blacksmith, there is always a torch on this wooden plank, but in this speedrun, we can actually see that the torch is on this oak log. This was clearly changed by the speedrunner off camera as a way to mark out this specific village house, because the chest inside contains gold, apples, a prismatic reaper. Wait, what? Those poor villagers. So after destroying an entire family of villagers, the runner needs to find a nearby lava pool to craft a nether portal. The problem is, the runner doesn't see a single lava pool anywhere near his spawn. So the runner decides to open his menu and navigate to the resource packs tab, where he decides to put in a very specific resource pack. Is that X-ray? This guy is literally cheating. Well, the runner applies the X-ray texture pack, and all of a sudden, he can see every single lava pool in the game. This guy isn't even trying to hide that this run is fake. So the runner digs down to the nearby lava pool, and using his water bucket, begins to craft the nether portal. But this guy must be new to speedrunning, because he clearly has no idea how to build this nether portal. Well, the runner turns to this wall and appears to be checking his inventory. But when the speedrunner turns back around, the portal has magically been completed, when clearly, just a few seconds ago, it was nowhere near close to being done. Well, if you play this part of the footage in slow motion, you can actually see that these 2 items in his inventory switch. Clearly, the speedrunner cut the video, finished building the portal off camera, and pretended like nothing happened. So the runner lights the portal, spawns into the nether, and luckily, things appear to be pretty normal. As his spawn is completely legitimate, he doesn't have have any potion effects, and he starts looking for a nearby fortress. But the runner must have gotten tired from running because he magically starts flying? But wait, we can see his hotbar. He's clearly in survival mode. How is that even possible? So the runner flies all the way to the fortress before locating the blaze spawner. But at a first glance, doesn't it appear as though there's far more blazes than would naturally spawn here? Well, if you take a closer look into this part of the fortress, you'll actually notice this floating blaze spawn egg in the air. And you can also see these strange particles floating around that very egg. And if you move ahead a few seconds to when the runner is leaving the fortress, you can actually see that a player is holding this egg after his invisibility potion ran out. It's pretty obvious he's the one who spawned this unnatural amount of blazes. So, with all of these blazes, it's fairly easy for the runner to collect 7 blaze rods, where he then begins to search for a nearby bastion. And he actually manages to find one pretty normally. There's just one slight issue. This bastion is located on the complete opposite side of this huge lava pool. And because the runner does not have any ender pearls, how is he supposed to get there? Well, the runner casually just starts walking on the lava. Is that even a Minecraft feature? So the runner enters the bastion, and thankfully, his trades with the piglins appear to be pretty normal, as all the items he collects are completely legitimate. But now is a good time to take a closer look at the timer the speedrunner has had going the entire run. While it may appear to be innocent, this is yet another way the speedrunner is cheating. Because let's compare 5 seconds of his timer to 5 seconds of a real timer. Look, his timer is actually moving way slower. He's literally using a slowed down timer to get a faster time for his speedrun. So, after collecting all the pearls that he needs, a normal speedrunner would likely build another portal and head back to the overworld. The problem is, the runner doesn't have enough obsidian to build a nether portal for himself. Well, he starts running in a random direction until he actually stumbles across a fully built nether portal. But hold on, if we rewind the footage, we can actually see this nether portal being built right before he gets there. This was clearly built by the same friend we saw spawning blazes earlier in the run. So the runner enters the portal, heads back to the overworld, and begins to search for the strongholds. And using a popular technique known as triangulation, he locates the strongholds and enters the end portal room. But this is where things get weird. The runner finishes placing his eyes in the end portal, but for some reason, it looks like a nether portal. And when the speedrunner jumps in, is he in the nether? In the end? What am I even looking at here? He's literally in the end, but every single block is like the nether. That portal must have been very cursed. Well, do you remember when earlier in the run, the speedrunner got the prismatic reaper? Well, he pulls it out and the ender dragon doesn't last much longer. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a shipwreck, where he's in survival mode with 0 XP, he's selecting the first slot of his inventory, and he's facing completely straight. But as the speedrunner makes his way to the nearby shipwreck, he accidentally reveals he's cheating. Because when the runner opens his menu to change his controls, notice how this sheep in the background is still moving. In a real single player speedrun, opening your menu will cause all in-game activity to pause. However, when playing on a server, mobs and other creatures will still move even when you've opened your menu. This moving sheep proves the speedrunner is playing on a multiplayer world, something clearly not allowed and will make more sense in a few seconds. So the runner makes their way to the nearby shipwreck, and at a first glance, things appear to be pretty legit, as the first 2 chests that he loots contain completely normal items that would spawn here. But when the runner goes to loot the 3rd chest, there's one slight issue. In a real shipwreck, this chest will always spawn on the left side of this wall. But in this speedrun, we can see this chest is located on the right. And while the loot inside the chest may appear to be normal, it's actually impossible for an iron bucket to spawn here. These 2 issues prove this chest was placed by somebody off camera. And when the speedrunner looks to the right, you've got to be kidding me. There is no way he thinks we can't see see him. It's pretty obvious this player trying to blend in with the ocean is the one who placed the chest here. And now it's obvious why the runner is on a multiplayer world. So the run continues with the speedrunner returning to shore, crafting a few more tools, and locating a nearby village. And at a first glance, this village would appear to be completely normal, as the runner starts collecting some beds, gathering some hay, and even kills the iron golem, all completely legit. But that's until you take a look at this specific village house, which is clearly a house from a plains village, not a savannah village. And when the speedrunner goes to loot the chest in this misplaced village house, he of course finds some pretty overpowered items. Now you're probably wondering how this strange village house even got here, as we clearly never saw the speedrunner build it. Well, if you take a closer look at this villager, you can actually see it's not a villager at all, but a player wearing a villager skin. This is clearly the same friend we saw earlier in the run, and he's likely the one who built the wrong village house. So the runner grabs his items from the chest, leaves the village, and starts to search for a nearby ruins portal. And without using any speedrun techniques, the speedrunner seems to think a ruins portal is under this very block. Okay, that's literally impossible. There's no way it's actually under here. Oh my gosh. Now, before you think this speedrunner is some sort of genius, let's rewind the footage to see what really happened. If you take a closer look at this part of the clip, you'll actually notice that these two items in his inventory switch places. And if we slow down the footage frame by frame, there's a single frame where we can see the speedrunner changing their game mode to spectator. It's pretty obvious the runner used spectator mode to look underground for a ruins portal and tried cutting his video so we wouldn't be able to see. So the runner digs down, locates the ruined portal, and begins to loot this ruined portal chest, where thankfully all the items that spawn here are completely normal. But the runner only gets 2 obsidian from the chest, meaning he's gonna be just 1 block short of completing the portal. But if we play the footage, the runner somehow is able to place 3 blocks of obsidian and complete the portal. But hold on, that's literally impossible. We clearly saw he only had 2 in his inventory. Well, when the speedrunner turns around for just a split second, you can actually see another player holding a block of obsidian in the corner. This is clearly the same player we've seen throughout the run, and he clearly placed that extra piece of obsidian to help out the runner. So, after receiving some help from his friend, the runner lights the portal and makes his way into the nether, where he spawns directly in front of a fortress. And while that may appear to be simply luck, this spawn is actually completely fake. Because look at this lava right next to the fortress. You can clearly see that it's already flowed all the way down to the surface of the nether. The problem is, lava can't start flowing until a runner spawns into the nether. And if we take a closer look at the speedrunner spawn, there's actually a single frame where we can see the runner spawned in a completely different location. It's pretty obvious the runner didn't spawn in front of the fortress, but cut his video to make it seem like he did to gain an advantage. So the runner enters the fortress, but there's just one slight issue. He doesn't have a fire resistance potion anywhere in his inventory, which will make it incredibly hard for him to fight blazes. Well, the runner turns this corner in the fortress and magically acquires a fire resistance effect. But if we rewind the footage to just a few seconds ago, we can actually spot his friend holding a fire resistance potion, clearly ready to throw it as the speedrunner passes by. They're so bad at hiding their cheating. So, with a fire resistance effect, it's incredibly easy for the speedrunner to fight blazes. But I guess it's taking just a little too long, because out of the blue comes his friend, dropping him a gun? Well, that all happens quite quickly. So, after destroying an entire family of blazes, the runner collects his 7 rods and leaves the fortress. Now, a normal speedrunner would then make their way to a bastion to collect ender pearls, a crucial item in crafting Eyes of Ender. But this speedrunner decides to ignore a bastion and instead go back to his nether portal, heading straight back to the overworld. This will make more sense in a few seconds. So, the runner spawns back into the overworld and starts to run in a completely random direction until he stumbles across a bastion in the overworld? How is that even possible? Well, the runner enters the overworld's bastion, but there's literally 0 piglins. Likely due to the fact that piglins can't survive in the overworld. Well, I must have misspoken because the runner does find 1 single piglin. But it doesn't take a genius to realize this isn't actually a piglin, but the same exact friend we've seen throughout the run wearing a piglin skin. And if you weren't already convinced, this quote-unquote piglin drops the speedrunner an entire stack of ender pearls. So, after collecting pearls from the so-called piglin, the runner locates the stronghold and begins to search for the end portal room, which he seems to locate extremely quickly. Very bizarre considering he didn't use any techniques for locating the room like a real speedrunner would. Well, rewind the footage to when the speedrunner first entered the stronghold. Notice how some doors contain this strange block on top while other doors don't. Well, this strange block is actually mossy cobblestone, a block that can't spawn naturally in a stronghold. And if you watch the footage, you'll notice the runner only goes through doors with this piece of mossy cobblestone on top. It's pretty obvious the runner placed these blocks himself to remind him of the correct path to the end portal room. So the runner enters the end portal room, lights the portal, and spawns into the end. And thankfully, everything appears to be completely normal at a first glance. The dragon is at full health, he's still in survival mode, and he doesn't have any strange items in his inventory. But when the runner goes to the surface, he finds the dirt ender dragon. Did I miss an update? Dude, this is literally the goofiest ender dragon I've ever seen. Well, being a dirt ender dragon, the speedrunner only has to pull out a single wooden pickaxe, and he's easily able to destroy the dirt dragon. This next speedrun begins, but there's already something fake about it. No, it's not his inventory, as he's selecting the first slot with no strange items. And it's not even his game mode, as he's in survival with 0 XP. But let's take a closer look at the speedrunner's world generation. This loading screen is exclusive to one specific Minecraft version, Bedrock Edition. The problem is, when the runner spawns in, we can clearly see he's playing Java Edition. This means the footage of him generating the world and spawning in are actually 2 different clips edited together, which will make more sense very soon. So the run begins with the speedrunner mining some wood, crafting some tools, and locating a nearby village, where the runner gets extremely lucky, finding a village with a nearly completed ruins portal and a desert pyramid. But as he collects some beds and gathers some hay, this seed seems slightly familiar. And after a little search on the web, I actually found this exact same seed from a YouTube video called Ruins Portal and Temple in a Village. Look, the village contains the exact same houses. The Ruins Portal is the exact same shape, and the Desert Temple is in the exact same location. It's pretty obvious the runner is using this set seed to gain an advantage, which explains why he had to fake the world generation. But it doesn't stop there, because it would appear as though the runner gets extremely lucky finding the exact amount of obsidian he needs to finish the Ruins Portal. But after I loaded this exact seed for myself and checked the very same Ruins Portal chest, you'll actually find that 2 obsidian spawns here, not 3, which means the runner also placed an extra piece of obsidian in the chest himself before recording. So the runner finishes building the portal, lights it, and spawns into the nether. And on the surface, it would appear as though the runner gets incredibly lucky, spawning directly in front of a bastion. However, there's one small detail that reveals his spawn is completely fake, because before the speedrunner spawns in, notice how he's facing completely straight. However, when he does spawn into the nether, he's actually facing slightly to the left. This isn't possible, as you will always spawn into the nether facing the same direction you entered the portal. And to prove his spawn was fake even further, I built the exact same nether portal myself and spawned in in a completely different location. It's pretty obvious the runner faked his nether generation in order to gain an advantage. So the runner enters the bastion, but this is where things get weird. The runner can't seem to find any gold blocks in the bastion, so the runner instead decides to pull out some leftover iron ingots and starts throwing them at the piglins, hoping they will make a trade. Okay, this guy must be new to speedrunning. This clearly doesn't work. Oh my gosh! I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea why the piglins are trading with iron ingots. And if these piglins weren't weird enough, they don't drop a single ender pearl for the speedrunner, but instead drop blaze rods, which is not only impossible to get from a piglin trade, but will become incredibly important very soon. So, after collecting 8 blaze rods from a piglin trade, the runner starts to search for a nearby fortress. But this is when the speedrunner randomly stops moving, even though their timer is still going. Let's take a listen to their audio to figure out what's going on.
Marcus, come downstairs, your dinner's ready.
And the speedrunner cuts off his footage.
5 hours later.
So finally, the speedrunner returns and continues his search for a fortress. But hold on, you most likely didn't catch it, but he actually just cheated. Because let's take a very close look at his inventory before he left his speedrun to go eat dinner. Notice how this slot is clearly empty. However, when the speedrunner returned from his meal, this exact same slot suddenly has a fire resistance potion. It's pretty obvious he used eating dinner as an excuse to get a fire resistance potion off camera. So, with a fire resistance effect applied, it's incredibly easy for the runner to fight the blazes. But these blazes are slightly different than normal, because instead of dropping blaze rods, they actually drop ender pearls. The piglins and blazes in this speedrun are literally switched. So, after his fight with the blazes, the runner collects 12 ender pearls, where a normal speedrunner would build another portal and head back to the overworld. The only issue is they don't have enough obsidian in their inventory to craft a nether portal themselves. So how are they supposed to get back to the overworld? Well, the speedrunner pulls out a few items from his inventory and crafts a magic wand. Is that a real Minecraft item? Well, the speedrunner grabs the wand, and after a bright flash, he summons a fully lit nether portal. And I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what just happened. So, the speedrunner enters the nether portal that he summoned and makes his way into the overworld, where thankfully, he uses the common technique of triangulation to locate the exact position of the stronghold. Or that's at least what he claims. Because let's watch very closely as the speedrunner is digging into the strongholds. If you slow down this part of the footage, notice how these two items in his inventory swap places, which actually reveals there was a cut in his recording. My guess is this location the speedrunner claimed to be the stronghold was completely fake, and he cut the video to find the real location of the stronghold in spectator mode, pretending it was here the entire time. So, the runner enters the strongholds, but there's just one problem. The runner simply can't seem to find the location of the end portal room. Well, the runner opens this stronghold chest where he finds some pretty normal items. Bread, apples, an iron pickaxe, mining goggles. Wait, what? Did I miss an update? Well, the runner puts on his mining goggles and he can now see every bit of the strongholds, which allows him to easily find the end portal room. Is this even a real Minecraft item? So the runner enters the end portal room, but has one slight issue. He ends up being just one eye short of completing the end portal. Well, the runner once again pulls out his magic wand, and after another flash of light, he summons the final eye of Ender that he needs. This magic wand is too overpowered. So the runner finishes the portal, enters the end, and here's where things get crazy. On the surface, his spawn seems to be completely normal. The Ender Dragon still has full health, he spawns on an obsidian platform like in a real speedrun, and he doesn't have any strange items in his inventory. But as the runner is casually running on the surface, he morphs into an Ender Dragon, and now he's flying around in the end? Well, as an Ender Dragon, he heads straight towards the real Ender Dragon. But I guess he must be too weak because he actually dies. This next speedrun begins, and at a first glance, everything appears to be pretty normal. He's in survival mode, he selected the first slot of his inventory, and he has 0 XP. But take a very close look at the area surrounding him when he spawns in. In a real Minecraft speedrun, your character will always spawn parallel to the surrounding blocks. But in this speedrun, you can clearly see that the speedrunner is actually facing diagonally. This all means that the speedrunner has already generated this world and the loading screen was fake. So he makes his way to a nearby village where he gathers some hay and gets some beds. He then opens this chest that contains some pretty interesting loot: apples, bread, and 3 diamonds. Now you may not even realize it, but some of this loot is completely fake. A diamond is only able to spawn in one specific village house, a blacksmith. But rewind the footage to just a few seconds earlier, where we can clearly see that this house is not a blacksmith, meaning the speedrunner placed the diamond himself in creative mode to get an advantage, because he uses these very diamonds to craft himself a diamond destroyer. That thing is powerful. So the run continues with the runner looking to locate a ruined portal, and he happens to find one pretty quickly, which seems awfully suspicious. Well, rewind the footage to just a few seconds earlier, where if you zoom in on this specific tree, do you see how it makes out the shape of an arrow with its leaves? This was clearly created by the speedrunner as a way to remember which direction the ruined portal was located. So he loots the chest at the ruined portal, which contains 2 obsidian, fairly normal loot. The only problem is that means he's just 1 block short to complete the portal. So how is he gonna travel to the nether? Well, the speedrunner pulls out a dirt block, places it in the final slot for the portal, and this guy's dumb. This clearly is not gonna work. How did that work? I'm not even gonna try to explain how he did that. So the runner spawns into the nether and things seem fairly normal. He's still in survival mode, he doesn't have any potion effects, and he starts searching for a fortress. But pause the footage at this frame, where the speedrunner opens his inventory, where we can spot a singular fire resistance potion hidden in the corner. But look, just a few seconds ago when he spawned into the nether, he clearly didn't have this potion in his inventory. Well, if you actually place this part of the footage in slow motion, you can actually see that there was a clear cut in the video as the lava completely jumps forward in time, meaning the speedrunner cut the video and got the fire resistance potion off camera. So using this potion, it's extremely easy for the runner to kill blazes and get 7 rods. Now a normal speedrunner would then make his way to a bastion to collect ender pearls, but this speedrunner decides to head straight back to the overworld. Interesting, and it will make sense soon. So the runner spawns in, but without ender pearls, it's impossible for him to locate the stronghold. Well, he finds a nearby village and opens a chest with pretty normal loot: bread, iron, and a waystone? There's no way this is a real Minecraft item. So he gets the waystone, places it down, and when he clicks it, teleports straight into the stronghold. Is that even possible? Now, even though the runner managed to get to the stronghold, he still doesn't have any ender pearls to complete the portal. So he opens this chest, and while it may appear as though these are completely normal items, one item in particular isn't able to spawn in this chest: the lever. And it's clear the speedrunner placed it there himself because he uses this lever for something very specific: to turn off the lights? Is that even possible? So the speedrunner waits until exactly 1 minute has passed before the lights turn back on. And let me know if you can see what's different about the world. Well, compare the end portal from before and after the lights have been turned off. It's been completely filled in, meaning the portal was filled by someone else while the lights were off. So the runner jumps in the portal, but finds an unsuspecting guest when he spawns into into the end. Is that Herobrine? Things just got scary. So Herobrine types in the chat demanding that the player throws every single one of his items into the void as a sacrifice. So probably scared out of his mind, the speedrunner complies and gets rid of all of his items. And after the sound of the lightning strike, the Ender Dragon has been mysteriously killed. Was it Herobrine? I guess we're never going to know. This next run begins, and at a first glance, it appears to be fairly normal. He's in survival mode, he selected the first slot of his inventory, and he doesn't have any XP. But in the bottom right corner, he gets the message that someone has joined his world. This means the speedrunner is playing on a multiplayer server, something clearly not allowed during a solo speedrun. So the runner loots some chests, collects some beds, and starts to fight the Iron Golem. But while he's doing this, zoom in and look very closely into the distance, where we can spot a nether portal being built out of thin air. Clearly, it's another player building this, likely the same one who joined the world earlier in the run. So the runner makes his way to the man-made ruin portal, where he enters the nether and starts to trade with piglins, where the speedrunner manages to get 16 ender pearls from a single trade, which is literally impossible, as the max amount of pearls a piglin can drop per trade is 4. But rewind the footage and slow it down slightly. If you look very closely, you can actually see that the ender pearls aren't coming from the piglin, but actually coming from the side. And if you look even closer, you can see particles floating in the air. What does this mean? This is clearly the same friend we've seen throughout the speedrun, using an invisibility potion and dropping ender pearls himself. So the speedrunner then makes his way to a nearby fortress. But things only get worse, because during his fight with all the blazes, one blaze seems to be slightly different from the rest. There's no way he actually thought people would believe this is a real blaze. So after getting some rods, the runner heads back into the overworld. Now, we've seen his friend do some pretty funny things throughout the speedrun, but I don't think anyone expected for him to come on the screen wearing a skin with coordinates to the strongholds. And I gotta give it to him, that's insanely creative. So after looking at his friend's skin, he's easily able to locate the position of the stronghold, where he crafts his Eyes of Ender and enters into the end, and conveniently spawns in right next to Spider-Man? Is this actually the real one, or is it just his friend we've seen throughout the run? Well, Spider-Man does all of the dirty work for him, and all he has to do is run on the surface and jump in the portal. This next speedrun begins, and on the surface, it appears fairly normal. He's in survival mode, there's no items in his inventory, and the runner's facing completely straight. However, take an extremely close look at this village house. In a normal village house, the entrance will always include a stair right in front of the door. But in this speedrun, we can clearly see that instead of a stair, there's a wood plank, meaning the speedrunner deliberately marked out this village house, because the chest inside contains iron, apples, and a grenade launcher. Remember this for later. The runner then makes his way to a nearby lava pool. But if you look closely, the speedrunner has an empty bucket of water in his inventory, not one with water, which means there's no way for the speedrunner to create a nether portal like a normal speedrun. But somehow, even though his bucket is literally empty, he's actually able to place water. That is absolutely mind-blowing. So after summoning water out of literal thin air, the speedrunner enters the nether. Now, the issue with this spawn into the nether is that the speedrunner somehow has a fire resistance effect, even though he clearly didn't have this seconds earlier when he was the overworld. The only possible explanation is that the speedrunner has already traveled to the nether, and he almost would have gotten away with this until you look closer into the corner of the screen where a singular wooden pickaxe can be located. Clearly, the speedrunner tried to get rid of it off camera but forgot to clean it up. The speedrunner then makes his way to a nearby bastion, where he collects gold blocks and starts to trade with piglins, until he finds, let's just say, a rather strange looking piglin. But don't worry, there's no way this piglin can actually trade loot. Wait, how did he just get ender pearls? I'm so confused. So the runner then begins to search for a nether fortress. But notice how fast the speedrunner is running. Way faster than the normal Minecraft character's speed. Well, take a close look at the top right corner of the screen. Normally, this is the exact area where potion effects are displayed in Minecraft. But the speedrunner has conveniently placed a subscribe button in the exact same spot. Meaning, the speedrunner is trying to hide the fact that he's using a speed potion he likely got off camera. So he finally makes his way to the fortress, and after killing Blazes, gets 7 rods. Now, I want you to take a mental image of his inventory at this very moment. You'll see why this is important in a few seconds. So, the runner leaves the fortress before randomly deciding to change tabs from Minecraft to Fortnite and literally starts to play. Now, while it may appear that he's being dumb by wasting a ton of time, he's actually using this as a way to try to cheat. Because when he logs off Fortnite and finally returns back to Minecraft, take a very close look at his inventory. There has been a netherite sword magically added to his hotbar when this exact slot was empty before he started playing Fortnite. It's pretty clear he used Fortnite as a way to distract us from adding an overpowered item to his inventory off camera. The speedrunner then makes his way back to the overworld. Now, a normal speedrunner would now use the process of triangulation to locate the position of the stronghold, but this speedrunner claims to have a brand new method that's even easier. Let's take a listen.
So all you have to do is go to the nearest tree, go 10 blocks to the right, and dig straight down.
Alright, so no way will this actually work. It's not actually gonna lead into the strongholds. How did that work? Now you're probably thinking that this speedrunner is some sort of genius, but there's one small detail which reveals this method is completely fake. Take an extremely close look at the tree he uses to quote-unquote locate the strongholds. Do you notice how the texture of this piece of wood is slightly different from the rest of the tree? Well, this is because the piece of wood is actually horizontal, not vertical, which isn't possible to spawn naturally, meaning the speedrunner deliberately marked out this tree as a way to remember the stronghold was directly under it. So the runner enters the stronghold, finds the end portal room, and enters the portal. Now, a normal Minecraft speedrunner would then use beds or even a bow to kill the ender dragon. But do you remember earlier when the speedrunner found a grenade launcher in this village chest? Well, he equips it and nothing else needs to be said. This next speedrun starts with the runner mining some wood and crafting some tools, where he then finds a nearby village. He starts by collecting some hay and killing the iron golem, but the speedrunner then finds a very strange house in the village called the Nether House? What explanation is he going to give for this?
Okay, we're going in the brand new village house called the Nether House. It's a brand new feature.
So he enters the house and the chest contains all of the necessary items to enter the nether. At least the house was named properly. So using his items from the Nether House, the speedrunner enters the nether, where he suddenly starts building straight up, digs through the roof, and ends up straight into the fortress. He clearly already knew the position of the fortress before recording. So the speedrunner searches for the blaze spawner, where he instead finds Notch, and the speedrunner is absolutely ecstatic.
Oh my gosh, guys, we found Notch in the speedrun. That's so lucky.
So Notch gives the speedrunner a full stack of blaze rods. Since when did Notch just give players items? So the runner collects his rods from Notch and begins to search for a nearby bastion. But the runner decides to randomly stop moving, even though the timer is still going. Let's check in on his audio to figure out what's going on.
Guys, I'm really sorry. My dad just told me I gotta go take out the trash, so I'll be back.
And the speedrunner cuts off the footage. he does realize he's in a speedrun, right?
5 hours later.
Sorry guys, I'm back. Just had to take care of that really quick.
So the speedrunner finally returns to the game, but he actually just cheated. Because if you look closely at his inventory, he suddenly has 16 ender pearls. Even though we clearly saw he never went to a bastion. Meaning he used taking out the trash as an excuse to cut the video and get ender pearls off camera. So the runner crafts himself a portal and heads back to the overworld, where he decides to start looking for the stronghold, but strangely does not use any of his eyes of ender to do so. But this will make sense soon. So after trying to search for it without eyes of ender, he suddenly gets the urge to dig down at this specific block.
I have a feeling the stronghold is under this block. Trust me, it's gonna work.
And to my amazement, this actually leads him straight into the strongholds. But how did the speedrunner know to dig down at this exact block if he didn't even use Eyes of Ender? Well, take a very close look at the surrounding area before the speedrunner dug down. Do you notice this flower just a few blocks away from where he digs down? Well, this is a flower known as the Lily of the Valley. The problem is, this flower is only able to spawn in a flower forest biome, but we can clearly see the speedrunner is in a plains biome. This all means that the runner placed it himself in creative mode to remind him that the stronghold was under this location. So, the runner finds the end portal room and crafts his eyes to finish the portal. But when the speedrunner jumps in, he gets sent to the nether? Is that even possible? Well, he happens to spawn directly next to a room, which not only has a chest with all of the items he needs to kill the ender dragon, but a fully lit end portal for him to use extremely quickly. So he gathers the overpowered items and gets teleported to the end. And using these items, the fight ends very quickly. This next speedrun begins, but take a very close look at the world generation. Before you generate a world in Minecraft, you're given a list of all of your previous generations on this menu. And in this player's case, we can clearly see his most recent speedrun occurred at 6:33 p.m., which means any of his next speedruns will occur after this time. So when the speedrunner finally spawns into his world, how is it possible that the time shows 3:07, which is nearly 3 hours before 6:33? Unless the speedrunner traveled back in time, this generation is completely fake. And the footage of him generating the world and spawning in are actually two different clips simply edited together. This will make sense soon. So the runner spawns in, and giving him the benefit of the doubt, things seem fairly normal. He mines some wood, crafts himself some tools, and finds a nearby village. But pause. This YouTube video posted by Dream over 3 years ago was his official world record speedrun. And if we play the footage, doesn't the world in Dream's speedrun look oddly familiar to the world in this speedrun? Look, here are both of their spawns, the exact same location. There's also this exact super tall cactus in the desert. And there's also a pyramid in the same location in both speedruns. It's pretty obvious the speedrunner is using the same seed from Dream's world record speedrun to try to get an advantage. And now it makes sense as to why he faked the generation earlier. So he enters the village and begins to get hay and collect some beds. But when the speedrunner goes to kill the iron golem, notice how the iron golem isn't actually attacking him back. In a real Minecraft speedrun, the iron golem will always attack you after you hit it. But if you create one and spawn one in on your own, it won't fight back no matter how many times you hit it. Meaning, this player spawned in the iron golem himself off camera to make it easier to fight. So he collects the iron, mines some gravel, and begins to search for a lava pool, when the speedrunner decides to open Dream's video during his speedrun and starts copying his exact gameplay as he creates the nether portal. If you didn't think he was using Dream Seed earlier, this just confirms it. So the speedrunner enters the nether and goes in a very deliberate path to which he locates a nearby fortress. But how is it possible he located the fortress so quickly? Well, rewind the footage to just a few seconds earlier when the speedrunner added this random keyboard cam. And while it may appear innocent, he deliberately placed it in the bottom left corner of the screen, the exact same area where chat and commands are shown in Minecraft. And if we put his footage in an editing software and slow it down frame by frame, we can actually see the speedrunner use a /locate command and tried to hide this command by adding in the keyboard cam, but did it just one frame late. So now it's obvious how he found the fortress so quickly. So the runner enters the fortress and begins to kill blazes and collect some rods. He then finds a group of nearby endermen and collects some pearls, but notice how he's only able to craft a total of 6 eyes of ender, even though the end portal requires you to have at least 12, meaning he won't be able to travel to the end. But this will make sense in a few seconds. So he makes his way back to the overworld and finds the stronghold. And when he enters the end portal room, what kind of cursed end portal is that? It's clearly different from what a real end portal looks like. And now it's obvious why the speedrunner only had to collect 6 eyes of ender. Now, I honestly don't even know if this is gonna work. Wait, how did that work? So the speedrunner enters the end, and for some reason, the ender dragon is somehow already dead. So I guess he just jumps in the portal and completes the run. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly in front of a village. And while everything appears to be completely normal, take a closer look at the bottom left corner of his screen. There's a singular piece of pork on the ground, meaning the world had already been played on, and he forgot to pick up the item after killing a pig. But that isn't all that he did off camera, because take a closer look at the door of this village house. A normal village house contains 2 torches, one on each side of the door. However, this village house only contains one on the left, meaning the speedrunner broke one of them before recording. And this is likely to mark out this specific village house, because the chest contains bread, apples, a carrot sniper. Wait, what the heck? Remember this for later. The speedrunner continues the run by collecting some hay and killing the iron golem to get iron and craft a bucket, when he immediately goes to this very suspiciously placed dirt block and digs straight down, which just so happens to lead him to the lava pool. But how is it possible the speedrunner knew to dig down at this specific block? Well, the only way a grass block turns into a dirt block is if something is placed over it. And because we can clearly see the speedrunner never did this, the only explanation is that he placed the dirt block in creative mode to easily remember to dig down at this specific block and find the lava pool. So the run continues with the speedrunner creating a nether portal and entering the nether, where the speedrunner finds a nearby bastion. So, using his gold, he begins to trade with the piglins to try to get loot. It's important to note that every single time you throw a gold inglet, a piglin has a 2.18% chance of giving you 4 ender pearls. And because the speedrunner only has 3 gold, the absolute max amount of ender pearls he would be able to get is 12. However, when the speedrunner is done trading, he gets a total of 15 ender pearls. The only explanation is that the speedrunner changed the loot drop percentages of ender pearls from 4 pearls to 5 for a single trade. It can't get any more obvious. So he collects his pearls and makes his way to a nearby fortress. And is it just me, or are there far more blazes than what usually spawn? Well, if we pause the footage at this frame, we can see a blaze spawner egg hidden in his inventory that he forgot to get rid of, meaning the speedrunner simply used the egg to spawn in an insane amount of blazes. So he easily collects his rods and then finds an oddly suspicious wall that clearly resembles the shape of a nether portal. And of course, this position spawns the speedrunner directly into the end portal room. It's pretty obvious obvious he marked out this specific spot as he knew it would lead him to the portal. So the speedrunner places the eyes and makes his way into the end. In a normal speedrun, the speedrunner would likely use beds to kill the ender dragon, but we can clearly see that the speedrunner doesn't have a single bed in his inventory. Well, do you remember when earlier in the run, the speedrunner found a carrot launcher in this village chest? This is gonna be interesting. I guess the ender dragon couldn't handle a simple carrot launcher. This next run starts off fairly normally, with the runner mining some wood and crafting some tools. The only possible issue could be the fact that the speedrunner has the 4th slot selected instead of the 1st, but we'll let it slide. So the speedrunner goes to finish breaking this tree. Why is there a ladder there? Is that dream ore? I don't even know what I'm looking at, but I guess I missed the update when they added dream ore into Minecraft. Now there also happens to be a chest in this strange cave the speedrunner enters, and what do you know, there's a ton of overpowered items, including a block of dream, which apparently can be turned into ingots, and then a full set of armor. Since when did dream get all of this stuff in Minecraft? So, fully equipped with the dream armor, the speedrunner makes his way to the nether, but right off the bat, notice this strange block of TNT right as he spawns in, which is impossible, as the only place TNT can spawn naturally is under a desert temple, meaning the speedrunner planted this here in creative mode. And this makes sense, because after he lights off the TNT, a chest is revealed hidden in the ground, where the speedrunner gets an obnoxious amount of ender pearls from the chest. Now normally the runner would then make his way to a fortress to collect blaze rods so he can craft eyes of ender for the portal, but in this speedrun, the runner completely ignores going to a fortress, and this may make sense later. So the runner spawns back into the overworld and take a very close look at these grass blocks as soon as he spawns in. They actually appear to form what looks to be an arrow, pointing the speedrunner in a very specific direction. So the runner follows the direction of the arrow, and hold on, wait, why exactly is he a grizzly bear? More importantly, how is he a grizzly bear? I'm just not gonna ask any more questions. So right here, the speedrunner makes a blatant cut in his recording, as we can clearly see he changed his game into survival, and after jumping in this random pool of lava, the speedrunner falls down a hole straight into, you guessed it, the end portal. And now it's pretty obvious as to why he set up an arrow, because it leads him straight to the location of the end portal. So the runner spawns into the end, and right away, why are there random dream NPCs in the end? Now he also finds what is a wish.com version of a wither in the end. This speedrun is so weird. So the runner then opens a chest with 2 different things. First, a rainbow scythe, which clearly is not a real weapon in Minecraft, and he also gets another wither head and finishes the wither. I don't think that's a normal wither. Why is it so scary? Luckily, using the rainbow scythe the speedrunner got from the chest, he somehow kills the ender dragon without getting demolished by this insane wither. Maybe because the speedrunner is somehow in creative mode. This next run begins, and take a very close look at the world generation. In a real speedrun, the screen must show this box being completely filled in. But in this speedrun, you can see him cut the footage before the box is completely finished. So when he spawns directly in front of a village, we know the speedrunner is using a set seed and tried editing the world generation to make it seem real. But giving the speedrunner the benefit of the doubt, everything looks fairly legit during his spawn. He has 0 XP, he selected the first slot in his hotbar, and he doesn't have any items in his inventory. But take a close look at the loot in this village chest. chests. There's iron, there's some apples, and a villager rocket. I'm pretty sure this isn't a real Minecraft item. So the run continues with the speedrunner making his way to a nearby ruins portal. But notice how he passed several rose bushes on the way, which is impossible as rose bushes can't spawn in plain biomes, the biome that the speedrunner is in, meaning the speedrunner planted them off camera to lead him straight to the location of the ruins portal. So he opens the chest where he finds some iron and obsidian, pretty normal loot. But he also finds a lever, which is impossible as levers can't spawn in village chests. Remember the lever for later. So the runner grabs the obsidian from the chest and completes the nether portal. Now, you probably didn't even notice it, but the speedrunner actually just cheated. Because look, just a few seconds ago when the speedrunner opened his inventory, we can clearly see there is not a single flint and steel anywhere in his items. But we can clearly see he used flint and steel to light the nether portal. So how did he get it? Well, if we slow down this part of the footage, we can notice a slight cut happen in the recording. Likely, the speedrunner then went off camera and got a flint and steel in creative mode. So he enters the nether, and the first thing you'll notice is that the lava is already flowing. Lava cannot start floating until someone spawns into the nether. And because the lava has already flowed all the way down, we know the speedrunner had already entered the nether off camera. And this is confirmed even further when the speedrunner doesn't get the achievement for entering into the fortress. The speedrunner then randomly gets a fire resistance effect, even though he never had one in his inventory. And this is likely to help him out with fighting blazes, where he gets a respectable amount of rods. Now, in a normal speedrun, runners would then travel to a bastion where they would trade with piglins to collect ender pearls. But I guess I may have missed an update because first off, I don't remember gold blocks spawning in a fortress. And secondly, I definitely don't remember there being a piglin spawner instead of a blaze spawner. This guy can't stop cheating. So he uses the gold he got from the fortress and trades with the piglins to get ender pearls, where he slowly makes his way back to the overworld. Now, this is where normal speedrunners would begin throwing their eyes of ender, hoping to locate the stronghold through a process known as triangulation. But this guy seems to have a different plan. Do you remember when the speedrunner got a lever from this village chest earlier in the run? Well, I guess this is the new method for getting to the strongholds. So he finishes the portal, but notice how the speedrunner doesn't spawn onto an obsidian platform like a real speedrun, but spawns directly onto the surface. And also notice how the ender dragon seems to have already lost some of his health before the speedrunner did any damage to it. Now, the only possible explanation for this is that the speedrunner has already been to the end and simply didn't include it in the recording. And he almost would have gotten away with this until you look very closely into the corner of a screen where a single ender pearl can be found on the ground, likely from the speedrunner killing an enderman off camera and forgetting to clean it up. Now, in a normal Minecraft speedrun, the runner would likely kill the dragon with beds, maybe even a bow, but I think it's clear this is anything but a normal speedrun. Do you remember earlier in the run when the speedrunner got the villager launcher? So he equips it and dies while killing the ender dragon. How can you be this bad while cheating? This next speedrun begins near a village, and honestly, everything appears to be pretty normal. The world generation looks good, doesn't have any XP in his hotbar, and he appears to be in survival mode. But as he goes to loot one of the village houses, he makes a very obvious mistake. He accidentally presses tab and reveals that he's playing with one other person, something obviously not allowed during a solo speedrun. But it doesn't stop there, because after getting some hay and looting a few more houses, houses. He forgets to mute his mic, and you can clearly hear him talking to his friend, the same one on the Minecraft server with him. Let's take a listen.
Yo, you put the diamond in the chest, right?
And it's no surprise when he finds this exact diamond in the next village house that he loots. It's pretty obvious he's using his friend to get OP loot. But this isn't the only help he receives in the speedrun, because as he makes his way to a nearby lava pool, he finds a random water bucket on the ground. And this guy has terrible acting.
Okay guys, basically there's a new feature where water buckets randomly spawn, so we're just gonna use that really quick.
But wait, rewind the footage and take a closer look at this tree, where the same friend we hear him talking to is trying to blend in by using a wood skin. I think it's pretty obvious he's the one who dropped the water bucket there. So he uses the water bucket to begin crafting a nether portal and enters the nether. Now, it would appear that he's traveling in a random direction, but he's actually following these strange particles in the air. And these particles are clearly coming from his friend we saw earlier in the run using an invisibility potion. And this is confirmed when he's unmuted and we can hear him asking his friend to lead him to the fortress. Let's take a listen.
Bro, you're leading me to the fortress, right?
This guy needs to learn how to mute his mic. So he reaches the fortress, kills some blazes, and gets 7 rods. But he doesn't go to a bastion to get ender pearls like in a normal speedrun, because he actually finds an enderman spawner, something that definitely doesn't exist in a fortress. And I'm pretty sure we all know who placed this spawner here. So he heads back to the overworld, and it's time for him to locate the stronghold. But notice how he doesn't actually follow this Eye of Ender that he throws, and actually goes in a completely different direction where he somehow magically finds the stronghold. But he makes a huge mistake you may have missed, because in this frame you can clearly see him using the /locate command, which reveals exactly how he knew to dig down at this block. So he finds the end portal room, but make note of the fact that there are 0 eyes in the portal, which is a problem for the runner because he only has 11 eyes. And because you need 12 to finish the portal, he can't travel to the end. But after the speedrunner loots this chest and turns back around, there's been an eye mysteriously placed in the portal. Now, I would be suspicious of the friend we've seen throughout the run, but there's no particles in the air that would point to him being there. But let's take a closer look. Remember when the speedrunner tried to blend in with the tree earlier in the run? You've got to be kidding me. He's trying to blend in with the wall? Well, I guess we know where that extra pearl came from. So the speedrunner enters the end, but notice how he doesn't have any beds, something very commonly used to kill the dragon. But not to worry, because he finds a building called the bed house. What explanation is he gonna give this time?
Guys, let's just go use the new bed house feature they just added to Minecraft.
Yeah, I bet my life savings that this isn't a real feature. So he goes inside the house where there's a sign saying deposit obsidian, and out comes all the beds that he needs to kill the dragon. While this speedrun was clearly fake, our next speedrunner might be even worse. This next speedrunner is so confident, he believes he'll somehow get a world record.
Today's the day I'm going to get the world record for Minecraft speedrunning.
So let's take a look. Right off the bat, notice how he doesn't show any world generation and skips straight from the loading screen to the spawn. Very suspicious. But giving him the benefit of the doubt, his spawn does seem fairly normal. He's in survival mode, he selected the first slot in his inventory, and he's even provided us with a timer to track the speedrun. But nothing can quite prepare you for what's about to happen. Is that Jesus? This must be a new update that I missed out on. So Jesus spawns in and breaks a sand block leading to a chest, which of course contains some of the most overpowered loot in the game. So the speedrunner continues by looking for a spot to build a nether portal using the obsidian he received from Jesus. But in this frame, we can clearly see he changes game mode to survival, meaning there was a cut in his footage. My suspicion is he was looking for the best coordinates to place his nether portal, but forgot to hide this message message. So he enters the nether, and yet again the chat exposes his cheating. But instead of looking for a bastion to get the gold needed to trade with piglins, he magically gets all of the gold he needs from, you guessed it, Jesus. So he tries to find a piglin to use this gold, and it seems as though he finds one. But take a closer look. In slow motion, you can see that the piglin makes this very fast and unrealistic movement, which is very different from the movement mechanics of a real piglin. Also, the shape of the piglin looks slightly different from a real one. All this points to the piglin being an actual player, most likely one of his friends simply using a piglin skin. So he gives this quote-unquote piglin his gold in hopes to receive some loot. But instead of blaze rods, his piglin friend accidentally gives him sticks. How can you be this bad while cheating? So he eventually gets his blaze rods and heads back to the overworld. And it appears as though he's actually trying to speedrun for real, because he starts throwing his eyes of ender to try to find the strongholds. But as he's doing this, he finds a rather interesting mob. Or shall I say, Sonic? How many updates did I miss? So Sonic blesses the runner with a speed effect that's apparently level 1001. And I guess that's so fast that he just teleports straight into the end. Now, even though the speedrunner got insanely overpowered loot earlier in the run, you'll notice that he doesn't remember to bring any beds with him, something used by almost all speedrunners in a speedrun. But I guess this guy had some feeling that he would magically find Dream in the end. Wait, that's not the real one, is it? And Dream gifts the speedrunner a netherite axe with sharpness level 255. And it's clear that the Ender Dragon stands no chance against this speedrunner. This next speedrunner spawns in and immediately goes to mine some wood. He then collects some rocks, and then gets into a fight with the spider. Wait, this is the wrong footage. So this next speedrun begins, and take a very close look at the world generation. In a real speedrun, the screen must show this number reaching 100%. But in this speedrun, you can see him cut the footage at 98%. So when he spawns right in front of a village, we know he's using a set seed and edited the world generation to make it look real. But giving him the benefit of the doubt, everything looks legitimate at a first glance. He doesn't have any XP, he's in survival mode, and doesn't start with any weird items in his inventory. Until you look closer at the roof of this village house, which has clearly been marked by the speedrunner with this slightly different colored stair, to mark out the fact that this house has a chest with bread, apples. Wait, is that a rocket launcher? Remember this for later. So he leaves the village and begins his search to find a lava pool to build a nether portal, where he suddenly stops and digs straight down at this random block, magically leading him straight to a lava pool. But how is it possible he knew to dig down at this exact block? Well, if we slow down this footage from just a few seconds earlier, you can clearly see the position of the bread and apples in his hotbar switch, meaning there was a cut in his recording, which allowed the speedrunner to go off camera and find the location of the lava pool in spectator mode. So he begins to build his nether portal, but ends up running out of lava with just one block short of finishing the portal. But somehow he actually manages to light the nether portal, and I'm not even gonna try to explain how he does that. So he enters the nether and immediately spawns in front of a fortress. But instead of heading straight into it, the speedrunner oddly just stops moving his character and stands completely still while the timer is still running. Let's just take a listen to his audio to figure out what's going on.
Jimmy, get off Minecraft and go do your homework.
I kid you not, he literally changes his tab from Minecraft to Khan Academy and starts doing math equations. You cannot make this up.
5 minutes later.
Anyway, he finally returns to the game and heads into the fortress, where he's able to get 7 blaze rods fairly easily. He then makes his way over to a nearby bastion and ends up getting pretty lucky with the piglin trades, getting 16 pearls very quickly. But that is not what's fake about these piglin trades, because he also ends up getting a compass, something that is impossible to receive from a piglin trade. Now you're probably asking, why would the speedrunner fake getting a compass, because how could that even help him in the speedrun? Well, when he goes back to the overworld and opens his crafting table, he uses this exact compass to craft something called a stronghold finder. And with just one click of it, a message appears saying stronghold located, and the compass directs the speedrunner straight to the stronghold. And now it's clear why he made it seem like he got the compass from a piglin. So he finds the end portal room and begins to fill the portal, but ends up just being one eye short. But hold on, take a closer look at this block. This block is smooth stone, when in a normal stronghold, this block is supposed to be a stone brick. And when he breaks this smooth stone, he magically finds a chest with the last eye of vendor he needs to finish the portal. He clearly tried to mark out the spot of the chest by using a different block, hoping we wouldn't notice. So the speedrunner enters the end, and here's where things get crazy. You're probably expecting him to fight the dragon with maybe some beds, perhaps even a bow. Oh no, no, no. Do you remember when earlier in the run, the speedrunner got a rocket launcher from this chest? Well, he equips it and... I think the footage just spoke for itself. So this next speedrun begins with the runner mining some wood, crafting some tools, and finding a nearby village, where he enters this house and finds a chest with some pretty normal items. Some iron, some bread. Is that a dragon egg? Remember this for later. So the speedrunner then goes to kill the iron golem. But along with dropping iron, the iron golem also drops flint and steel. Something that is impossible, as flint and steel can't be dropped from iron golems. So the speedrunner travels to a nearby ruined portal and uses the flint and steel he got from the iron golem to enter the nether. Okay, so the speedrunner is in the nether and take a very good look at the areas surrounding him when he spawns. Because he goes to this wall, and when he turns around, he's magically in front of a bastion. But if we compare this to the area he was at just seconds before, we can clearly tell there was never a bastion there. Meaning he used turning around at the wall as a distraction to make a cut in the speedrun. This is further proven when he accidentally opens his chat, revealing he used a /locate command. But even with all of this cheating, the speedrunner decides to completely ignore the bastion and never go inside of it. Even though in a normal speedrun, the bastion is used to trade with piglins and get ender pearls. But this decision will make some sense in a second. So he then finds a fortress and begins to kill some blazes. But these blazes not only drop blaze rods, but they also drop ender pearls, meaning the speedrunner not only messed with the loot drops of the blazes, but now it makes sense as to why he completely ignored the bastion. So he collects all of the rods and pearls that he needs and wants to head back to the overworld, where he finds a very specific spot marked out to build a nether portal. But if we take a closer look at the speedrunner's inventory, he has 0 obsidian, so how is he supposed to craft a nether portal? Okay, well, I guess he's deciding to build it with nether bricks, not really sure how that's supposed to work. Wait, how did that work? So the speedrunner heads back to the overworld and ends up finding the stronghold and enters it. So the speedrunner fills the portal and makes his way into the end. And the first thing you'll notice is that all of the end crystals are mysteriously gone. And the second thing you'll notice is, wait, is that a 3-headed ender dragon? This world is so cursed. Now in a normal speedrun, beds are usually the preferred way to beat the game. But I'm not sure if measly little beds will be able to handle the 3-headed dragon. Well, do you remember earlier in the run when the speedrunner found a dragon egg? Well, he uses the egg to spawn in his very own fire dragon that he can actually ride. If you enjoyed, please subscribe. Bye!